check. Awesome. Here we are, guys. So we're ready and waiting for our first North American event of 2017. This is going to be the main event. I am, of course, joined by the one and only Elliot Venruki, and of course, Zunyaki joining us on the desk as well today. How are you guys doing today?
Good. Excited for the first North American event. It was cool to see the teams, some of the teams qualify yesterday. Today should be good. I think there's a lot of really good series, and we're going to see a lot of comp variety, which is awesome.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited to be there, and should be some good games as usual. I heard the games were pretty long yesterday.
Yes, that's one way of putting it. Yes.
Hopefully they'll be like interesting too. You know, if they're long, at least hopefully they're interesting.
If they're long, at least we're here together. All right.
Yep.
So we'll get through together, guys.
Yes, we will. Anyways, let's have a little look over at those brackets then, of course. Like you were touching on, we did have our incredibly long qualifier tournament yesterday. That means we do have our final two teams into that bracket. This is, of course, going to be Jamili's team, as we can see here at the number 7 seed, the Bells, who looked absolutely devastating yesterday, and also the Bucktooth Clams, who did a fantastic job getting through that entire single elimination bracket. We also have No Filter, and of course that's going to be our first series of the day. Northern Panda versus Elevate, that should be exciting. WizK's return versus the Bells, that could potentially be that Boomkin Shadow Priest mirror we were talking about yesterday. And then probably one of the most hyped games of the opening round for a lot of people, that's going to be Splice versus Method. Do you have any kind of favorites looking at these series? Any favorites going through the tournament, Venruki?
I'm honestly really excited to see No Filter play. They're a team that actually, the players I play with quite often, Volkasar is going to be playing that Arcane Mage, which I always really like. So I think we'll see some fast-paced games out of them. Obviously, cheering for my boys Method. But yeah, there's so many good teams here. It's going to really depend on a lot of these Wizard Cleave mirrors, and I don't know exactly how they play out. It's not something I get to watch often, so I'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah. I feel like with the recent, update we had, was it yesterday or... No, it was the day before yesterday with the announcement of qualifiers. I feel like the teams kind of have that extra pressure now. Before GCD was kind of just for fun and, just get a little bit of practice. But now there's that extra tension on the line. You're like, oh, there's regionals or like qualifiers starting very, very soon in the next months and over the next few months. So that's going to add a little extra perspective for these players, and they're going to have to,
this is best. It's like a little preview for them to see how they're going to be doing throughout the season. So maybe if they don't perform well here, they're nervous they won't do good in the rest of the season. But luckily they have lots of time, and I'm going to mute my phone now. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that's going to add a lot of hype to these matches. Of course, we are back over to our 4-man rosters, which was announced to be the format for BlizzCon. And yeah, I mean, these teams, this is probably going to be, they announced that the first qualifier events are going to start in April, so that's so soon. This is going to be absolutely fantastic practice in a very competitive atmosphere for them. So the final question I have to ask you guys before we get into this first game, if you could name a favorite for the entire tournament, who would you put your money on?
Go ahead, Ben.
I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know who the favorite is to win the tournament. I think it seems like Shadow Priest, Boomkin, Demolock, those kind of comps have been doing really well. A lot of teams here can run that, and I think whoever plays better in the mirror, I have no idea who's been winning the mirrors, so I think it's going to be really hard for me to call.
Yeah. I'm not sure about who would be a favorite on US. All I can say is that I assume that now, especially with the 4-man roster, there's actually going to be so many different comps, specs that can be run within a team that we'll see just such a high multitude of different comps, right? So it's going to be depending on who can be the best multi-classer, I would say. You can't just be rolling with your just like the good old one man or single comp. You have to run multiple comps, I would say, if you want to counter other teams that will also be running multiple comps. So I think it's going to come down to that.
Are you Goblin?
I think goblins can't cure arenas, unfortunately.
What?
Yeah, goblins are allowed to cure arena.
This is purebred racism, unfortunately.
Yeah. I've never made a goblin, so I was like, hey, let's just make a goblin since I'm on US. And
this is why you don't make goblins, okay? This is why nobody plays goblins, right? Nothing but problems.
I used to have a Goblin Mage. I was basically shimmering before. It was cool. Double blink.
You're blink casting before it was cool. Before it was made up.
Before it was meta, exactly. Well, this is good. This is perfect because it gives us the opportunity to give a brief shout out to our Matcherino page before we get into this first game. And if we head over to that, we can see we actually reached our $2,000 prize pool goal for the entire event during our qualifier event. So before we even started, that is absolutely fantastic. And the implications are, of course, all that money's going to the prize pools. So first place currently stands at over $1,200, which is absolutely insane. You can contribute further to that just by typing the code GCDTV2, and you'll donate $1 free. Of course, it still can go beyond the 2,000, so we'd still appreciate that. And all that money will go towards the players. And we'll talk a little bit about that later on in the broadcast, but we are now ready to get into game one of No Filter versus Bucktooth Clams, and we can see some interesting compositions coming out of this. What do you think about this, Venruki? You probably know these players slightly better than we do.
Yeah, I think this is a comp. Yeah, like I said, I played with Vices and May and Volkasar before, so some of the players from No Filter. And this is a comp, this Fury Warrior, Windwalker Monk Druid, that does do pretty well against these spell cleaves. They said they've been running it on ladder. They've had a good amount of success, so they feel like it's their best option against this. Obviously, Bucktooth Clam's going to be playing a comp that's tried, true, and tested, so we'll have to see if they can push through the might and the defenses of this Boomkin Shadowpriest Shaman.
Yeah, the first thing I think about is, I mean, we don't see too many Windwalkers, at least on news. I'm curious to see how it's gonna turn out. I know that Fury Warriors are really, really tanky with the self-healing, so we'll see if they can overturn this heavy spell cleave, which is the Shadow Priest and the Boomkin.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they decide to play. It looks like they're going to be running in. I think they're going to try to interrupt LeBron James as much as possible. Look for Tellarine to get those interrupts over and over and over. But On Your Feet's going to be swapped to right away, having to pop that defensive cooldown. Nice CC coming out from May. The cross CC out onto that Shadow Priest. But that Earthen Shield Totem should prevent a lot of this incoming damage. But already the wall from On Your Feet as well as the Earthen Shield Totem has been procced.
Yeah, a lot of cooldowns have been used by On Your Feet right now. It looks like the pressure is back onto LeBron James. So it looks like they maybe want to do swaps back and forth. Actually, Disperse might have to be forced. Popping that Vampiric Embrace should be fine. A nice full clone onto Malo from Previ. And actually, LeBron James might have to Disperse to get locked, but he should be fine. On Your Feet spamming induce heals. And the pressure is still onto Vice. A double Mind Bomb coming on both melee. And a nice clone once again by Previ, just doing such a good job with his clones.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is looking not so good for No Filter. They had a really strong opener, but now Previ and LeBron James getting that momentum going. May's having a really hard time picking his team back up, using that Innervate, spamming out as much heals as possible. Vices and Tellarine both hovering around 50% HP. Tellarine and Vices, they need to get some sort of setup going. Incap out onto On Your Feet. There goes the full leg sweep. Strike of the Windlord comes in once again. Beautiful cross CC coming out from May, but both Previ and LeBron James get out of it. Now May, Tellarine, and Vices are in a lot of trouble. Doesn't look like On Your Feet is going to be in trouble at all. Is able to stabilize his HP. I think that was actually the Void Shift coming out from LeBron James.
Yeah.
So one more cooldown has been forced, but May has to play catch up at this point, and it's really hard against these classes.
Yeah, really nice swap from the team of No Filter. I mean, didn't seem like they had too much pressure, and then they swapped into the rest of Sean, forced that light swap, which basically saved On Your Feet. He was stuck in that stun, and now pressure is back on the team of No Filter. They still have a good amount of defensive cooldowns. I mean, Tellarine still has his Karma, so should be fine. We see the Mind Bomb on the Warrior. That's going to be landing on both melees. Nice Mind Bomb combined with a Silence, unable to dispel. Touch of Karma is still available. We'll see if he decides to use it. Malo seems to be fine with keeping his team for now. So once again, the Void Shift is not available for LeBron James. So the big next cooldowns for both the arms, the Fury Warriors, and the Windwalker could be spell trouble for the team of Bucktooth Clams.
And these are nice Cyclones coming out from Previ. Actually shut down No Filter's offensive go there. Tellarine tried to get that incap out onto On Your Feet, and beautiful Cyclones coming out from Previ kind of shut down that damage. LeBron James getting life up, actually deciding to get out of that stun, decides to use his human trinket on that, so he's not going to be stunned up any longer. Bucktooth Clams has all the pressure and all the momentum in their favor right now. May's actually doing quite well on mana, despite Tellarine taking quite a bit of damage. May should be able to heal through this, still at around 74% mana. The bash coming out from Previ out onto May. Can Previ get the full clone? Full clone out onto May right now. And now Previ is casting that full moon. A lot of damage going to be going out on Tellarine. Decides to actually Karma the damage. LeBron James decides he doesn't want to deal with that Karma damage. Just going to be using that Dispersion to sort of deflect the incoming onslaught.
Yeah, now Tellering is out of cooldown. Vice dropping slowly low, but remember, Fury Warriors have so much self-healing that they should be fine as long as there's no Mortal Strike effect. They should be able to heal himself up back with that Bloodthirst. So we'll see what the team of No Filter can do. On your feet still has that Spirit Link available. A nice double Mind Bomb once again. I wish Melo will try and dispel those sometimes. It could definitely help his team to survive, but a nice full clone from Previ doing such a good job just peeling his Shadow Priest, who doesn't have the Spurs actually. Link might have to be used at 30%. We'll see if Earth and Shield is going to be used. It's going to be used, and I think LeBron James is going to be fine. LeBron James should be fine with that Earth and Shield. Is going to absorb a lot of damage, and Melo actually getting interrupted by Previ with that Solar Beam. A good amount of pressure, but it seems like Melo is fine. As you said, he still has a good amount of mana, and his team is full HP.
Yeah, he's actually ahead on the mana war. So although they've had to play a little bit defensive this game, he is ahead on mana. May now getting bashed up. The Mind Bomb going to be going out onto Vice's full clone out onto May. Teleran and Vices could be in a little trouble. Karma's not available for another 20 seconds for Teleran. He might have to run away. The full moon comes out. Teleran once again able to reconnect. May in a lot of trouble though, having to use that Iron Bark. The full moon did connect on him. Bark Skin as well. Every single defensive cooldown has been used by May. He has to play insane catch up right now, and there's really no defensive cooldowns. Vice is also getting down to 5% HP. This is looking so good for Bucktooth Clamps. Teleran trying to get away. He has that Touch of Karma available. Will he be able to get it off? Looks like he's going to hold on to it. Hiding behind the pillar, using that Effuse over and over and over. May needs to stabilize his team. Previ's going to be pushing in. But remember, once you stack up behind a pillar against these Boomkins, they can drop the Starfall on you. You're going to be taking constant damage. But May getting a huge Tranquility, topping his team off. And that was so insanely close. No Filter has got to be feeling that.
Yeah, absolutely. Melo did a great job topping his team. A huge swap coming onto him. He dropped to 10% with a Bark Skin. So good job by the team of Bucktooth Clams. We'll see if they can keep the pressure going on this Fury Warrior and Windwalker. Touch of Karma is back and available. I'm not sure if it's going to come down to mana. I feel like the game should be ending soon. The dampening is starting to ramp up. A nice double Mind Bomb once again with a silence onto Melo. Should be creating some pressure. It looks like the swap is onto On Your Feet. Going into Trinket and Wall. I think that's a good choice. Every CD was used by No Filter right now. And On Your Feet just decides to respond with it. The swap is back onto LeBron James. Actually, the Spurs is not available, I assume. And he actually just flops in just a quick swap from the team of No Filter.
Oh, that was awesome. For those of you guys who don't know about Fury Warriors, once they pop their Odin's Fury, Battlecry, and Avatar, their damage basically triples or even more. So once they have those burst cooldowns, they can do a tremendous amount of damage, and that's what we just saw there. Vices and Teleran going crazy with their offensive cooldowns, able to take down LeBron James and take the first game.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they expected that swap. Yeah. I think he still had the Spear Link, but that was crazy fast. That was a very good swap by Vice and Teleran, and creating that first game in the series for them.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of different. It's kind of odd because the game pace is generally, perhaps a lot of people would argue in this meta, a little bit slower right now. But people still have those burst potentials. We saw it a couple of times yesterday. Some Demon Hunters absolutely one-shotting, in particular Shadow Priests, I have to say. We saw it once or twice. And then here as well, he just got completely destroyed there. And I feel like their team was struggling throughout that entire game. I don't know what impression you guys got, but they seemed very low quite often in the game.
Yeah, I guess it's one thing. It's one thing to be low, and it kind of happens against those consistent pressure comps like Moonkin and Shadow Priest. Feels like you're dead the whole game, but they can never, well, not never. Sometimes they have a hard time actually finishing you off. So they're able to barely survive a couple different times. I think Teleran got down to like 2% HP. Vices got down to like 5% HP. May got down to 5% HP. So really, really close game. That's got to be very frustrating for them, but it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah.
And credit to Melo as well, because he healed through some seemingly impossible situations in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the pressure from a Shadow Priest and a Boomkin is really, really high, and I feel like the only reason these two melees can actually survive is because of the amount of self healing they both can do. And of course, the Windwalker every time ports gets a little bit of healing back. He also has Touch of Karma, the elixirs to heal him. And of course, as I was saying throughout the game, the Fury Warriors actually has a lot of self healing. And honestly, that's like the only reason that makes him able to survive that amount of high pressure from a Boomkin and a Shadow Priest. The game was really close, though. I mean, it was such a close game. And if On Your Feet might have been able to land that Spirit Link on LeBron James. I'm not sure if LeBron James, the Spurs came back. I'm not sure if it was back up. But cooldowns were still available, I believe. So I feel like if the game could have kept on going for a little longer, it could have honestly went for the team of Bucktooth Clams. So we'll have to see what they decided to do on the next map.
Yep, and the next map is going to be Tolvaron Arena, coming out of Bucktooth Clams, so that caster cleave going for the slightly larger map. I think that's something we see quite often. Do you think this is the right choice, Vin?
I do. It's going to give them the opportunity to pull into the open, pull behind the pillars. It's going to be really hard for Teleron and Vices to sort of get in and out, like we kind of saw in the Grand. Once they're in, they're kind of committed, and that's sort of the theme of this map and why casters like picking it so much, because it gives them so much free reign over the melee. You have to sort of compromise their positioning.
Yeah, absolutely. Tolvaron always been a great map to, as you said, it's very easy for spell cleaves to, just get pressure in general. And it's going to be harder for Melo to push into, and he might be a bit more exposed if he wants to heal his melee DPS. But Tallarine and Vice seem to be pretty confident in just, being able to push, go back and forth, force cooldowns when they have nothing and just try and back off. So that's what they're going to have to do on this map for sure if they want to survive this Shadow Priest and Mumkin pressure.
Oh, interesting. This isn't a talent you normally see Windwalkers run, but Tellerine's actually going to be using that Zen moment. So every 45 seconds, he can retreat and heal himself for a lot. He gets a 20% shield wall, as well as 20% increased healing as long as he's not attacking. As he attacks, that goes away. But every 45 seconds, he's going to be able to use that as a really strong defensive cooldown, which is interesting.
Okay. So he does lose the healing elixir, is that what he said?
No, he loses the fortifying brew.
Oh,
so
the fortifying brew. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. All right.
So it's like a lower cooldown wall, but it's up more frequently. But anyways, Bucktooth Clams getting aggressive right away. May having a really hard time healing up his team, getting behind the pillar, using that tranquility very early on. Tellarine and Vices need to make sure they're both in cooldown, or in range of that, pardon me. Vice is going to be pulling back. I'm looking like he's completely fine, so he's going to be pulling into the middle of the map. But Previ and LeBron James able to get a lot of damage out onto him. The offensive cyclone is going to be going out from Previ as well. Incap out onto On Your Feet, but it doesn't look like they're able to really do too much with that. The full moon incoming out onto Tellarine. Onto Vices, actually. LeBron James now getting swapped to. Finally, Vices and Tellarine able to connect with the bash out onto May. And right now, this map is doing such a good job for Bucktooth Clams. Vices and Tellarine can't really go anywhere. They have to sit in the middle of the map, take all of this damage, and May is having such a hard time healing through it.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that the team of Bucktooth Clans put some pressure onto May. A nice double Mind Bomb combined with a stun on Cyclone Sorry onto Melo. Scoring for a touch of karma onto LeBron James. So Tellarine should be fine. Leg sweep is up onto LeBron James. But Urson Shield, the nice Urson Shield right before the bash into On Your Feet should delay or any deaths on the team of Bucktooth Clams. But Vice is now dropping low. Tellarine's dropping low. He has no karma. Melo's going to have to do a lot of work here to top his team back off. He also doesn't have tranquility, so it's going to be very hard to deal with that pressure. Armbuck is up, though, so Tellarine should be fine. And a crazy amount of self-healing once again by Vice, the Fury Warrior. That's something you can see throughout the game. Something else interesting to see is On Your Feet playing that Bim and Viger. So even though he's been a target the previous game, he feels like he needs it to maybe top his Shadow Priest. Sorry. So we'll have to see if he gets punished for that later on. Now the pressure's still onto Terran. Full silence. Mind Bomb is up onto Tellarine and Vice. He should be fine though. The HOTS are rolling. Melo doesn't have to deal with any interrupts for now. But actually the Touch of Karma is still not available. We'll see if he is able to survive till that is back off. And yeah, looks like pressure is still on. Vice dropping low. He's gonna have to pop these Bloodthirsts if he wants to heal himself back up. Melo doing a lot of healing right now. Gets put into full bash. Decides to trinket. Good choice.
Yeah, good choice. He needs to make sure he can get those HOTS out onto his team. Tellarine is still taking a lot of pressure, but he is going to be using or getting that bark skin from May. So this is their time to get aggressive. They just haven't found a moment throughout this entire game. Earthen Shield Totem going to be popped preemptively by On Your Feet onto LeBron James. And actually Dispersion used as well. I think that might have been a little bit of a mistake. I don't think he was in any danger whatsoever with that Earthen Shield Totem. I'm not exactly sure why he used that. No Filter hopefully can capitalize on that later. Right now, Bucktooth Clams once again on the offensive. May doing a good job line of sighting, just keeping himself hotted, getting that Cyclone out of that in-cap out onto Previ. And they need to do that over and over. If Previ's going to be harassing May, Tellarine needs to make sure he's getting in-caps off basically diminishing returns onto Previ so May can get those full Cyclones and relieve some of that pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like one of the issues when you fight a team like this. If you're on the Shadow Priest, the Moonkin is free. Be casting a nice double stun combination. Melo pulling the full bash. Mind Bomb onto Tellerine. Really nice cross. You see the full silence is up. Full Moon. A Frenzied Regen should heal him back up. We'll see. 18%, 20%. Frenzied Regen just doing so much work for Melo. But now he has a lot of work to do. Touch of Karma is of course available for Tellerine, so he should be fine. But look at the pressure on the team of Bucktooth Clams. It's just so hard to get pressure when you have to deal with so much damage. Torvaron just so hard to deal with. Tellerine now doing a nice job porting back behind the pillar. Trying to delay his touch of karma. Pressure is on the team of No Filter for now. We'll see if they can find an answer to this Shadow Priest Moonkin composition. Just so strong. Triple Mind Bomb by LeBron James. Great job by him. Put a Melo up into the DR clone. And it looks like the team of No Filter just cannot seem to find any time to get some pressure.
Yeah, it's really difficult because their goes are so infrequent. On Your Feet always has that Earthen Shield Totem. It's only a 1 minute cooldown, so if they're only getting good setups every 1 minute, but LeBron James going to be using that Disperse already off cooldown. Just doesn't want to have to use anything else. On Your Feet's going to be sitting in the middle of the map, able to cast out those heals with Vim and Vigor, like you said, able to top off LeBron James. LeBron James getting interrupted over and over. Tellerine and Vice is doing quite a good job with that. Blood Elf Silence comes in once again. They just want to interrupt those VTs. Kicked on it once again. But they just can't get the damage out. It's good that they're slowing down the momentum. Perhaps as dampening goes later on, they just need to survive. They can break through some of these defensive cooldowns coming out from Bucktooth Clam with the full clone going out onto May. DR clone as well. Tellerine might need to retreat right here. Full Moon coming in. He does have the Touch of Karma available. Decides to use that Touch of Death, so they want to get aggressive. No Filter going for the kill here. Full clone, though, out onto Tellerine from Previ. Nice defensive clones. Swapping that over onto Vices as well. Trying to keep LeBron James up. As Touch of Death did come out, that was a little bit of a scary moment, but really No Filter not able to capitalize on that. Previ shutting that down with his Cyclones.
Yeah, Previ just is relentless with these Cyclones and not giving his team the full moon is now being popped. Looks like it's going to go into Tellerine. Nice touch of Karma is actually going to heal him back up. A nice clone once again. And Previ just on top of these clones, cloning three clones on the warrior. When there's no DR on the monk, he's going to put 3 clones on him and just basically not letting them play at all. It's hard enough for this Windwalker and Fury Warrior to get any pressure, but Previ just completely shutting them down. Now pressure onto LeBron James. I'm not sure if this burst is back off. He's not at 30%, but Link is available, and so is Life Swap. Life Swap is going to be used on Previ, so a nice amount of cooldowns forced by the team of No Filter. And finally, they're getting some pressure, but Tellerine has no Touch of Karma, has to pull back off. That is also the strengths of Windwalker. They can easily pull back off when they need to, but now it's going to be also harder for them to push back into the battlefield. So we'll see if the team of No Filter can keep this up. I feel like that's the only way they can get a secure strategy. Full Moon is actually going to be interrupted. Full silence to Melo. A nice clone to Tellerine. Vice is under pressure, but he's popping these Black Doors. Should be healing back up a little bit at least.
Yeah, May is spec'd into Defender of the Week. It's funny to see the little golden buff under his bar just procced up the entire game. Bucktooth Clams keeping someone of that team, of No Filter, under that 50% range over and over and over. LeBron James actually going into Disperser, decides to come out. He wants to get aggressive. Tellerine does not have that Touch of Karma for another 20 seconds, and they know it. They're trying to kill him. Tellerine pushing in over onto May, though. They're going to be retreating behind the pillar once again, but this is going to give Previ an opportunity to drop that Starfall, get that AoE pressure, and the triple Mind Bomb coming in. May is in a lot of trouble. The DR Bash coming out as well. He decides to trinket out of that DR Bash. You know, he doesn't have any time to not be healing himself and not be healing his team. Barkskin uses well. He does have that Iron Bar cooldown to fade back on, but the full silence coming up. Vices could be in a little bit of trouble. He does have some hots. Tellerine trying to connect out onto On Your Feet. He might need to pull back behind the pillar, but they need to get some pressure going. May is just struggling so hard, already down to 20% mana. On Your Feet at 55% mana. Leg sweep going out on LeBron James, as well as that Touch of Death. Stormbolt out onto On Your Feet. LeBron James could be in a lot of trouble here. The Earthen Shield Totem coming out. May still under a lot of pressure. Previ trying to do everything he can to throw out Cyclones, get those peels out, but he needs to keep the pressure going. He needs to make sure No Filter is on the defensive. May now completely running at 1% mana, and this game will not last much longer unless May can get a drink. And you can rest assured he's not going to be able to get one if Previ's able to chase him down and drop that Starfall. It's really hard for Wrestle Druids at this point in the game, especially against Moonkins, who can keep them in combat so easily. May doing a good job, though, actually sitting down for a drink. They need to stop it. He can't be getting any mana right now. Tellerine just spamming out those diffuses, spamming out the port heals. May actually getting back up to 10% mana. I don't think he actually got any drinks, but just the passive regen is going to be coming out. Full silence out onto May. Now Tellerine going to be in a lot of trouble. Does not have that Touch of Karma available. Bron James, though, in the meantime, getting down to 20% HP, actually having to use that Disperse. Bucktooth Clams needs to focus up. They need to make sure that they're not getting too overly aggressive, chasing down May. They just need to keep up the constant pressure, and they should have this game in the bag. May, once again, down to 20% HP. No mana left in the tank. If Previ and LeBron James can keep up this consistent pressure, I don't think May is going to be able to heal through this whatsoever with no mana. It's just a matter of time before this game ends.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, the Mind Bomb now is going to be full into Melo's skin. Is going to be fading down to 20%. Dampening's at 20%. The healing is just not going to be enough. Melo is going to go down. A good effort, not the least. They still had a Spirit Link, of course, but they did force a good amount of cooldown. It's just, as we said, or as we predicted, Tolveron is such a powerful map for these spell cleaves.
Is there like a talent or something? Why is it? What's the cooldown on Dispersion? I feel like it's really short.
It's a minute and a half, but I mean, it may seem like it's pretty quick sometimes, because I don't know. It's just a minute and a half. It does feel sometimes like it's really short, though. I agree with that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's so many defensives that are 2 minutes, right? So it just feels like it's a shorter version.
Right.
Yeah. It feels really good to have, as a Windwalker Monk, like it feels really good to have a 90-second cooldown defensive. It really does feel like it's always up every time you like. If they're rotating Dispersion and Earthen Shield Totem, so frequently they have an answer for their damage.
Right. Same with the Fury War, you know, Avatar's a minute 30, so it kind of like syncs up with that Shadow Priest Dispersion. So yeah, it's really hard, at least for them on this map. It seemed like really, really tough to get any pressure. So we'll have to see if they may have a bit more luck in a different map. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So what do you think? Do you think it was just the map that cost no filter? Because one of the things that really stuck out to me was those Mind Bombs. It felt like every single time LeBron James landed one, it was hitting 2 or 3 members of no filter. Do you think there's any way they can play around that a little better, or do you think it's just they're setting them up very well?
I think that's one of the hard things about playing against the Shadow Priest and a Boomkin is if you're in the open, you're dead, and if you run away, you're dead. Like you get caught in the Starfalls, you get caught in the Mind Bombs. May doesn't always have an opportunity to get the dispels off. I believe at least everyone's fully dotted up. He's going to get the VT dispel if he gets the Mind Bomb. So it could be really hard to deal with. I mean, I don't play a healer, but I can just imagine what a nightmare it is. It seems very, very difficult to prioritize the things you need to against comps like that.
Right. Okay. Anyways, this is going to tie up the series 1-1. Of course, the way that the structure of the tournament, guys, is that the loser does always get the map choice. So now that will be going over to no filter since they did lose on Tolveron. They will have their map advantage having won game 1 as well. So they do have a slight edge in the series now. But we'll have to see if it was just the map that got the game for Bucktooth Clams or if maybe they perfected their strategy just a little bit more. I do want to shout out one donation that we didn't manage to shout out at the very end of yesterday's broadcast because the timing was just a little unfortunate. We got $10 from Willionaire. He said, "Don't play much competitive arena anymore, but still fun to watch the guys at the top. Thank you for doing this." So thank you very much for that $10 donation. We do absolutely appreciate that, and I'm really glad that you do enjoy the broadcasts.
Yep.
All right. So what do you think the map choice will be for no filter then in this next game?
I'm not sure what the map is going to be. What I feel like is that if the Shadow Priest and Moonkin does a good job rotating the cooldowns on their team, they should be able to win. I feel like if the game goes long enough to a point where Malola is either out of mana or dampening is too high, they should be able to win. That's how I feel like it. I mean, like as Ben said, there's so many cooldowns that they can combine. Earthen Shield, Link, Dispersion, of course, Life Swap. There's so many now different amount of cooldowns that this Windwalker Fury has to go through that I feel like if they do a good job rotating them, they should be able to win. But then again, the burst is so insane sometimes that a cooldown might not be enough, or you're stuck in a stun and you can't link, or you can't swap. So it's gonna come down to how well No Filter can set up these bursts and how well Bucktooth Clams can rotate his CDs.
Yep, for sure. So certainly the smaller map should help them a little bit getting slightly more of those setups, do you think?
I think it will, absolutely. I mean, Incapacity, I don't know the range on it. It's not that long. So on a map like Tolveron, it's hard to constantly be getting the incaps on the Moonkin and on the Shaman when you want to do your setups. On this map, it should help a lot. There's going to be a lot of line of sight for when they want to pull away, and when they want to get aggressive, they should be able to get those incapacitates off, which is like that's their crowd control to get their burst windows off. So it's really important that they're getting that on cooldown. And if they're not, we saw what happened last game. They just always, if you're not constantly doing your setups over and over and over, they will always have an answer for your setup. So you need to make sure you're staying aggressive, you're getting the cooldowns when you need to, and if you're not, you're in a lot of trouble.
Right. So we'll see how they open up this on this map. Previ, let's see if Previ just has been just doing such a good job with these Cyclone, and I think that's just like so devastating for the team of Vice and Tellerine. So we'll see if he's gonna be able to be maybe more shut down this game. Anyways, a full clone onto Maylol opened up. It's gonna be swapped to Tellerine instantly. LeBron James should be able to sit as the first Urshan shield is down, even though On Your Feet isn't put into that bash. So good amount of defensive cooldown have been neglected here by the team of Buctus Clamps.
Yeah, absolutely. Good opener for them. LeBron James should be completely fine, though. He has that Earthen Shield. Earthen Shield totem has been used, though, like you said. They're trying to get some pressure out. This is what we've seen in most of these games. No Filter can run in. They can use their offensive cooldowns very early on and get a little bit of momentum in their favor. But once Bucktooth Clam stabilizes, it's really hard for May, Tellerine, and Vices to sort of stay in. That is the full Cyclone out onto Tellerine. And actually Mind Control going out onto Vices as well. Another Cyclone going out onto Tellerine. So LeBron James might be wanting to capitalize on that Mind Control ability a little bit more in this game. Innervate's going to be popped by May, trying to get out as many casts as possible. But I believe he actually gets interrupted there. Silence coming out as well, so not able to capitalize on that Innervate whatsoever. Really didn't get any healing out. So well done by Previ and LeBron James shutting down that cooldown.
Yeah, it looks like Previ's getting shut down a bit more now. He was put into a Stormwall now to an Incap. Pressure is back onto Tellerine. Full bash onto Maylol. We'll see if... actually, a nice double Mind Bomb. And might not be able to touch a Karma. Full clone onto Maylol. Touch a Karma should be able to be used. And it's going to be used onto LeBron James. Instantly cloned by Previ once again. Just completely shutting down this team of No Filter. Now the pressure is back onto Tellerine. As we said, Touch of Karma is not available. Maylol actually getting locked out with that Solar Beam. Earthstone Shield is back off. Again, though, should be able to neglect some of these cooldowns On Your Feet. Might have to use the wall here. The Astral Shift might have to be popped. It looks like he's gonna be fine. Actually decides to pop the Earthen Shield, and as we said, usually when Earthen Shield is down, it should stop a good amount of damage that the team should be fine for at least the next 10 seconds.
Yep, absolutely. May, once again, you can just see the Defender of the Week popping up over and over and over. That's going to be increasing his haste by 20%, but Full Moon going to be dropping down from the heavens from Previ, lands on Tellerine, smashing his face. He's able to port away, though, behind the pillar once again, spamming out those effuses. May actually decides to dispel there, gets caught in the VT stun, but going to be completely fine out of that. Spamming out once again. Previ pushing in, getting the bash out onto May, and May actually be in a little trouble right now. Cyclone coming out onto May, so now they're going to turn around the pressure out on devices. Mind Control going out onto Tellerine. Previ might look to try to shut down May, try to finish the game right here, but it looks like he's able to just spam out those Cyclones. Actually, a little bit of a miss. Never mind. He did it on devices. I thought he mistimed his Cyclone onto May, but he swapped it over onto Vices. Now May's having to play catch up once again, getting interrupted out onto the his Cyclone from that Solar Beam coming in from Previ. Vices still dangerously low. Both Vices, Tellerine, and May trying to retreat, but on the small map, Previ's going to be able to get out that Starfall. Like we've been talking about, every time they retreat, he can drop that Starfall, get damage out onto everyone. So they need to be running away, line of sighting, try to avoid damage, but they can't be stacking up, or the Moonkin's just going to be getting out too much pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, actually, the Mind Bomb was not dispelled. A full clone to Maylol. Touch of Karma is back up again. Pressure to On Your Feet. He doesn't have Trinket. He doesn't have this Astral Shift. It was used previously early on. We'll see if the Earthen Shield is going to be back off. You may actually have to link. Nashi Earthen Shield is going to be able to save him from deaths for a few seconds at least. Pressure is back on the team of No Filter. Tellerine does have Touch of Karma. Vice put into that DR clone, and Maylol is going to have to do a lot of work. He can also help his team back off. A nice dispel. I really like dispelling against a team like a Shadow Priest and a Moonkin, because a lot of the pressure comes from also the dots. So if Maylol keeps dispelling on cooldown, he should be fine. He gets put into the full clone. A great job by Previ. Full Moon was Incap. Good job by Tellerine. Should be saving his team for a little longer.
Yep, absolutely. Silencer going out onto May. Mind Bomb coming out as well. Tellerine has no Touch of Karma. The Full Moon comes in. Mind Control on him as well. Will the dots be able to finish him off? No, it will not. May is able to dispel that. Tellerine can port away. That was a very close call. Bash coming out onto May as well. Previ and LeBron James, they want to get aggressive here, pushing in, trying to keep up this pressure. Starfall out once again. May, Tellerine Advice is going to be getting smashed by those stars. Wild, or actually gets interrupted there on that cast. So May once again not able to get out those heals that he needs. He's going to be pulling out behind the pillar. Defender of the Week has Brock once again. Tellerine pushing in, maybe getting a little bit over aggressive here. Has to port away, spamming out those effuses. But they need to get some pressure, some momentum going. No Filter has to look for an opportunity to turn around this pressure, or they're just going to be taking this Wizard Cleave damage over and over and over. Bash out onto Previ from May. May actually landing a full Cyclone out onto him. Now No Filter wants to get aggressive. Touch of Death, a Life Sweep going out onto On Your Feet, but he is going to be using that Earthen Shield totem. It should deflect this incoming assault. He actually gets interrupted there as well. Previ and LeBron James have to help him. The full fear, actually the DR fear coming out from Vices onto Previ and LeBron James. They want to keep this damage and pressure out onto On Your Feet. Gets in-capped, actually. It looks like they just CC'd off that Earthen Shield totem, and now On Your Feet could be in a lot of trouble. Cyclone, though, going out onto Vices. On Your Feet should be okay using that Spirit Link totem. Touch of Karma was forced onto Teleran. I think he might have been using that a little bit aggressive, wanted to keep the pressure out on Your Feet. Now On Your Feet is still in a lot of trouble. He doesn't have any defensive cooldowns left. I believe LeBron James still has that Void Shift. Mind Control spam is going to be coming out, though. Nice CC, but On Your Feet dipping down at 10% HP. LeBron James having to use that Void Shift, so No Filter finding their stride, finding their momentum, and able to force a lot of defensive cooldowns from Bucktooth.
Yeah, I really like what the team of No Filter is doing. On Your Feet, not playing that Calming Water, was actually chain interrupted for at least 10 seconds, not able to get a heal, and they basically got the Void Shift from LeBron James just with that, the Blood Elf Silence, the interrupts. As I said, he has to deal with 2 kicks, both from, the Windwalker and the Fear Warrior. So there's the Windwalker, sorry. So there's always that pressure. So I really like what the team of No Filter is doing, but the pressure is back on the team of No Filter. Previ doing a good job with these clones once again, trying to shut down the team of No Filter, but now a nice mind control onto the Windwalker Tellerine is going to deny this current onslaught, and Melo running out of mana very, very slowly, but the team of Bucktooth's Clam, is out of cooldown, so if they can get any big burst onto On Your Feet, I assume that's going to be their main targets. They may be able to get a kill, but it's just so hard to deal with because the pressure and the onslaught of the Shadow Priest and Moonkin is just not unstoppable, I feel like.
Yeah, there's a light sweep out onto On Your Feet as well. Doesn't look like they were able to force really any defensive cooldowns from him. He gets interrupted on that heal, but he should be okay. Teleron and Vice is trying to connect over onto him. Down to 50% HP. The Blood Elf Silence coming in. Touch of Death as well, but that is the Astral Shift as well as the Earthen Shield Totem. He should not die through those defensive cooldowns, and now Mei is completely tapped on mana, down to 4% mana once again. On Your Feet still at 66%. 13% dampening. This is going to become a nightmare for Mei. Teleran does not have that Touch of Karma for another minute. The Mind Bomb is going to be coming out from LeBron James out onto Teleran, and Vice's Mei actually trying to dispel, but he just doesn't have the mana left to keep up those hots. Bash over onto Mei as well. Previ and LeBron James smell blood, and they want to push in. They think they can end the game right now, but they have to make sure they don't get over-aggressive. They still have a lot of defensive cooldowns they can rotate through. They need to make sure they don't get caught in a bad position. Just keep up the damage. Stay focused. Don't let No Filter find any openings. That is a leg sweep out onto LeBron James. I believe he actually still has his dispersion available, so he should be okay. Mei, using that Innervate, he's going to be able to get out a lot of healing with that cooldown. So he has to make sure that it doesn't get dispelled. And it looks like they actually group up and get triple Mind Bomb. Mei now into that full cycle, and Teleron needs to hold on just a little bit longer. Touch of Karma up in 25 seconds. But Mei really just doesn't have that much left. Ironbark still available for him, though, so he can use that defensive cooldown if anyone gets too low. So good job by him not panicking. He knows no one's in that big of trouble right now. He's always going to be able to fall back onto that Ironbark, but now he's at basically 0% mana.
Yeah, on top of that, the dampening is ramping up. I feel like they still have an opportunity to kill On Your Feet. I think that's what they're trying to do right now. Full leg sweep is up. We'll see actually the artifact. Blood Elf Silence, they want to put everything. Astral Shift is used. Link on top of that. I think On Your Feet did a good choice. He just wants to make sure he's not dying right here because he knows that Melo is totally out of cooldown. They also use Touch of Karma right now. So as long as they can survive for at least 20 seconds, I feel like the team of No Filter should be dying. This Moonkin pressure and Shadow Priest pressure should be finishing them off. I feel like Melo doesn't have any cooldowns left. He just armbarked himself. He has nothing for Vice. Of course, the rallying cry, the commanding shroud, is going to be popped, but I feel like they have nothing left in the tank. But On Your Feet actually has to deal with some interrupts. He gets locked. DR, Stormbolt might actually finish him off. The off heals actually not coming out from LeBron James, and it might actually be a cross kill.
Cross kill, and now Mei and Vices going up against Previ and LeBron James. Mei completely out of mana, though. If he had mana, this would be an easy 2v2. He needs to somehow stabilize LeBron James pulling back, but I think he needs to try to get aggressive, getting that damage out onto Vice, and I think this might just be it. Vice does have some self-healing. The Full Moon, though, we're going to be connecting out onto Mei. The Silence as well. Looks like Bucktooth Clams has us in the bag. Can Mei survive just a little bit longer? That is the full Silence. He displaces away. Can he get the healing on himself? How is Mei still alive? The Cyclone out onto him. Ironbark over on Vices. It's swapped over on Vices, and now Mei will be taken down. LeBron James getting dangerously low, though. Very close call, but Bucktooth Clown is going to take game number 3 and go up 2-1 in this series.
I mean, it's not over.
Oh,
I think he actually killed him, but he died at the same time, unfortunately for Vice. But what a very close game, actually. Even though it seemed like, It was pretty
Yes, it was pretty close, right? I guess that's
Right.
what we were getting with. Yeah, honestly, it's that. Yeah, I mean, first series of the day, game 3, and already we're having cross kills. That was such an unbelievable cross kill as well. I thought. Again, it looked like there was nothing really going for no filter, and then just out of the blue, they get this insane amount of pressure on the Shaman. It looked like they were just going to win the game outright, but their Windwalker, who had been 20% all game, actually falls over, and then. And like you say as well, that's a 2v2 that typically you'd expect Warrior Rested Druid to win, but since of course Mela was just completely out of mana, he couldn't really do too much in that situation.
Yeah, very close call. If he just had a little bit mana left, maybe he had his Innervate up. It might have been a different story. But honestly, Previ did such a good job throughout that entire game with those Cyclones, rotating them out onto May and Vices and Tellarine, really just setting up for his team. The damage. I was just looking at the damage breakdown. It's really funny. The team of Bucktooth Clams that game did 160 million damage. Pretty high numbers. Previ almost doing 100 million damage.
right.
And the team of No Filter doing a little bit less with like 60 million damage, so 61 million. There's huge damage differences there. Obviously, May stressing out throughout that entire game. But on your feet, LeBron James probably have to make sure, because No Filter's damage is so concentrated, it's all burst on a single target. They need to make sure they're rotating their defensive cooldowns, so they can't be overlapping that, and that's really the focus of them in the game.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you said you know this team quite well, then. You said you play with a number of their members quite often. They're 2-1 down now. They're the number 1 seed in this entire event. Do you think they have any kind of options to swap over? Do you know, maybe you have some inside knowledge to some of their other compositions, perhaps?
Yeah, so they have Volkasar on the team as well. He's a really strong mage. He's known for sort of playing the off specs of mage. He's always been an arcane mage or a fire mage when fire wasn't sort of flavor of the month. He was always playing the sort of weird specializations. So they could always bring him in, but I just don't think I don't think mage is really, really strong in this particular matchup, which is unfortunate. So I think they feel like this is really the only comp that they can run. I mean, the games have been so close. They won game number 1, a close game number 2. Game number 3 came down to a 2v2. So although they're down right now, they are coming extremely close to winning these games. So I feel like they're kind of putting their best foot forward right now, and they just need to clean up the games a little bit and hope for a little bit of good fortune if they want to win this series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like you say, the game's so close. Actually, they are going to lock in that Arcane Mage. It looks like it's going to be the Windwalker Arcane Resto Druid coming out of the team. So, wow. I mean, we haven't seen... I was saying yesterday that we haven't... Yeah, exactly.
You.
Arcane is all the rave. It's all the rage, I should say.
All the rage.
Everyone's playing all the rage, not the rave. What?
Really?
Oh, yeah. I saw this Arcane Mage is super high rated on the US ladder, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of arcane mages that do really well. A lot of the mages, it just works so well. So some of the strengths of arcane specifically comes from that resonance talent. So, and when people are grouped up, your arcane barrages can do an unbelievable amount of damage. I've hit like 1.2 million arcane barrage in arena, which is pretty crazy. You have a lot of burst every time Mark of a Luna's up. If you get missile procs, that does a lot of damage as well. Kind of hard to kill if they use their mass and viz appropriately. May might be able to get cyclones with that. So yeah, we're gonna have to see how they do. It's gonna be a very setup based comp. And they're going to have really strong opener. So you can expect Bucktooth Clams to have to use a lot of their defensive cooldowns right away.
Yep, just curious to see on which target they're gonna pick. Actually, I'm assuming it's gonna be the Shadow Priest. I feel like Boomkins are decently tanky. I'm not sure how Windwalkers do against Boomkins. Actually, the totally wrong prediction. They actually decided to open on your feet, playing that Vim and Viger. Trinket and Astral Shift popped instantly. Good choice by him. DR Lex Sweep, but Earth and Shield is down. You should be fine. Then again, that was every CD from that Arcane Mage, popping that Arcane Power on top of the CDs from the Windwalker. So the team of Bucktooth Clams just responding was a huge amount of cooldowns. Ascendants on top of that, so they should be fine for now.
Yeah, they should be okay. Now Volkso is going to be looking to build up those missile procs so we can continue to get out that damage. Arcane missiles coming in once again. Looks like they're swapping over onto LeBron James. Cyclone out onto Previ. And one of the strengths of this Windwalker Arcane Mage comp is that he really doesn't have to focus on polymorphs. LeBron James getting down to 20% HP. Is he going to be using that dispersion? 10% HP. Finally having to use it on your feet. going to be getting incapped up there into that DR polymorph. And that's what I was talking about. The Arcane Mage really doesn't have to worry about polymorphs when he plays with the Windwalker, because they just have that incapacitate, so he can focus on getting out that burst damage. Once again, double Life Sweep coming out from Tellarine out onto On Your Feet, as well as Previ the Cyclone coming out as well. But May, Volcasaur, and Tellarine all dipping dangerously low right now. Bucktooth Clams turning around the pressure in this game, and now we see No Filter basically having to play purely defensive.
Yeah, that was insane. I mean, they basically forced that that dispersion was that incap, and LeBron James was of course trying to hold it because he was like, I mean, there's no CC on my healer, I should be fine, and he actually had to use the disperse regardless. So we'll see if he can survive the next onslaught. Urchin Shield is down for now. The pressure is still relatively high, but Melo's mana is just insane this game. I feel like Arcane is just able to shut down way more of that pressure. And actually, Touch of Karma was recently used on Telly. I think he was trying to Touch of Karma that full moon. Maybe bit of an not needed cooldown. We'll have to see if it bites him up later in the game. And now pressure is on to that Arcane Mage Razakloth. And on the other side, looks like they want to actually hit On Your Feet. He had the trinkets and Astral Shift early on. Should we back off? Arcane Power is used. I think he's going to trade that with the Astral Shift, and yes, he does. Now he has to deal with interrupts. Was able to fake the Windwalker, so he should be able to top himself back off once again.
Yeah, Volcasaur getting shut down so badly there. Tellarine throwing out that Life Sweep. Volcasaur getting hexed and beamed and sheared when he's trying to get up that Mark of a Lunith. So really good job by Bucktooth Clams, realizing if they can shut down Volcasaur's damage, they can interrupt him on that Mark of a Lunith, on those Arcane Missiles. He's really not going to be able to generate much pressure. So that's really what they need to focus on this game, and they've been doing a good job of it so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about, here the pressure back onto On Your Feet, but actually a nice Cyclone on Tellarine is going to deny every burst potential. And I think they're trying to punish On Your Feet because he has that Vim and Vigor, but I feel like they can just do some insane bursts on the Shadow Priest too. So we'll have to see what their target of choice is going to be. And Urchin Shield once again popped. Of course, On Your Feet playing Vim, which means he doesn't have Calming Waters. He potentially has to deal with 2 interrupts. But he seems to be doing fine. At least with his health, mana is going down a bit low, but I'm not sure if it's going to come down to mana. Now full bash onto Melo, decides to trinket it despite having the skin, put it to the full clone. Great job by Previ. Pressures onto that Arcane Mage. Terran doesn't actually has Touch of Karma back off now, so you should be fine. And Razakloth just doing a good job, just pulling back off, spell stealing some hots here and there, just kind of playing it safe, blinking the dots, and just remaining healthy throughout the game. Tranquility was previously used by Melo. We'll see if who the team of No Filter decides to go on for the next burst. Once again, they're down 2-1, so they have to win this game. So they have to make something happen. They still have so many cooldowns to go through. I mean, Dispersion is available on top of Spirit Link, and Voice actually so much damage coming out to LeBron James. Actually decides to disperse. Good choice by him, because that was some ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah, now On Your Feet is going to have Earthen Shield Totem available. He doesn't want to have to use it here. They need to stall out a little bit longer, separate their defensive cooldowns. But it looks like No Filter wants to keep up that aggression. Razakloth or Volcasaur spamming out those Arcane Missiles, getting out the Arcane Blast. But he wants to make sure he doesn't go completely here. A swap over out onto On Your Feet. He's going to be using that Astral Shift to prevent some of this incoming damage. Bash over onto Tellarine, though, and actually gets annihilated. What just happened? He went from 50% to 0 in a bash. The full moon, I believe, connects from Previ, and Tellarine just explodes. I want to see at the end of this game how much that hit him for, because he had Touch of Karma available. I just, what the heck? That was unbelievable. Bucktooth Clams going to be taking this series 3-1, surviving the damage, and then turning it around, basically one-shotting him. Previ getting a 1.128 million full moon. That's a lot. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah,
yes.
I guess that's also somewhat credit to Sky Fury Totem. There's no way without a Sky Fury crit that he achieves that route.
I mean, he's been doing such a good job of actually Touch of Karming almost every full moon. And I think he just didn't expect the 1.1. I mean, usually he does, if he's low, he knows that he has to use a Touch of Karma. And this one time only, when they're down 2-1, unfortunately, he doesn't get the Touch of Karma off. I'm not sure if you can blame it for that, honestly. 1.1 million amount of damage, even though it's predictable, more or less.
You're like, that'll hit me for like 30%, 35% of my HP. I'll get Karma off. He had a split second before he got out of that CC. And then
I just rewatched it on broadcast. He literally went 47% to 0 just from that full moon
instantly
combination. Yeah, wow.
That is unbelievable.
And that's about as big an upset as it gets. I mean, Bucktooth Clams, they looked really strong during our qualifier bracket yesterday, and then we interviewed them briefly after their victory through the bracket, and they seemed really confident. But still, it's our number 8 seed going up against the number 1 seed for the entire competition, guys. No filter, and they are going to be dropped down to that lower bracket. So let's have a little look over at those brackets right now. We can see that first series 3-1 in favor of the Bucktooth Clams. They're going to be advancing on to our upper bracket semi-finals, and they are waiting to see who they're going to be fighting out of Northern Panda and Elevate, which will be our next series to play. So just have a little look at who those teams are. Okay, so we have Northern Panda. That's actually kind of a mix of the old Northern Gaming and the old Panda Global, right? So that's going to be Rub Cub,
I believe so, yep.
Roosties. Okay, interesting. And then they're going up against Elevate, which is another recently sponsored team, I believe. So it's Nesba, Majordin, and Terokai is their healer, I think. If I'm correct, and they also have Wealthy Man on their team as well, it looks like. Or Versace, sorry.
Yeah, so they have 2 mages. I was talking to Nestor about this. Like, why do you have 2 mages on your team? Because Wealthy Man and Majordin both known for playing mage in the past. I think they can both play ults though, so they both have other classes available to them. He's like, yeah, we're just trying to dominate the mage market, take them away from other teams.
Right, that's an interesting strategy.
Very interesting.
Right, I was gonna ask, does anybody play double mage on US? Because is that a thing or not?
Sometimes it's rare though.
Right,
it's scary. When I played it, it seems scary.
Yeah,
I think we do have a team on EU that actually plays double frost mage at a decent high amount of MMR. I think they play double frost, and it's really good against some teams. There's just especially against cleaves, you're just slowed constantly. You just you can't stop both frost mages from bursting. So there's just like huge amount of burst and slows going on. So it's particularly hard for melee cleaves. So I'm curious to see if they might actually bust out some double mage.
That'd be awesome.
We'll see.
I feel like there's a decent chance we might see like a rogue mage mirror, but I could be wrong.
So what's Northern Panda's exact roster? They have Inviolable on their team as well, right? And he plays multiple classes, I think.
I think he's known for playing Hunter, Shaman, Elemental, Enhancement. I think he can play something else too, but I forget. But mostly Hunter and Shaman is what he's known for.
Okay, and then of course Rub Cub is very much known for his Holy Paladin. So you reckon most likely Northern Panda will go for the RM Paladin as their main composition?
I'm not sure. I don't know. It seems like Rogue Mage is still pretty strong, but maybe they feel like if they just run something else, they can counter it. Like when someone runs Rogue Mage Paladin primarily, they know what's good against it, and if they can run what's good against it into someone running it, then they'll have an edge there. So maybe they'll decide to go for the mirror. Maybe they have something secret in store. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, because I don't know what other classes Samion plays. I think he plays Lock occasionally, so he might be playing Demonology Warlock with Inviolable on Shaman. They could run that. But yeah, I think their bread and butter is going to be that Rogue Mage.
Okay, yeah. Interesting. And then Versace, is he also known for the Holy Paladin on the side of Elevate?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so they also have Rogue, 2 Mages, and a Holy Paladin, right, as their classes, predominantly? Yep. Wow, so we could be going back to some Rogue Mage mirrors. That would be quite hype because we haven't really seen any Rogue Mage actually in this tournament. I mean, I was commenting on this yesterday. I don't think we'd seen until yesterday a single Demon Hunter in any tournament ever, right? Because of course they're new in Legion, and I don't think we've seen a single one in the GCD, and we certainly didn't see any at BlizzCon. So
it's weird that same exact thing happened to Monks when they first came out, like in Mists of Pandaria. The first couple tournaments had no Mistweavers and no Windwalkers. I don't know if it's because people just weren't confident on the class, or the class wasn't necessarily the strongest, but it's kind of cool to see Demon Hunters in, because I believe at the regional tournament and BlizzCon, like you said, we didn't see one Demon Hunter, which is a little sad because it is like the class of the expansion. Right now they're obviously really strong, and I personally kind of hate them, but
I just feel like it took a long time for Demon Hunters to kind of find their niche in PvP. I remember during, in the previous patches, they were really strong, and then they were just really weak. And it took a long time before they actually, found that mid-level where they were actually like good without being too strong, but without being too weak either. And I feel like now that's kind of the spot they're in. Some may argue that they might be too strong, and they might excel at some things more than other classes. But I feel like they at least found their niche. They actually used in a quite different comps. So it's kind of nice to see too that you can add a different class and spec into different comps, basically.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It is interesting to see how they play. I think the consistency of the Metamorphosis cooldown. So when Metamorphosis got lowered, but it's not as powerful, that was really, really important for them. Then didn't get shut down on their 5-minute cooldown and then become useless for the rest of the game. Now they consistently can be scary throughout the game with that cooldown. And it is really scary to fight against a Demon Hunter.
Yeah. I would say one of the core strengths of Demon Hunters has to be Imprison, man. And I know people just something that hate to deal with it because it's actually such a powerful cooldown. It has so many possible use, right? Either defensive, offensive, and it's just such a great way to peel. So that's really one of the things that makes him really strong right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
I was just gonna. Okay. Okay.
Go
You go.
No, you're good, Toby. Always you first.
Okay. I was just gonna keep everyone up to date on what was happening. Of course, we are waiting for our next series. We can't wait to get into these games either, guys. And we were just having a little challenge with one of the queues, but we are ready to get into it right now. I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the teams we haven't seen just yet, because I get the feeling that a lot of people, there are a lot of some of the more known teams coming up in the bracket towards the end. One of them, in particular, Splice versus CD, but now we are actually getting ready into the game. So just as I start going onto that sidetrack, we are straight away ready to get into it. And it's actually going to be, it is going to be the Rogue Mage on the side of Northern Panda, but not on the side of Elevate.
Yep, so Elevate deciding to pull out a comp we haven't seen in a while, the RLS, and it looks like actually he's decided to play Destruction. Who is that on HNG? What's his name?
I mean, you have to tell us. You're the US player. I was gonna ask you that. I was like, those are some interesting names. Wealthy Man is of course Wealthy Man.
This is Major then?
Let me have a little.
I don't know who HNG man. Come on, there's a lot of pressure.
Yeah. This is Major Den HNG.
Okay. Major Den gonna be playing that Destruction Warlock, and it looks like Sam I am gonna be playing that Fire Mage. Rossi's going to be playing Subtlety and Red Cub on that Holy Paladin. This is a matchup I've never seen before. This is an Orc RLS. All three of them are playing Relentless, so stuns are going to be incredibly short. It's going to give Elevate a lot of time to play their characters, which is really good for them. Obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I haven't seen too many Destros. Generally, it's been more like a demo domination in regards to Warlock specs. I'm curious to see how he's going to be able to deal. I feel like it's going to be really hard for him to get Chaos Bolts off with a Rogue and a Mage on him, so I'm really curious to see how he's going to decide to play this up. Looks like actually they're going to decide to open onto Rubcub. He pops that wall instantly, but the Avenging Crusader is popped also in return. But I've been putting so much damage into Wealthy Man. DR Hodge, he might actually just go down. Astral Shift, Blood Elf Silence, uses the Hellstone, should be fine. A nice double coil is going to peel Roasties and Misocage from that onslaught.
Yeah, he actually gets blinded low. He is relentless, so he's not going to have an opportunity to get out of that or heal himself whatsoever. The sap coming out as well. So if Roasties and Sam I Am can reconnect out onto Wealthy Man, he has no defensive cooldowns left. The kidney shot coming out. If he can get Spirit Link Totem off, he might be okay. Fear actually getting reflected onto Wealthy Man there, or sorry, onto Majordan. So well done by Sam I Am spell stealing that Nether Ward, reflecting that fear. Once again, though. Majordan's going to be swapped to, taking a lot of pressure right now, having to use that defensive cooldown, that unending resolve, gating away as well. But so far, Northern Panda doing such an excellent job in this matchup. This should just be it. The Blood Elf Silence coming in, Wealthy Man getting caught into that Hodge as well, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any follow-up CC out onto Wealthy Man. And now Roasties is getting swapped to full blind out onto Rubcub on those wings. So well done by Nesper in this matchup, trying to create some pressure out onto Roasties. Rubcub's going to be using that bubble as well as that sacrifice. So using a lot of defensive cooldowns there, but it looks like they are going to be able to take down Wealthy Man. And as I say that, the Spirit Link Totem does come in, saves his life for now, but Elevate really doesn't have anything left.
Yeah, that's insane. Actually, he dropped to 2% health. Wealthy Man barely able to get the Spirit Link off, but Rubcub in the meantime had to use Bubble and sack onto Roasty. So HNG, despite not being able to get these Chaos Bolts off, still able to force CDs. And now that Rubcub's out of Bubble, any next CC onto him might actually cause trouble for his team. Misocage now dropping low, still has the Cauterize available. He is playing fire, nice double core once again by HNG. Is going to heal him up. Cauterize being forced. Actually, Robcom gets locked. Block's going to be forced. Rosty's into trouble. He decides to use that Vanish, and it looks like all of a sudden the pressure is on for the team of Elevate, but the Avenging Crusader should be coming up very, very shortly and be able to top his team hopefully soon.
Yeah, Rubcup actually getting swapped. We put into that cheap shot. He's going to be using his wings, though. That Avenging Crusader, this is going to give his team the healing that they need to survive just a little bit longer. But once that cooldown fades, it's going to be Elevate's opportunity to push and get aggressive. No Unending Resolve available for Magen. Actually, I lied. He is going to be using that Unending Resolve, but he's down to 20% HP, 15% HP. Wealthy Man not able to connect any heals. It's going to fade. The Blood Elf Silence comes in, and both Samayam and Rosty's able to connect a lot of damage, a lot of crowd control there, and they're finally able to take out Magen in a really close game. I feel like if Elevate could have survived just a little bit longer, their next setup on the Northern Panda could have been the game.
Yeah, for sure. An incredibly good game. And for a team that has 2 mages, we didn't see too many mages on the side of Elevate. And the strategy of taking them away so far at least hasn't worked out. But yeah, like you say, that does, of course, naturally mean that they do have the options available to them. It's actually kind of funny that in their roster, like in this game, they had 2 main mages and their comp was still RLS, which is something that not the most common, I would say.
I feel like if they played Demonology, I just don't know what Destruction brings that Demonology doesn't. It seems like Demonology is far more tanky. It's not going to die as easier. You have a lot more peels, you have more defensive cooldowns, you have more damage. Like, I just don't know why you would play Destruction over Demonology. And I think if they actually were Demonology, they could have shut down the opener from Northern Panda a lot better, and the game might have played out a little bit differently. I'm not exactly sure.
There's not actually a single decast either, right? On Northern Panda, so
yeah. So maybe that's something they want to change, because I think in theory RLS actually seems pretty nice with that triple orc, but they just need slightly more peels in the opener. They were forced a little bit too defensive, but you kind of saw in that game once they caught their stride and they sort of stabilized, they were able to force a lot of defensive cooldowns from Northern Panda.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Demo is just strong for also the fact that it's just very, very tanky compared to Destro. I feel like HNG, every time they were onto him, he was just flopping it. Even with barely any CC onto Wealthy Man, it's just Rogue and Mage damage is still very, very high, and they could just, on top of that, lock down the Destro lock so hard that it's just so hard for him to get any real chaos bolts off when he actually needs them. So interested to see what they're going to pick, and hopefully it's going to be Double Mage. We'll see.
Double Mage.
You hope for Double Mage?
They have an opportunity to mirror. Like they could always fall back on the mirror. I don't know if maybe they're just not the most confident in it. Maybe they feel like RLS had a good advantage. I guess the only thing I could think Destrolocks sort of bring over Demo is the Fellfisher, which is really strong, but I just don't know if he's getting off enough Chaos Bolts for it to be worth it.
Yeah, it's probably really rough against that sub-rig, even if you're running the Orc Relentless to get those casts off, right? And I completely agree with you. I think Demonology is just far more tanky. It should be way, way harder for the RM Paladin to tunnel down a Demo lock. And with no decurses, Doom, of course, is going to be his highest hitting ability. Has lots of peels for his partners as well. It just seems like you were saying, there's no real downside to swapping over to that Demo spec. But of course, they do have other options. Tiger's Peak is going to be the map choice for Game 2 of this series, guys. Let's see if the compositions have changed at all as we load up into the game right now. And yes, it does look like we might have that mirror here.
Yeah, they're going to tag in Versace. It's going to be a sub-fire Holy Pally mirror here. And this isn't a mirror. I don't think we saw this at all yesterday in the tournament.
No, for sure.
Yeah. So
we have to go back to BlizzCon to look at these types of mirrors, I think.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see the trinket choices. So Nestor's going to be playing Relentless, Majorin going to be playing the actual trinket, and Versace's going to be playing Relentless as well. A little bit different on Northern Panda sides. RevCub going to be using Relentless. Sam I am going to be using Relentless, and Roasty's actually deciding to use that trinket. There's a little bit of a racial difference as well. Nestor's going to be playing that Orc, so it's going to be very hard for them to target him down. Whereas Roasty, I believe, is actually a Blood Elf.
Yep, that is true, and I guess both Paladins are going to be playing that Avenging. That's what it seems like, at least on the UI. Something a bit different, I know back at BlizzCon, both Paladins were actually playing, the regular wings with a double freedom, double sack, so a bit of a different playstyle. It's going to be very surprising to see how they decide to open here. Usually back in the days, both rogue mages went on the paladin. We'll have to see if that's still the strategy currently on this patch. But yeah, looks like both teams are kind of just waiting out, trying to maybe get a sap, and just wait. Actually, the mages invis are going to fade off, so they're going to have to sap in a few seconds here.
Yeah, Roasty's actually looking for Nesper. Nesper looking for Roasties. But Roasty's very, very close to Majin right now. Actually decides to sap him. Samai getting sapped as well, so both rogues just counter-sapping the other mage. No one wants to get a big advantage. Versace's actually going to get sapped up, and it looks like Northern Panda wants to get aggressive right away. Cheap shot on the Majin and cheap shot on the Nesper. Kidney shot out on the Versace. They swap over onto him with a ton of damage. DR Hodge out on the Majin, and Majin not going to be able to peel that up whatsoever. Versace going to be using that Avenging Crusader. So a lot of cooldowns forced here onto Elevate from Northern Panda, but now it looks like Samayam's in a little bit of trouble. Full blind out onto Rubcub. Temporal Shield has been popped as well. It looks like he is going to use that. Majidin getting swapped to as well. In the meantime, sap over out onto Versace, and it looks like Majidin is the one that is in trouble. Cauterize going to be proccing out onto him, actually using that Ice Block as well. So now Majidin not going to be having Cauterize, not going to be having Ice Block available to him whatsoever. Northern Panda taking a commanding lead in this mirror.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, both teams kind of did the exact same strategy. They both paladins got blind at the exact same time, swapped up to the mage, basically trying to CC that Avenging Crusader. Now, Versace doesn't have that Avenging Crusader. No blocks into Mage, and he might just go down. The Hodge bubbled too late for Versace. Unfortunately, he's going to finish Majidin off in game number 2.
Yeah, Northern Panda just doing such a good job. It seemed like they were ahead in sort of every single way in that mirror. If you look at the damage breakdown, Samayam 6 million compared to Majidin's 3. Roasty 6 million damage compared to Nesper's 4. So just more damage, more control. Just a really good game coming out from Northern Panda.
Yeah, that was a really clean game, actually. They, even from the very start, when they were the team that get the first sap, it just looked so good. As soon as they forced the melee wings on Versace, they just blind sap kidneyed him. He didn't get anything off of that. They forced the block. And they just walked all over Elevate in that game. I don't know. Do you think that it really comes down to the momentum you get off of being the team that gets that sap on the mage at the start, or do you think they just played the game overall?
I'm not sure, but didn't both mages get sapped at the beginning? I'm pretty sure both mages got sapped at the beginning, kind of like a mirror. I'm not sure. I just think their offensive pressure and their damage and their crowd control was just timed a little bit better. Their setup seemed a little bit cleaner, and the game just played out for them much nicer.
Yeah,
that's probably the reason why they decided to play our list, I guess, in the first game. Maybe they knew this would kind of happen, and yeah, maybe the reason they didn't want to pull out the mirror at first. Of course, the team of Northern Panda very, very experienced into that, are in that mirror. This comp they've been playing for such a long time, so they know exactly every little tip, every little trick that they have to do. And yeah, they seem to be particularly strong in that mirror. So we'll have to see what Elevate can do. They're down 2-0, and they have to find an answer in this next game.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing, right? Now you're 2-0 down as Elevate. You started off as an old composition because maybe you weren't confident in the mirror, and then you swapped over to that. And honestly, this game was just completely one-sided. I mean, sure, they forced the sacrifice from Rubcub, but that's nowhere near the amount that they need to come close to winning this game. So now, do you think they should go for the mirror again, or do you think maybe they should try something slightly different in this next one?
I don't know. Against a team like Northern Panda, they're just so strong at this rogue mage setup. I think if they bring sort of like a B team in an alt composition, they're just going to get overrun. And I think their best choice is to really just think about what happened in the mirror, what went wrong, what they could do better. Really just focus up and try to play a cleaner game. And I think that's really the only option that they have.
Yeah, I think so too. Interestingly enough, both teams did the exact same thing. It wasn't like there was a different strategy. Both teams went on the opened up on the Paladin, forced that Avenging, and then instantly blinded him, and then try to CC him off with either Sap, Sheeps, and then on top of that, Kidney right after that. So they had the exact same strategy. It's just that Norse and Panda just did way more damage, honestly, and it just were able to get more pressure.
Yep. All right. So this is going to be game 3 of the series. Tolvaron Arena is the map choice for Elevate, so going for that slightly more drawn-out map. We'll have to see how it plays out for them, because this potentially could just be a 3-0 sweep for Northern Panda if they can secure this final map, potentially.
Yeah, I'll have to see how both teams decide to open up once again. Did anyone change their trinket It looks like Roasties decided to go with the Trinket. Sam, I'm going to be using the Trinket instead of the Relentless this game, so it looks like he didn't really like that. It's going to give him a little bit more control when they want to do their offensive setups. And as I say that, he swaps back to Relentless, so I guess he doesn't even know what he wants to run, switching back and forth. So that is a difference once again. Nesper not going to have Trinket. Roasties will have it. They might be able to capitalize on that, but I kind of like the Trinket option from Roasties because now he has a chance to sort of Trinket out of the importance you see and keep that momentum going.
Right. Yeah, I feel like it depends on how long the game goes. Of course, Relentless being, more powerful the longer the game actually lasts, and Trinket, as you said, really, really powerful when the game doesn't last as long. So it also depends on that. So we'll have to see what team what actually favors what. I feel like it doesn't change too much in general. I remember back at BlizzCon, most teams some were playing Trinkets, some were playing Relentless, and I'm not sure if it actually made a huge difference. So we'll have to see. I think it's more going to come down to the strategy. Actually, a nice step onto Rubcub. They're going to be opening onto Misocage, the Fire Mage of Northern Panda. Hot into Roasties. Nice cross you see from the team of Elevate. Really trying to get some pressure here. Combust is used by Misocage. We'll see if Majidin, can actually spell seal. It looks like no for now. Avenging Crusader used by Rubcub. He's on DR with that Sheep, so he should be able to top Misocage back off very, very shortly.
Yeah, Versace getting dangerously low right now. He does have that shield wall up right now, so he's going to be preventing a little bit of damage. Samayam needs to pop that temporal shield, and he does before Cauterize procs, taking him to 100% HP. Still just doing a good job playing defensive. Rubcub now caught into the full polymorph. Samayam having to play so defensive this game. Elevate doing a much better job keeping their offensive pressure and momentum going. Roasties down to around 50% HP as well. The blind being tossed out onto Versace. Now Majidin is the target of choice. He does have Temporal Shield up again. Pops it going to 100% HP. Both mages playing very well in this matchup so far with that Temporal Shield. But Majidin might actually have his Cauterize proc. This Sacrifice going to be coming out for Versace out onto Majidin, preventing any incoming damage. But Versace needs to be careful. He needs to be able to connect some heals out onto himself. But it looks like Roasty's going to be swapping over onto him. They're wanting to capitalize on that Blessing of Sacrifice damage. Versace trying to get away, throwing out those flash of lights. Can Samayam connect? Maybe with the Blinks, yes, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Nesper just throwing out those cheap shots over and over and over. Sap over out onto Rubcub as well. Samayam just trying to hold on a little bit longer. He does not want that Cauterize to proc. Rubcub needs to get that Sacrifice out onto him. Samayam holds on for just a little bit longer. Rubcub threw out the Sacrifice. He's going to be fine. No Cauterize going to be proc. So both mages have Cauterize as well as Ice Block available to them.
Yeah, Elevate definitely stepping up their game. Doesn't want to lose this potential last game here. And the pressure is on to Roasties. Rubka was sending into a blind to a Sap a little bit early on, but Samayam was able to sit his block. Now the pressure onto Majid and doing a good job once again with his Temp Shield, not able to be spell stolen. I feel like that'd be huge if he was able to, but they're doing a good job with the Blinks. Combined with the Prismatic Cloak, it might be a bit harder to actually dispel that Temp Shield off. So good job by both mages staying nice and healthy. And I feel like both teams are kind of like on equal ground for now. Rubcub now put into the full Hodge. Unfortunately, Sheep was DR'd, and I think he should be able to top Misocage up. DR Blood Elf Silence is gonna be popped. He pops out, the Holy Avenger should be able to top his team. Major on the other side is gonna decide to block. I think he's still Cauterize, but decides to block first. I think that's a good choice, saving the Cauterize for later on.
Yeah, there's no reason to use both. Like you said, it's a good choice to use that block first, especially when you know you're probably going to have to use the ice block anyway, so we can always fall back on that later on. Combustion going to be used from Majidin, though. He wants to get that damage going. Looks like they're swapping out onto Roasties, but not really able to connect too much damage with those cheap shots. Down to 40% HP, though. Rubcub getting polymorphed up on his wings, actually deciding to bubble. He needs to get that healing out onto Roasties, but Majidin getting swapped to Cauterize has proc for him as well. Down to 30% HP. Versace bubbling right away. Doesn't want to make the same mistake again. Can he connect those heals onto Majidin? Majidin taking so much damage. But Majidin throwing out those polymorphs over and over and over out onto Samayam. Now Roasties caught into the kidney shot. Dragon's Breath out onto Samayam as well. Majidin should be able to survive, but now Elevate really has no defensive cooldowns left. Roasties, though, in a lot of trouble. The Sheep's out onto Rubcub. Roasties trying to get away. Does not have Cloak of Shadows available. If they can connect just a little bit more damage, they might be able to take him out. Triple DR polymorph going onto Rubcub. Kidney shot out onto Rubcub. Roasties spamming out those fades. Cloak of Shadows is available to him as well. Uses that Cloak of Shadows. He's still trying to get away. Rubcub doing everything he can to get those heals out onto him, but it doesn't look like it's enough for now. Finally, Avenging Crusader comes back up. Rubcub's going to be able to top off Roasties with that. Majidin now getting swapped to. Nice temporal shield from 50 to 100. Versace now caught into that full Hodge, though. Majidin is getting taken down in one Hodge. Sacrifice coming out from Versace. Throws out that Sacrifice onto Majidin, keeping him alive for now. Triple Blood Elf Silence coming in from Roasties, and now looks like Roasties is in full retreat. He knows he doesn't have any defensive cooldowns left. He knows Nesper and Majidin want to connect onto him, so he runs away, gets the restealth. Cheap shot out onto Majidin, trying to reconnect out onto Majidin. Versace is caught in those polymorphs. Agent trying to do everything he can. He's running away right now. Blinks into the middle of the map, trying to avoid some damage, spamming out those polymorphs over and over and over. Full Hodge, though, out onto Versace. If Samayam can connect a polymorph after that, I think it's still on DR. So he throws polymorph out onto Nesper. DR kidney shot out onto Versace. Majiden still just trying to survive, throwing out those blinks for that that prismatic cloak, as well as a little bit of healing you get as a fire mage when you blink, which is keeping him alive for now. But now Versace getting full polymorph. Majiden really doesn't have anything left. Pops a temporal shield, nice temporal shield. If Samayam can't get that off, that is actually going to top him. Now Samayam's getting pressured down quite hard, but Rubka going to be using that Avenging Crusader, actually gets caught into that full blind. Samayam popping that combustion. Both mages playing chicken right now. Both don't have Ice Block available to them. I believe Samayam still has that Cauterize available to him, though. Cheap shot out on the Majiden, Hodge out on the Versace. Samayam going to be a little bit of trouble. Rubka still has that Sacrifice left, and now Majiden will go down with that Blood Elf Silence polymorph out onto Versace. And Northern Panda, and it's actually a very close game. Credit to Elevate. Played much better. It was a really close game, but Northern Panda is going to take that 3-0.
Yep, a very good game actually coming out of Northern. Well, coming out of both sides, to be fair. But Elevate definitely gave them a run for their money. They were very close to taking down Roasties, very close to taking down Samayam. And you can see as well that the damage in this game was far more even. Still a little bit more for Samayam over Majiden, but overall, very well played on both sides. But we are going to see Northern Panda will advance to our upper bracket semifinals. Let's go over, check out those brackets real quick and see the implications of that. We now have 2 teams advanced to there, and we're going to be looking at our other side of the bracket now. So WizK's Return versus the Bells, and of course later on Splice versus Method. Now the Bells, of course, that's going to be Jamili, Gurecki, and who was the Paladin who was playing with them? I can't remember his name. Kazaki, I believe, something like this.
Yeah.
So Kazaki, and they're actually running the Boomkin Shadow Priest Holy Paladin, which is interesting because the other team has Absurge, WizK, and Aspo on them, and they're also a Boomkin Shadow Priest, presumably, right? So do you think maybe we'll see that mirror?
Yeah, so Kasaki, you said they were actually running with a Holy Paladin yesterday? I feel like there's no, if they decide to run a mirror with a Holy Pally into a Shaman, I feel like they haven't, it's going to be very difficult for them. I just don't think Holy Pallies have the same kind of throughput. And eventually, once they throw or run out of cooldown, it's going to be a nightmare. But this isn't a mirror I've ever seen before. So I don't know how this is going to play out. Like, did you guys see any mirrors like this yesterday?
No, we didn't. There wasn't any Boomkin Shadow Priest mirrors. So.
Like Vince said, I feel like Paladin probably is a bit weaker, even though Avenging Crusader is very powerful against spread damage. I'm just not sure if it's going to be enough. When Avenging is going to be down, he's going to have a lot of trouble topping his team back up. But honestly, it might work off. I'm sure these teams have been playing the matchup quite a bit. On paper, it sounds like the Shaman would be better if they decide to play that matchup, of course. So, yeah, should be interesting to see what Rich Healer they decide to run with and what comp they decide to play.
Yeah,
I remember yesterday when Jamili qualified. He gave quite a rousing speech as to why his team was called the Bells. He was there was something along the lines of, when you hear a bell, such as the school bell or whatever it is, it signals an action, like we are the action, we make you react, or something like this. He was trying to really sell the name to me on broadcast, which was quite entertaining. But I mean, they do like to be, I feel like they're the types of players who really want to play these fast-paced games, right? So we saw them playing quite aggressively yesterday, and they certainly were executing teams quite fast in their series.
Yeah, Jamili's quite known for his offensive gameplay, pushing in, really hating pillars and Shaman. So he always feels like people should be attacking much more. There should be less defenses and more people just attacking and fast-paced gameplay. So I'm sure that's why he likes the Rogue Mage setup so much. And maybe we'll see them run it. I mean, they have Peekaboo available to them. I don't know how well Rogue Mage does against Shadow Priest Moonkin and Demo Moonkin. Those classes are just so tanky. It's an unbelievable amount of damage that comes out. I feel like Rogue Mage is going to really struggle.
Right, and on top of that, there's always the blind pick factor. So it's so hard to predict what they're going to run. You know what comp they can play or what classes they can play, but you will never, or almost never be able to predict what is the first comp they're going to run in. That's always, matters, since especially in these best out of fives where every game counts. So it's definitely important to win that first game. And as you said, he might play something to maybe something not too dampening, so to speak. But then again, if you want to win, you have to play the best comp possible. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, for sure. And just to catch us up on some of the announcements, of course, we are 2 series into our broadcast today, guys. We will be aiming for 8 series, so each team will compete twice today. I just want to once again get a little shout out to our Matcherino page. As you can see, we've already reached our $2,000 for the tournament, which is absolutely fantastic. But I would encourage you, regardless, to head over there, log in via your Twitch, and we would really appreciate it if you would type in the code GCDTV2 to the donations page, just so that we can get that extra $1. Of course, it's all from Matcherino. They kindly are partnering with us for this event. So credit to them. Their website's awesome. Definitely go over there, check it out, check out the rewards, etc. And we're also going to be announcing our next tournament, which is going to be a few weeks away in Europe later on in this broadcast. I think we'll probably do that 4 series into the broadcast. So when we complete this first round. So definitely lots of stuff to look forward to, guys, over today's broadcast. And of course, the other 2 teams we haven't actually seen play, I touched on them a little bit before the last series, is Splice versus Method as well. So I think I was even we had a couple of donations yesterday where they were mentioning Novos and Sea-Doo. So these guys are definitely fan favorites. Splice and Novos, we haven't really seen them play. Of course, the European Splice won BlizzCon last year. So I'm imagining the North American Splice roster is quite strong as well.
Yes, absolutely. 100%. See, let me take a look at exactly who's on it right now. It is Novos, Felito, Chun-Li, and Thugonomics. He signed up as a different name, but they have a lot of different comps available to them. Chun-Li, arguably one of the best, if not the best, Windwalker monk in the US. He's incredibly consistent, and they just have a lot of good comps available to them. Novos has been playing that healer quite a bit as well. It multi-classes very well. I know I've seen him play Mistweaver monk, play Resto Druid, Resto Shaman, so he's really been focusing on playing that healer this expansion, because I think him and Thugonomics have always played together, but they've always had issues with finding a healer. So he said, forget it, I'm going to be a healer. And they added some really good players to their roster, and they've been really, really strong throughout both seasons of this expansion.
It occurred to me as well, seeing like in the brackets as a visual person, Splice versus Method, it gives you a couple of flashbacks, don't you think?
Yeah.
I really hope that that doesn't mentally impact Method too much going into that series, because last time those 2 organizations met, certainly, it was literally the closest series in the history of WoW esports.
Right.
So
I feel like it might actually give them an advantage, kind of that revenge feeling that they might have, just because, especially when you lose in such a close way, there's only one thing you want to do is, fight them again and prove that you can actually beat them. So I feel like that might actually be an advantage for them. Hopefully not a disadvantage. We'll have to see.
I think, yeah, someone just put Bean's Dream in the chat as well. I haven't actually seen that emote before. It's a battery with 2% left. I don't know. So there's so many great stories. And that's the other awesome thing as well, right? That we just had our esports announcement for this year, because it starts to get you excited. And I don't know if many of you guys went over and actually watched the hype video again. Of course, the audio didn't work on the initial broadcast to show it off, but it just brings back so many fantastic memories, such good nostalgia, and I can't wait to see what the teams are going to bring out for us in this year's esports program.
Yeah, it's exciting. Hey, it's interesting. So many of these rosters have similar compositions. It seems like everyone has the best comps available to them now, so it's just a matter of who really puts in more effort and like actually learning how to win these mirrors, because if you play the best comp and you can win the mirror, you're going to be very, very successful. And yeah, it's curious that everyone can basically run similar comps. They all have them available to them. In the past, we've seen players sort of sticking to their guns, but now everyone just plays alts. They want to play the best class, putting a lot of practice into those. So it really is, like I said at the beginning of the tournament, it really is anyone's game. I have no idea how to predict who's going to win this.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, yeah, for sure. And that's also one thing I noticed about North America as well. A lot more people seem to stick together with their rosters. Do you think that's fair to say?
Yeah, I do. I don't know. I think some people swap around, but a lot of players are sort of loyal to each other, which is nice. Which is nice to see, because I really feel like players that stick together for a long time, they can build synergy together, they can build strategies together, they can multi-class and build off each other's strengths and weaknesses. And it is nice to see, because it reminds me of the good old days when it was just 3 players always stuck together, like no matter what their comp was, and try to sort of just figure it out.
Yep.
Yeah,
Which isn't necessarily the best strategy always, but it is kind of cool to see teams grow together.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel like
no,
this is
I
true
totally
even
think so.
on UEF. I think a lot of players from last year probably going to be playing together again. And on top of that, we're talking a bit earlier about the amount of comps that each teams are going to be playing. I feel like something that we've never seen before, or at least before Legion. There's not that many players that played at least 2-3 different classes, and now it's kind of like the bread and butter of most teams. They kind of have to, especially after seeing Splice win BlizzCon last year. They were able to basically just play so many different specs and classes. And I think that kind of inspired a lot of other teams to do the same, to basically just be successful.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it definitely paid off for them. And they were just a 3-man roster, right? I don't think there's going to be too many 3-man rosters this year, because it's just such an advantage to have that 4th man. Like you say, the meta does change reasonably often right now, which I think is definitely fun. I think dynamic metas are the key, although I do hope there's some stability when we actually approach the major tournaments. But definitely from the point of view of a player, as a competitor, it can be slightly more challenging when you have that dynamic meta, right? So it's good to be well versed on multiple classes, multiple specializations, so you can be ready. And then, like, going back to Ben's point as well, I think the only thing that's really challenging then is having the synergy when you do play those new classes. But if you've got people that have been playing together for even more than a year or several years, then that's going to really help with that, surely.
Yeah, 100%.
But all right, it looks like we are almost ready to get into the game, guys. One of the teams was actually in a ladder game, which was the delay here. Of course, it is going to be Jamili's team, the Bells, going up against WizK's return in this next series, our number 2 seed versus the Bells, who we saw absolutely dominating their series yesterday during our qualifier cup. We're so close to getting into this game right now. Of course, it will be Nagrand Arena for our first map, standard format. I'm sure majority of you know this by now. The first game is that blind pick, and there's so many compositions available to both of these sides. Like we were saying, it's going to be interesting to see what they actually do come up with, whether they tease the mirror like Jamili was talking about yesterday, or whether we're going to see something completely different. Of course, Peekaboo on their roster as well does indicate they could play multiple comps, even the Rogue Mage, which we just saw so successful out of RubCup's team.
Do you guys have any predictions for this? I mean, maybe you don't know these teams as well. As well as I do, but do you guys have any predictions whatsoever? Do you think Jamili's team's gonna win, or Asper's team's or Abster's team's gonna win?
Well, I'm not sure if I have a prediction. It's going to depend. I don't know what all the comps are that Jamili can run. Honestly, you've mentioned quite a few, but I'm not sure exactly what they are in detail. I feel like when I'm able to see the comp, I can kind of say, okay, maybe this has an advantage over this, or that has an advantage over that, right? But for now, it's always hard to predict. It's honestly, it's going to depend on a lot of the comps. I feel like more, maybe not as much as on the players, and definitely, as I was saying earlier, sorry, about the blind pick, and it's something that we've seen a lot discussed before. The blind pick is of course very important for these teams, and for me, it's usually going to come down to that: who has the best comp at least, and who can run at least these comps better than the other team can.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess what we're going to find out soon enough. We don't need to speculate anymore.
Yes, we are finally getting into the game, guys. Nagrand Arena, and now we get to see what the compositions are going to be. Oh, it's going to be a little bit of Dame Dazzle coming out of the Bells. The Elemental, presumably? Yep, the Elemental Shaman, Moonkin Druid on Gorecki, and So we're actually going to have the Restoration Druid. We saw their healer was playing on the Holy Paladin last time. Now Kotori playing on that Restoration Druid, and they're going up against, of course, Absturge on the Restoration Shaman, Asper on the Moonkin Druid, and I assume that's WizK, WizPayX on the Shadow
Yes.
Priest. So
quite
as I was saying,
roster on
kind of
both
hard to
sides.
predict what they're gonna run.
Yeah.
At least for me. But now that I see that, I can maybe, if I would feel like Shadow Priest Boomkin could be potentially very strong just because of the amount of Shadow Priest healing can do. You kind of, as long as he has the BTs out on 3 targets, he can actually heal himself a lot more than an Elemental Shaman can. Of course, Elemental is a bit more disruptive with that Wind Shear, the Earthshock stun, so he can stop more damage, but I feel like the Shadow Priest should usually out damage him. Of course, one team has a Resto Shaman and the other one has a Resto Druid, so it's a bit different, but I feel like Shadow Priest Boomkin should have a slight advantage.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. WizK, Asper, and Absurge have played this comp a lot, and I think they play the best of anyone I've ever fought against. So it's going to be very difficult for the Bells. We'll have to see how this works out for them. Asper taking a lot of damage very early on, going to be pulling back. It's going to be a really hard target, especially if he has that magic damage reduction in bear form. Absurge actually getting swapped to, having to use his defensive cooldown as well, his shield wall, pulling behind the pillar. But Goreki just playing so aggressive early on. Finally, Carlos able to pull back, get those heals onto himself. And now Goreki getting swapped to Barkskin and Ironbark out onto him. And normally you think in these mirrors, these Wizard Cleave mirrors, that they're very slow, kind of drawn out games, but this is ridiculous. Both teams doing so much damage right away. The double cap totem coming in from Absurge out onto Jamili as well as Kotori. Dame Dazzle now also getting offensively cloned up there by Absurge. The clone being swapped over out onto Kotori. Now Jamili spamming with his heals onto himself. The Bell's in full retreat right now, taking so much damage from Asper as well as WizK.
Absolutely. On top, there's one thing I didn't mention is, of course, Shadow Priest have Massive Spell, and Massive Spell against a team that was so many dots as an LE and a Boomkit can actually stop a lot of damage. So that's a very, very huge factor too for them. I mean, look at the HP of the team of Whiskey. They're all full HP right now, and the team of the Bells has to, of course, struggle with a lot more, there's just a lot more healing to do for Kotori, but he seems fine with it. I think he's happy with the way it is. He's doing good with his mana. I think he just wants to save mana too. He doesn't want to use too much of it early in the game because it could potentially be a long game.
Yeah, Asper getting out that full moon is going to connect out onto Goreki. Not doing too much damage though. Actually, a Cyclone going out onto him as well. Jamili trying to spam up those heals. Completely out of mana right now. Once again, spamming out that healing surge. He's going to be regenerating his mana quite quickly, so he can get up those heals, but right now, looks like Bell's having to play a little defensive. Once again, Kotori going to be silenced into that Mind Bomb. So full Mind Bomb coming out on to Kotori as well as Goreki from WizK. Asper getting out that Cyclone out onto Goreki, spamming with that Half Moon. Another Cyclone connecting out onto Jamili. Beautiful CC coming in from WizK returns. And now, once again, the Bells pulling back in retreat. They don't really have any offensive pressure, any momentum on their side. Interestingly enough, Kotori and Absurge both similar on mana. Kotori actually winning, so despite being sort of on the back foot the whole game, he's actually ahead on mana, but I just don't know how much longer this game is going to last. Goreki getting dangerously low. The capstone going to connect out onto Jamili as well. Kotori actually deciding to dispel, gets caught into that VT stun, should disorient. Jamili now caught into the offensive Cyclone coming out from Asper as well. If they can connect some damage out onto Jamili out of that, the silence goes out onto Kotori. Kotori just not able to connect any heals out onto Jamili. He's behind the pillar, spamming out those healing surges once again, but the healing just isn't enough. Kotori into the bash. This should just be it. If they can connect the damage they need to. Ironbark's going to come out. Blood Elf Silence comes out from WizK as well, and now Kotori caught into the Cyclone. So if he's not dead, he's Cycloned. And this is just such a struggle for the Bells so far in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Tranquility is coming, though. Should be topping his team up slowly, but so much damage on a team of the Bell was coming in the last 4 minutes. On top of that, WizK is playing that last, I think it's called I forgot the name actually of the Shadow Priest talent. But basically, he's not playing his Void Shear, he's playing with the silence. Every time he Shadow Word Death, there's a silence. So the team of the Bells has to deal with that too. And there's just onto so much pressure, and they haven't forced anything. I feel like their only way to get pressure is to get onto Absurge that's closed the rest of Shaman, but it's just so hard to get to him. And if you do get to him, you just have to deal with all the Boomkin and Shadow Priest pressure. So it's going to be very, very hard for the team of Kotori. Kotori now put it into the bash. A nice clone on his Bark Skin, and now the pressure is back onto Goreki. Goreki down to 40%. He does have skin. Dame Dazzle, actually, that is Jamili on the Elemental Shaman, sorry. is back to full HP, and they're kind of like resetting back and forth. I think they're a bit worried to push in. They're starting to realize that every time they push in, they get easily punished. Now we see a nice clone onto Upsurge. Whiskey actually dropping for the first time in the game. Should be fine. Upsurge doing a good job just dispelling all of these dots off immediately.
Yeah, he can play super defensive back behind the pillar. They want to make sure they're not stacking up, though. So far in the game, Whiskey Returns has done a good job spreading out, so Gorecki can't capitalize on that Starfall. So they want to make sure when they do play defensive that they are a little bit spread out, so it's not connecting onto all three of them. But both teams have stabilized at this point. Kasaki going to be pulling across the map, and that's what we need to see from the Bells. They need to be constantly running from pillar to pillar, making sure Asper and Whiskey have to run across the map into the open. Absurge actually going for a drink. Doesn't look like he's going to sit down for very long. Doesn't get any ticks of mana there because he is far behind on mana. He's down to 55% mana. Looks like he wants to sit down for a drink right now. Gorecki and Jamili need to stop that. Starfall is going to be dropped by Gorecki, so no drinking going to be coming out from Absurge. The Bells is going to be playing a long game. They want to stall out the game a little bit longer. I know rest of the Druids do a little bit better on mana than rest of the Shamans, perhaps. Kasaki actually using that Barkskin as it gets swapped to, but Asper deciding, yeah, you know what, you're going to use that Barkskin, I'm going to Cyclone you up. Cyclones him, Cyclones again, switches it over onto Jamili, and the silence comes out onto Kasaki now. He's just trying to line of sight some of this incoming damage, and his team's falling a little bit further and further behind. Absurge connecting the cap stun as well. Now Absurge getting caught into the bash. Actually pre-Earthen Shield totems that bash, so he's not going to be able to really get taken down very much. Gorecki and Jamili not able to capitalize on that. But once again, Kasaki doing a good job running away, pulling back. Jamili spamming out those healing surges once again, and the Bells just having to play so defensive. WizK and Asper just doing an incredible job this game, keeping up that damage, making sure that the Bells is on the full retreat.
Yeah, absolutely. Whiskey playing that Edge of Insanity talent, which means he has a lot of constant damage, and that's what you can see. That's why you can see the team of the Bells just constantly low all game. Just these dots is doing so much work. I feel like Katori has to do a good job at dispelling. Dispelling is very important. On the other side, Asper is actually dropping low, but look at the HP on the team of the Bells. Gorecki down. Actually, I think it was Katori that got interrupted. No, actually, he faked the beam. A triple stun DR onto Dame Dale is going to be forcing the wall on top of it. And now they're all stuck behind the pillar. Starfall doing so much work. They're moving out of position. I like that. Because the Starfall just does so much damage if you're all stacking up. On top of that, the dots are just slowly ticking, and it's just so hard to deal with because on the other side, Whiskey can actually mass dispel most of the dots, so which means Gorecki can just simply not do as much pressure.
Yeah, Asper actually got really low in that exchange before they sort of turned around the pressure. But Gorecki down to 10% HP. Barkskin has been procced for him. Kasaki spamming out those regrowths. The bash over onto him, though. Barkskin used by him as well. Both Druids have Barkskin up right now, so it is going to prevent a little bit of the damage, but he just can't get the healing that he needs out. Absurge is going to push in the clone on to Katori. Gorecki should go down here. How is he still alive? Iron Bar connects onto him. Is he going to live at that 5% HP? Full Moon being casted by Asper, but it does get line of sighted. Blood Silence being used by WizK. WizK getting caught into that clone, though. Kasaki at 7% HP. If they can connect any damage onto him, he should go down 1% HP over and over and over. Carlos pushing in, trying to finish him off. He does finally get taken down, somehow surviving for so long with such a little amount of HP. That was unbelievable. There's actually one moment in that game where Asper got really low. They did a big swap over onto him. He had to use his Barkskin and Renewal, but I think he got down to like 5% HP. If they were able to connect just a little bit more damage, they might have been able to take advantage of that a little bit more. But WizK Returns doing such a good job during that game. Just such good consistent damage, keeping up the crowd control, keeping up the offensive pressure, and they're going to take the first game because of it.
Yeah, I think we've got some live blood to spam in chat, but he couldn't survive forever. And actually, it's funny, it was Absturge that killed him, right? Like Absturge running around the pillar basically forced him to run back into the line of the DPS and WizK's return. And that's one thing I think some of the US streamers in particular do such a great job of, is pushing in with the electrocute talent, spamming out those purges. It can really hurt a Resto Druid for sure.
Absolutely. Look at the damage breakdown of that game. Asper just doing such... I'm looking at my details right now. Asper doing, I believe, 70 million. Gorecki, the Boomkin on the other team, doing 42 million. Asper, of course, has the advantage of them being stacked up the entire game, but Sunfire, Moonfire, Starfall just doing such a crazy amount of damage. It was like that's like 85% of his damage is those three abilities, which is pretty insane.
Right, and once again, I feel like the team of Whiskey was probably doing a better job at dispelling. Of course, they have the mass dispel, but once again, a lot of the damage, as you said, comes from these dots, both for Boomkins, both for Shadow Priest. It's the exact same thing. 50% comes from the dot damage. So if you can actually dispel these dots constantly, you stop a lot of damage. And I feel like that's important. The problem for the team of Jamili is that every time you dispel, you're open to, a mind bomb. So that there's always that little trick part that you have to deal with. But dispelling is definitely important against Shadow Priest Boomkins. I feel like that's what the team of Whiskey did slightly better. Of course, it's also harder because scoreboard damage is important, and what I mean by that is more like PV damage is always going to be higher. I feel like for Shadow Priest and a Boomkin than an Ellie and a Boomkin.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, yeah, but it does matter in the end because that damage has to be healed. It's not like it's damage to pets. There aren't any pets in this, so sometimes you can see scoreboard damage and it's just completely mute because you're against, say, a Demonology Warlock and half of it is to imps. But here, since there's no pets in this matchup, every single point of damage has to be healed by the healers, right? And I actually thought the Resto Druid on Jamili's team was winning on mana almost the entire game, right? But it's just the throughput healing wasn't high enough to deal with the damage coming out of that Edge of Insanity Shadow Priest and the Moonkin Asper just doing such an incredible amount of damage also. But yes, it looks like we're actually going to have a comp swap. Not so surprising, I think, from the side of the Bells. So they're actually going over to that Fire Mage, Subtlety Rogue, Restoration Druid composition. So what do you guys think of that choice coming out of Jamili's team?
I think it's sort of desperation at this point. I think if they aren't going to win in the Wizard Mirror, they had a few moments during that game where it looked like they could win, but honestly, it just seemed like it was really in favor for Whiskey Returns. That if that matchup played out over and over, I think they would probably win a series. Now they're going to be trying Fire sub Resto Druid. I mean, obviously they're really strong with this comp. I just don't know how good this composition is against this Moonkin Shadow Priest or Moonkin Demonology Warlock Shaman. They're all so tanky, and eventually you just fall behind, and they can stop your setups over and over and over. They're going to have to play phenomenally well if they want to win, make no mistakes, and capitalize on a lot of mistakes coming out from Whiskey Returns.
Yeah, I would say that too. I feel like Sub Rogue and Mage is definitely strong, but you don't have that Mortal Strike effect. You don't have like any healing reduction, so you have to basically kill with a lot of CC. If they don't get the CC, it's going to be really tough. So if the team of Whiskey does a good job rotating CDs, usually against a Rogue Mage, and if you survive long enough, you should be able to slowly get them out of mana, slowly rot the team, and it should be very, very hard for Goreki to heal through that pressure. I'm assuming it's going to be Goreki since they do have two Resto Druids healing, so we'll have to see which Druid is going to be healing because I believe, that's true. They do have two Druids.
Yeah. No, you're right. That's actually a good point. I didn't think about it. I guess Greki is the person that was with them last year at BlizzCon when this team did reach that semi-final though. So not too surprising to see him being the choice on the Resto Druid. Of course, 1-0 in favor of Whiskey's can turn. And actually, Blade's Edge is... I would have thought this isn't the most obvious map choice for the Rogue Mage. Why do you think they selected this?
Maybe it's going to be hard for Absurge to line of sight. Maybe they can get... I actually have no idea. It feels like they're just going to take full damage the entire game. When they want to pull away, it's going to be very difficult. There's not a lot of line of sight for them. Maybe they think Goreki can play at range, keep them up. They can stay aggressive. I'm not sure. Like you said, this doesn't seem like an obvious choice. Do you think this? What do you think, Zuniaki? Does this say anything about the strategy they want to use?
I'm not too sure. I don't think it's gonna. They're definitely gonna have to do some swaps back and forth. I'm not sure if the Shadow Priest of Boomkin is the most optimal target, but they're definitely gonna have to do a lot of swaps because Urshield is also very powerful against the Rogue Mage. It just stops such a high amount of damage, so it's definitely gonna be depending on how well they swap it. Anyways, the game is starting. Jamili was put into the bash. The train instantly looks like the pressure is gonna be onto Whiskey. Triple Blood Elf sounds. Might have to disperse. He actually didn't have Urshield on himself. It was put onto Absurge, so he managed to disperse. Yes, even though the Earth Shield was used, so a bit of an overlap, unfortunately, there.
Yeah, it is a little bit of an overlap. Now, looks like Whiskey is going to be put into that sheep. Absurge able to dispel that off. Now, Absurge, Asper, and Whiskey want to get aggressive, but that is the full kidney shot going out onto Whiskey. Decides to trinket that. They need to get some pressure going. They need to have this Rogue Mage Druid on the back foot a little bit. Now, Whiskey taking quite a bit of damage once again. He's going to have that Void Shift. I believe he's playing that. So he's going to have that available. Blood Elf Silence coming in, though. Can he get it off? The Dragon's Breath. Nice plays by Jamili there, but he does use the Void Shift, I believe, out onto Asper. Asper is actually going to use that renewal right away. So Jamili and Peekaboo not going to be able to take advantage of any swap opportunities there onto him. He tops himself off, and now WizK returns is completely fine. They're at all 100% HP, and they can finally get some pressure going the other way. But now Asper actually being swapped to as well. They decided to swap over out onto him. It looks like Jamili and Peekaboo really just capitalizing on not hitting into Earth Shield. Basically, whoever doesn't have Earth Shield, they're trying to attack right now. Asper using that bark skin. Abster just not able to connect any crowd control onto him. The Bell's doing such an incredible job this game. Spirit Link Totem comes out once again, bash over out onto Absurge. Abster is still in a little bit of trouble, and the Bell's not really in much danger right now. WizK is getting a cheap shot up. Peekaboo and Jamili doing a really good job with the crowd control as well as Goreki. So well done by them. They're keeping WizK returns on the back foot.
Yeah, absolutely. WizK's team, though, doesn't have any cooldown. Void Shield was used about a minute ago. Spirit Link was just used right now. Asper is now totally out of cooldown. Earthen Shield is down. The Kidney, we'll see if the CC is going to be coming. Jamili going for the sheep. Actually gets the full sheep. No MD available. Nice cheap shot onto WizK from Peekaboo. Put it to full clone. Asper is by himself. 3v1 situation on himself, but the pressure from the Starfall damage is very high. Goreki does have the pre-arm bark. Actually didn't have skin either anyways, and now the full blind is onto Asper, but a nice, onto Absurge, but a nice clone onto Asper is going to force that adaptation. Now a full clone onto the Ascendance of Absurge, and Asper, isn't put into the triple DR cheap shots, and it's just very, very hard. He's not playing that Relentless talent, which means every time he gets cheap shot, it's just such a long CC duration on him.
Yeah, Absurge trying to connect those heals, finally getting a huge healing wave onto Asper, able to chop him off right now. And anytime Asper's in trouble, he's able to just get into that bear form. He can still put out the damage, like we were saying, but it just makes him so incredibly tanky against that Subtlety Rogue, which makes it very difficult to actually finish him off. Full Moon going to be connecting out onto Jamili, and Peekaboo doesn't do too much damage, but a little bit of additional pressure coming out from that cast. Earthen Shield Totem was preemptively used by Absurge there. Very well done by him. Denying this setup from Jamili and Peekaboo. WizK not going to have to use Disperse at all because of that Earthen Shield Totem. So very well done by him on that Resto Shaman. Well played indeed. Now Goreki is going to be in a little bit of trouble, down to around 50% mana already. Absurge, you can see at almost 100% mana. He's completely fine. Jamili being caught into that full Hex as well. So nice CC coming out from WizK. Returns Blood Elf Silence coming out from Jamili. Full Sheep out onto WizK. It is going to break. Cyclone out onto Asper. He gets out of it, caught into the full bash. So really taking advantage of that adaptation talent. WizK actually having to use his Dispersion there. No Earthen Shield onto WizK. So once again, Jamili and Peekaboo deciding to target him down as he doesn't have that available.
Yeah, absolutely, and very, very nice cross CC from the team of the Bells. That is Jamili forcing the dispersion of WizK. Spirit Link still not available. Pressure's on to the team of Goreki. He has been doing a pretty good job of healing his team. Kinney is up onto Asper, so if the sheep can come full stun onto WizK. The pressure's on, but a nice clone by Asper into Jamili. He's gonna deny that sheep. Goreki dropping down him in the meantime, popping that Displacer Beast, going back behind the pillar, healing back up. But look at his mana, 30%. I feel like as long as the pressure from WizK and Asper can continue, they should be able to oom it very, very shortly.
Yeah, Absurge has 10 seconds left on that Spirit Link Totem. That should be able to keep his team alive for a little bit longer. Full blind out onto Absurge, though. Asper now getting swapped to, taking a little bit of damage. But it looks like he is going to be fine. Adaptation going to be coming up for him as well. DR Cheap Shot going out onto Absurge. Cheap Shot out onto WizK. Peekaboo doing everything he can to keep his team alive. Goreki almost completely tapped on mana. Dampening is not even in yet, and he's already feeling the heat of this Moonkin and Shadow Priest. Just so much consistent damage coming in. If they can just live, all WizK's team needs to do is survive, make sure they're getting out their damage, and they're doing a really good job so far rotating the defensive cooldowns. And despite the Bells doing such an incredible job offensively, getting out good crowd control, just doesn't look like they're able to get out that pressure. They're not completely out of it yet, but Goreki's almost 0 mana now. Doesn't have anything left in the tank. Last-ditch effort out onto Absurge. Can they take him down? He is going to be able to get off his wall, Earth Shield as well. He should be completely fine because of that. And now the Bells actually able to stabilize a little bit. Goreki looking for a drink. Actually goes down. He is in that stealth right now, getting some drinks off. He has that Mage Water, so but doesn't look like he's actually able to get any steps off. Now down to 1% mana once again. Jamili and Peekaboo need to make sure they're avoiding as much damage as possible. They also need to make sure they're keeping up the pressure, and they're doing a good job so far. Dragon's Breath out onto Absurge and Asper. Both WizK and Asper in a little bit of trouble right now. Full Sheep out onto Absurge as well. WizK needs to make sure he's into that Earthen Shield Totem. Finally is able to connect, spamming out that Shadow Man, making sure he's getting those VTs out, but he gets interrupted on it. Well done by Peekaboo there. Goreki using that Innervate, so he's going to have a little bit of time to spam out some heals. Asper and WizK, though, both in trouble Absolutely, he really doesn't have too much left. He does have that Spirit Link available, but WizK getting down to 10% HP, using that Dispersion. Asper's caught into the Cyclone as well. Asper taking quite a bit of damage. He needs to connect that Spirit Link totem if he can. Doesn't look like he's going to be using it just yet. Wants to save it for a rainy day, but now he's in a full Polymorph, unfortunately. Gets interrupted into that full Polymorph. Asper does not have any defensive cooldowns left. Gets caught into the Bash. Is going to be using that adaptation out of that. Now WizK getting swapped to once again. He does have the Earthen Shield Totem, so he's going to be a little bit more tanky than normal, but Abster just has not controlled this character in so long. He still has the Spirit Link Totem, though. He needs to drop it if it is off cooldown. Doesn't look like he's going to use it once again. The Bell's doing such an incredible job. Asper down at 10% HP. Earthen Shield Totem going to be popped by Carlos once again, or Abster once again. He's trying to connect those heals with the offensive Cyclone coming up from Gorecki on Asper, doing such a good job. Abster caught into the triple DR blind, a little bit of a mistake there, into the Chief Shot. Can they finish Asper off? He's just tanking in that bear form over and over and over, actually using that renewal there as well, catching a huge heal by himself. That 1.5 minute, 30% heal usable on all forms. So that's going to keep him alive for now. Now he needs to get aggressive using those offensive cooldowns. Celestial Alignment is out. Peekaboo, Jamilian, Gorecki in a lot of trouble right now. The clone, though, going out onto Asper. Well done by Gorecki, shutting down that offensive cooldown. But Peekaboo, no Cloak of Shadows available for another 40 seconds. Can he hold on a little bit longer? Gorecki going to be using that Overgrowth out onto him. Now he's trying to run away. He needs to get some mana. How are they still alive at this point in the game? Gorecki's been for like a couple of minutes at this point. Absurge once again caught into the Polymorph. Both Jamili and Peekaboo trying to connect onto, I believe Asper is the target of choice. Jamili does have his Ice Block. He still has Cauterize available to him, so he does have those defensive cooldowns. Actually just deciding to Ice Block, I believe out of some CC. Maybe he just wanted to clear dots off himself. Gets out of it immediately in true Jamili fashion, trying to keep up that crowd control. They smell blood in the water, but Earthen Shield Totem is going to deny the kill once again. The Bells has to hold on just a little bit longer. Cloak of Shadows is used. Gorecki using his Bark Skin and his Iron Bark, trying to survive. Jamili spamming out those Polymorphs, trying to avoid some of its incoming damage, but everyone on WizK returns at 100% HP, and now the Bells is in full retreat.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gorecki actually forgot his Mage Water. You were mentioning it earlier. He was trying to drink, but just was constantly getting Starfalled, and now he has been doing a good job, because he's like, okay, I don't have mana, what am I going to do? I'm just going to clone. That's what he has been doing. The reason he's still alive, or his team is still alive, because he's been cloning so much food. Now, he doesn't even have, I think, a mana for even casting a Reju, and the pressure's onto Asper on the other side for the team of WizK, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The dampening is at 20%. Full Moon is coming off, and that should finish someone off here. Full Moon is actually going to get temp shielded by Jamili. Great job, but Cauterize is going to be used. Gorecki trying to go for mana, but he doesn't have anything. Innovate just came back up, and I feel like as long as the team of WizK survives for another 20 seconds, they should be able to win this game. Tranquility is actually coming up here for Gorecki. Full Sheep onto Absurge, but Absper, is going into that bear form instantly, popping the Bark Skin on top of that, so he should be fine.
Yeah, he should be okay for now. And Gorecki, like you said, I think he actually forgot the Mage Food. Maybe Jamili didn't make it, and this is costing him big in this game. He's actually had an opportunity to sit down for drinks multiple times. You can tell he doesn't have it because his health doesn't go up while he's drinking from that food. And Mage Food, of course, so powerful because it instantly ticks. And now Jamili getting annihilated by that full moon. Goes from 40 to 1% to 0. Gorecki just struggling with no mana the entire game. 30% dampening going to be a little bit too high. And if he had that food, he actually had, like you said, a couple of moments during that game where he could have sat down and drank. If you look at the CC done, all three members of WizK returned in CC for about 2.5 minutes that game, which is pretty crazy. Jamili, Gorecki, and Peekaboo playing phenomenally, but just still not enough to break through the defensives of WizK return.
Yeah, that's an amazing amount of CC, especially considering that they were running Relentlesses largely on the side of WizK's return as well. So that's going to reduce that incoming CC by 20%, and regardless, still getting that high amount. I definitely want to comment on that Mage Food thing, because he was dropping combat, and of course the star form from the Moonkin is going to keep standing him up. But like you say, if he has that Mage Food, it's going to instantly apply a tick every time, so he'll get that 10% mana, get that 10% health, and that really could have been the difference at the end there, because the Bells were very close to winning this game multiple times. They had Asper sub 20%. They almost killed WizK after his dispersion a couple of times as well. So definitely very close to winning this one. And let's not forget as well that the higher dampening goes, the better that is for the Rogue Mage in some regards also, because a lot of the healing, like this is a triple or double hybrid comp from Asper and WizK. So there's a lot of off healing on the Shadow Priest, a fair bit on the Moonkin as well. And the longer they can take that game, the higher chance they have to kill as well.
Yeah,
but
for sure. I would say like the main issue is that they were actually doing great. The team of Jamili was doing great until that point where they started realizing that their healer was out of mana. And at this point, it was just so hard to push and be as offensive. For the first 2 to 3 minutes, they were just so offensive, forcing the void shift, forcing the lane. They just forced so many cooldowns until the point where unfortunately Goreki went and that's how kind of things were a bit harder. They were just not able to push in as much as they wanted, not being as aggressive as they wanted. Goreki did so many actually great plays with his Cyclone. He was constantly cloning all game. That's what kind of gave them the edge to and able to survive for so long. They kind of able to CC that Shadow Priest and Moonkin constantly, stopping some of that damage. But eventually, if you're out of mana, you cannot get a drink. That's one of the things. Sorry, with Starfall, it's just so hard to drink with it because the range is so big. So maybe if you can somehow manage to save a bit more mana, maybe go for a drink with that Mage Water, as we said, and delay the game a bit longer, they could potentially get a kill.
Yeah, I could definitely see them getting a kill in this series. I really feel like Jamili, Peekaboo, and Goreki played really well. That must have been incredibly, even though they won, that must have been an incredibly frustrating experience because of so much crowd control that was incoming. It might be worth, I don't know, maybe not. I think the trinket choice are good. I was going to say it might be worth Asper actually using Relentless, but I think adaptation is good. Every minute he's able to get out of that full cyclone, which is strong.
True.
Yeah. They're all entering as different trinket choices. I wonder if sometimes the add-on doesn't update. Like, I imagine they're all going to go Relentless, right? Against the sub-break? Surely it's... Actually, we did see Asper did play adaptation last game, I think. Because I saw him adapt out of a couple of flashes.
I think it's really important for the Shadow Priest to have trinket if he needs to trinket shift, like void shift. Like having that like as a combo. It would suck really bad if you get caught in a stun and he couldn't get out of it and get the void shift off to save his team or save himself. So I think it makes sense that he's using the trinket in this matchup just so he can guarantee get that defensive off when he needs it.
Yeah, for sure. It can be good. It can also be frustrating, to just sit such a high amount of CC against a rogue mage. So usually I would pick Relentless, because anyways, the game is starting full sap onto Absurge, pressure onto Whiskey. Doesn't have Urshield once again. They might get the disperse instantly. Goreki getting locked with that solar beam, but still going to be forcing the disperse on the Whiskey, and that is a huge start for the team of the Bells.
Yep, absolutely. Already forcing out that huge defensive cooldown. This is a CC we talked about. Asper actually being put into that Cyclone adaptation, going to be proccing for him. Absurge still not able to connect any healing out onto WizK. WizK going to be connecting finally with that, or Absurge finally able to use that Spirit Link out onto WizK. That should keep him alive for now. Earthen Shield as well, but now he gets Cyclone up onto that. Absurge getting swapped to, now taking a little bit of damage. Kidney Shot over onto him. Earthen Shield Totem is going to be used, making WizK returns very, very tanky for the next couple of seconds. So they should be able to survive this, but the Bells doing a great job with their opener once again, keeping up that pressure. But you can see the Moonkin damage and Shadow Priest damage starting to tick down on them. They're all at around 70% HP. Goreki's going to have to throw out some big heals to keep his team stable for now. WizK really doesn't have too much left. He does have the Void Shift, but no trinket available. So if they can CC him through that CC, then while they're killing him, he's not going to be able to take advantage of that cooldown. Asper getting swapped to as well, already using that, or he still has the renewal available for him. He still has his Spark Skin available as well. So really doesn't think he's in that much trouble, saving his defensive cooldowns. I think that's a really smart play.
Absolutely, Asper doing a good job cloning up the Armbark onto Jamili, and the Goreki still doing good on mana for now. I think he's doing a really good job saving it. He actually canceled his trying to cast a clone onto Asper, forcing the adaptation. Pressures onto Whiskey. Disperse should be coming up shortly, and Void Shift is still available, so they're in a pretty good spot. They really need to delay this game. I feel like it's really hard for them to actually get a kill until Dampening kicks in. And it's kind of a bit different for the team of the Bells because they can actually kill with CC. So we'll have to see how long they can keep going like this. And now Beam actually going to interrupt Goreki once again. I think it's really important to stop Goreki. He has been just cloning so much that if you actually don't interrupt him a little bit, he just has such a commanding presence. So we'll have to see a nice clone here onto Jamili. Once again, Goreki also dispelling these dots. Gets put into full silence. Just not too much going on. Half Moon is going to be popped by Asper. Peekaboo still has Cloak available. Actually, Cloak is not available for a few seconds, but I think he's going to be fine. Cultivation is just doing so much healing for that Rest of Druid. Now Asper put into the full Kidney. Didn't pre-bear it, so he's actually going to decide to use a Barskin.
Yep, Yini is that Barskin. Absurge getting caught. I believe it is into a blind. There was no follow-up CC from Jamili there, so he's going to be fine. Able to top off his team. They really need to make sure they're connecting that CC out onto Absurge, but Asper and Whiskey doing a good job trying to shut that down as much as possible. And now the Bells. This isn't the same sort of momentum and pressure we saw last game, and maybe that's why they chose that Blade Edge arena originally. Absurge really didn't have a pillar to fall back on, and now he can use that pillar to line of sight, keep Earth Shield on teammates they're swapping to, keep out those heals. It's much more difficult for Gorecki to push in and get that crowd control off when there's a pillar involved. So unfortunately, this map isn't going to work out as well for the Bells, it seems so far. Asper getting swapped to, though. Once again, Absurge has that Earthen Shield totem. I really think the Bells needs to focus on, like they were doing in the previous games, attacking what does not have Earth Shield. It just denies way too much damage. Kidney Shot going out onto Absurge, but he does have Relentless, as well as that Orc ratio, but it doesn't matter. Jamili able to follow up with that Polymorph. DR Polymorph coming in as well. Whiskey going for the MD. Actually gets MD into another Polymorph, but Asper going to be okay popping that Barkskin. Still has the renewal available as well, so can always fall back on that cooldown if he needs it. Whiskey still has that Void Shift, so Void Shift available, Renewal available, Earthen Shield Totem available. Whiskey Return still has a lot of defensive cooldowns that they can work through. Gorecki's mana is looking pretty good for this point in the game, but still just really struggling to top off his team. Asper now getting swapped to Full Sheep out onto Carlos. He actually manages to get the Earthen Shield Totem down. Asper should be able to tank through this damage, but gets down to 4% HP. Whiskey able to save the day with that Void Shift, and now Whiskey getting swapped to as well. This could be this version coming up from him. A lot of defensive cooldowns being forced onto WizK returns from the Bells. So really good job with that offensive pressure, keeping Absurge in that crowd control, forcing basically every defensive cooldown from Asper as well as WizK. So this gives them a little bit more breathing room. They can look for more opportunities in the game. Full blind out onto Absurge. It looks like Asper is the target of choice. Cheap Shout out onto WizK. They need to get some CC out onto WizK. He actually gets the MD on the full Polymorph. So Asper's not going to be in any more CC. Actually catches the Innervate from Asper too, so he's going to be able to spam out those heals once again. And now the Bells in retreat. Temporal Shield is available for Jamili. He uses that, able to top himself, so well-timed Temporal Shield there as well. Gorecki, though, already down to 30% mana, and this is getting more and more intense as this game goes on. Dampening has just now kicked in, already at 1%, and it's just going to get harder and harder as the game goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, the Void Shift has been used by Whiskey, but now, Asper still has a Spirit Link available. I believe Earthen Shield is down. It looks like the pressure is onto Asper, and the team of the Belgians have been doing such a good job putting the full sheep onto Whiskey, putting the Kinney onto Absurge, and kind of just doing this 3v1 situation. A nice Mime onto Peekaboo. Cloak is available. A nice beam onto Jamili. He's going to deny him from casting spam sheeps onto the team of Whiskey. Gorecki put the clone right after bar skinning, and now the pressure is on the team of the Bells. Looks like they actually want to push in here. They want to finish him off. Dampening is kicking in 5% for now, but it can actually be enough to force maybe a blocking from Jamili. Gorecki doing a good job spelling the dots off, removing a lot of the pressure, and it looks like a swap onto Abster. Is going to decide to trade that for the Astral Shift. I think it's a good choice by him. They're in a pretty good situation for now. Mind Bomb coming off once again, actually dispelled by Gorecki. Again, great job by him. Pressure is back onto Absurge. Decides to skin, sorry, not Absurge, Asper, such similar names. And as I say that, Gorecki going for the drink. This is huge for Gorecki. If he can actually get this mana, they might have a chance to actually survive in Dampening, and I think it's going to be really huge.
Yeah, he actually used that Mage Food that time, so big change there. Up to 60% mana, huge drink. Absurge in a lot of trouble, 14% HP, 10% HP, 8% HP. The Earthen Shield Totem, though, is going to save him, making him incredibly tanky. Swaps over that Earth Shield onto himself as well, so he should be completely fine, but his mana is not looking good for this point in the game. But Gorecki having to expel a huge amount of mana to keep his team alive. Full Moon being cast by Asper, is he able to get it off? Connects over onto Peekaboo. Doesn't do too much damage. The Feint is going to deny a lot of that incoming damage. Blind Sap coming up from Peekaboo out onto Absurge. Asper actually being caught into that Ring of Frost, and that is going to proc his adaptation. Whiskey now into the full Cyclone. Asper all alone. He's going to be sitting in that bear form, just tanking that damage once again. Peekaboo really not able to do too much to him as Carlos is into that full Polymorph, but he's going to get out of the Polymorph, able to connect the Earth Shield out onto Asper. Now they might want to make a swap over onto Whiskey. He does not have that Earth Shield, pardon me. This has got to be incredibly frustrating for Absurge in this game. He's got to keep Earth Shield out on the right target. Decides to swap it over onto Whiskey, as it does look like he's in a little bit of trouble. Cyclone going out onto Peekaboo. Peekaboo does have the Cloak of Shadows available, so he's going to be able to deflect and immune all of that incoming wizard damage when he finally needs to. Gorecki, despite getting a huge shrink off, just having to use so much mana to heal. Asper now getting swapped to as well, using that Bark Skin. Absurge, like we said, he's playing that relentless talent. So anytime you see him in CC, he doesn't have an opportunity to get out of it. The only time he's going to get out of it is when it expires. Of course, it's going to make it a little bit less, but that's why Jamilian Peekaboo can do these really scary CC change. But Asper and Whiskey, it seem like they just always have a defensive cooldown ready. Renewal still available for Asper as well, so he's going to have that 30% heal. Looks like he's going to use it, connecting a huge heal onto himself, freeing up some of the pressure from Absurge so he doesn't have to connect as many heals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jamilian have to figure a way to win this game. They're down 2-0, so it's all up on them now if they want to have a chance to come back and see pressures onto Whiskey. Might have to use that dispersion. Is fine now, has the Earth Shield up. Iron Bark and Temporal Shield have been used onto Jamilian. Should be saving him. Koreki is down to 20% mana. Dampening is at 20%. I feel like this is in favor of the team of Whiskey and Asper. As long as they can keep that pressure up, they should be able to get a kill very, very shortly, as long as they can keep Koreki from drinking. Unfortunately for Koreki, he's not playing Night Elf. You know, they are playing Horde, so he can't just go for that drink whenever he wants to. That is something very, very powerful for Night Elf Druids. They can kind of just Shadow Meld, go for that Mage Water, and instantly get mana back. Unfortunately for him, he is not Night Elf. So we'll have to see how they decide to play this game as it keeps going. The pressure is onto Whiskey. Disperse should be available for him. No Earthshot on top of him. They actually going to have to disperse. He actually might die through this. The dampening is just so high. He may have to trade the Void Shape once again. Grounding is up. Link is going to be used. I think it's a good choice at this point because dampening is just ramping up so high. And as long as they keep surviving for another minute or so, they should be able to get a kill on the team of Jamilian.
Yeah, Absurge's just not able to connect the heals, though. Now he's getting swapped to using that Astral Shift to prevent some damage. He needs to hold on just a little bit longer. Actually gets interrupted there. No opportunity to drop the Earthen Shield Totem. It was up in 2 seconds. If he got that off, he would have lived. And WizK returns, going to drop a game here against the Bells. The Bells doing such a good job. That drink really key for Goreki. They could keep that offensive pressure and momentum going. Really just playing that Rogue Mage Druid setup incredibly well. And a surprising victory, honestly.
Yep, the Bells definitely coming back. I mean, I think that game 2 was quite close as well, but the main difference here definitely was that drink. It was just so significant. Greki going from about 20% mana straight up to 60% immediately. So as soon as he got that, it was just like a new lease on life for the Bells. They had their time to toll, and they were able to secure that map. So now WizK's return, of course, they do have that map and composition advantage. I don't know if they're likely to swap up their composition much, but maybe the map's going to help them a lot. Do you think heading over to a slightly smaller map is going to be a huge difference in this next game?
I feel like it might help them potentially. I don't think it matters too much. I feel like what seems to matter the most is how much CC the team of Jamilian can get, and on the other side, how much they can stop Goreki from drinking. I feel like those are like 2 important factors for these teams. I'm not too sure if the map really favors, can really give a favor. I'm sure they would know better if they decide to pick, let's say, Tiger's Peak maybe, or Ruins of Lordaeron. But I would say that they don't want too small of a map. That is the team of Jamili, but of course they're not going to be picking. So I feel like Whiskey and them probably going to pick a very, very high or big map where they can actually get some nice damage onto Goreki, who's usually very far back, just casting these clones. So should be interesting to see what they pick.
Yep, for sure. And it looks like actually Dalaran is going to be the map choice coming out. So that's slightly smaller map. Not overly surprising. Yeah, I do want to take this opportunity since, of course, we are 2-1 in this series. We've seen over half the teams already today, but we have got a few donations I need to catch up on. So let me just run through those real quickly. We got $10 from Phil. Was your plan to do some sort of flashback, or why does he face Splice in the first round? Okay, so this is referring to our conversation from a little while ago. Caparino, keep up the good work, guys. So we aren't trying to traumatize Sidu, guys. It was just the way that the brackets turned out. Unfortunately or fortunately for him, we'll see in this next series whether that's going to be the case. Real Chops also donated $10. A shout out, Hello Bearded Canadian, Elliot Venruki. I invented mages, Vencel, Mother of Dragons. That's quite a title there. You've got a
Venzel, Mother of Dragons.
Canadian.
Yeah.
Well, I think the whole thing was your title. Elliot Venruki, I invented mages, Vencel, Mother of Dragons.
I like that. That's nice.
The stream title?
It should be, yeah. I wish that was an in-game title for me in WoW. It'd be nice, right?
Yeah, you should be able to earn something like that. Anyways, we got another $5 from Deck1213. who is also directing at Ven. He says, Ven, you're a sexy beast, no homo. Also want to support WoW Esports XD. So thank you very much for that $5. And then finally, we also got $3.71, an odd number, but thank you very much for that as well, coming from Esoteric. So thank you very much for all that support, guys. Definitely do appreciate it. And all that money that went via Streamlabs is just going to go straight into our next tournament, which we will be announcing later in today's broadcast.
Awesome.
Awesome indeed.
Sorry, I had to go to the washroom. I drank way too much water this morning. Just filling up all. Yeah, okay. Good.
I've said XD on broadcast, and you know what that does?
What does that do?
What does it do?
It means thousands of people type XD.
Oh,
that's good. XD.
Yeah, XD, exactly.
Do you actually say XD in real life feeling sad? I'm curious. Is that what happens?
In real life?
Do you actually
well, that's what I said there. I actually like it. It's like rolls off the tongue nicely. Like you have to say it slowly. It's like XD.
You're talking memes.
Emphasize
like,
the D.
You ever talk say Kappa in real life, or like Dan's game, or like instead of actually expressing emotion myself, I just talk in emotes now and Twitch emotes. And people are like, "What the hell are you talking about? What is a Kappa? What do you mean Dan's game? What do you mean?"
It's like, don't you know?
Instead
you
of
don't
laughing,
check it in the Oxford English Dictionary.
Yeah. Instead of being like, "Wow, that's awkward," I go, "Ha ha."
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I think that's when you spend we spend a little bit too much time on the internet. Yeah.
I love also that these emotes are being integrated into like all the other voice platforms everyone uses. So it's just you literally do not avoid them now. They're integrated into your brain at this point.
You just can't help it.
There's nothing you can do. You can't escape the Twitch emotes. No, they will take over the world. We're getting slightly sidetracked here from our fantastic series that we're going, of course. To catch people up to speed, if you are joining us right now, we can have a little look over at the brackets. We're waiting on the choices and composition choices right now. A game pulled back by the Bells there with their Rogue Mage Druid composition. Greki doing a fantastic job with his drink in that last game. And the Bells still need to overcome 2 more games against WizK's return, and one of them is going to be on that map choice of Dalaran Arena. So what do you think? Do you think there's anything the Bells should be looking to change in this next game? Or do you think WizK's return should be putting more pressure on Greki to stop some of those drinks perhaps on this smaller map?
Well, it's just hard. It seems like they're on the defensive pretty much the entire game. They're just barely living over and over and over. They're trying to keep up their damage, and eventually it overwhelms Goreki. But when they get those big CC chains and they're under so much pressure, it's hard to stop Goreki from just blinking away, displacing, using Shadow Meld. Actually, he's playing Horde, so just displacing away, letting combat drop, and getting some sips. And he didn't actually drink that much. I think there's only one moment in that game, and I think it really is hard to stop them all.
Right. What I would say is that it's the team of Whiskey definitely needs dampening. From what we've seen, it seems very hard for them to actually kill something. It's in Goreki's Zoom. I feel like they don't have enough CC to kill a Rogue or a Mage. I feel like both Rogue and Mage are very tanky, especially with Temporal Shield. Rogue has Feign and Cloak, so it's actually really hard for them to get a kill until dampening kicks in. So they need to play a long game, and in exchange, the Rogue and the Mage, Jamili and Peekaboo, may not actually need a dampening, so they have a bit of a higher chance to win until that point. But if the game lasts long enough, the team of Whiskey should be able to win this. I feel like last game was very close. Whiskey did have that Void Shift available for Absturge. Unfortunately, he was put into the Sheep, so it was very, very close. And Jamili's team saved themselves out of this series because they were down 2-0, as I was saying. So we'll see what they decide to do with this new composition swap.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be switching it up. The Bells actually deciding to put Peekaboo as an assassination rogue. Jamili, I think, is actually going to be playing Enhancement Shaman. So Enhancement Shaman, Assassination, Paladin going up against Whiskey Returns, swapping up their comp. They're going to be playing that Demo Lock, Moonkin, Resto Shaman. So I don't know how this plays out. I feel like both Asper, Chanimals, and Absurge are all so tanky. I don't know if this cleave can sort of overcome that sort of tankiness. And I think eventually they might fall behind.
Yeah, It's interesting because this means the Bells changed their composition knowing that WizK's return had the counter pick, and they decided their best blind pick comp was Enhanced Rogue, so we have to see how that's going to pay out for them against this incredibly tanky composition.
Yeah, they're running deletion comp, pushing in. We'll have to see who they decide to open on. It's probably going to be whoever doesn't have that Earthen Shield. Chanimals looks like he's going to get Kitty Shot Vendetta right away out on him, but Earthen Shield Totem, as well as that Unending Resolve, as well as just Demolox being so tanky, you can see his HP just not moving anymore. He's just a wall of tankiness. He's not going to be taking any damage. So once those cooldowns fade, Jamili and Peekaboo might be able to capitalize onto that. And I think Jamili actually saved his Wind Fury Totem, but he already used his Doom Wind, so a lot of offensive cooldowns used by the Bells and really not accomplishing too much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Peekaboo did use the Vendetta, but he was instantly shut down, put into the Bash, Trinket into the full clone, and didn't force anything. Now they're putting pressure onto Asper. I feel like Asper might be a better target, honestly. Demolox is just so tanky, even with a shot, with a Asa Rogue damage and an enhancement damage, and now the Astral Shift is going to be popped by Jamili, dropping so low. Kozaki had to use the Avenging Wings at the same time, playing the Defender of the Weak, which means he has the extra haste, making his judgment, come very fast, and basically just able to put so much more damage and healing during his Avenging. But as soon as Avenging is down, I feel like it's going to be so hard to heal. Now the Fellow actually comes out, nice pull.
Oh my
Jamili
goodness.
gets executed by that Full Moon from Asper.
Wow.
Oh,
That fell
goodness
well.
gracious.
The Channel was
comp is
absolutely
so-
deleting his former teammates there.
That comp is so horrifying. Like, that's the scariest thing I've ever seen.
Right,
Both
but
Moonkin
then
and
again,
General.
Assassination Rogue, like, I feel like they would need like a sub or something. It's just Asa Rogue doesn't seem to put the pressure as they used to, and it's just so hard to like create pressure with it. And then you don't have the the peels and such that the sub Rogue does. So I guess a team like that's gonna be very hard.
Maybe I wonder if WizK Returns was just sort of playing their secondary good comp and saving this as like, all right, you think you could beat us? Like, here we go. And then they bust out Chanimals, playing this Demonology, Warlock, Moonkin, Shaman, and I just feel like it's definitely one of the best setups in the game, and they're just really showing how good they are at it, basically destroying the Bells there.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be a feels good moment for Chanimals as well, right? Because he of course was the fourth member of Peekaboo, Gurecki, and Jamili during their BlizzCon push where they came to the semifinals last year, and now he enters the scene and then slays his former teammates in under 2 minutes in that last game. So fantastic result for WizK's return. That is going to put them 3-1 victors of this series. They will be advancing to our winners bracket semi-final, and we can have a little look over at those brackets right now and see the implications of that. And now one of the moments we've been waiting for is going to be Splice versus Method as our final game of our first round. And this one is one that we've been talking about a little bit, and I'm so incredibly hyped for this series.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Splice obviously has a lot of compositions that they run. They've been practicing Windwalker, as well as the Demon Hunter. So that's one of the comps that they've been running a lot, is that Windwalker Demon Hunter. It's really strong. They like to split a lot as that composition. Both the Windwalker and the Demon Hunter are scary when they have their offensive cooldowns up, so they just try to force cooldowns eventually, and sometimes attacking with each other, but we'll have to look to see if they decide to run that against Method. Method, obviously, they have infinite comps. They can run basically whatever they want. The CD can play basically all the healers. Snuts can multiclass. Spexen can multiclass. Bean can multiclass. So I really don't know what they're going to be running in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't know either. I would say that though, as you were mentioning earlier, people like to play Demolox a lot, and I feel like Demolox are usually good against these sort of cleaves. The fellow are just doing so much work, and on top of that, they're very tanky. They have really like constant damage, and the CC, of course, the CC a Demolox and output is just insane. So, would you say that maybe Demolox would be like a safe pick if you kind of know you're gonna fight like a cleave base comp?
I feel like if you can play Demolock, it's a safe pick against everything.
Right.
Like,
okay.
to be honest, like I think if you can run a Demolock and you can play it well, building a comp around that class is just a really smart thing to do right now.
Does Beanslayer, does he play the Balanced Druid then?
No, actually Smexen.
Oh, okay.
Smexen is the one that plays Balanced Druid primarily.
So we can actually see them running the exact same composition that we just saw succeed for WizK's return, presumably.
Yeah, and I know they've been practicing that a lot. saw them practicing. I actually played against them yesterday. They're playing the Enhancement Shaman, just traditional LSD Elemental Shaman with the demo, and the Resto Druid. So they have that available. Basically, just playing and practicing every form of LSD you could ever imagine.
Which is definitely, over the years, has been a pretty reasonable strategy in tournaments, I think.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll have to see what compositions these guys can come up with. Of course, we haven't talked so much about Splice on the other side of it. We did make that comment previously that Splice versus Method is a battle of organizations that you might have seen before. Of course, Splice is actually a slightly different roster in this instance. This is the North American version of Splice, guys, so not the BlizzCon champions per se, but this is going to be Novos, Thugonomics, Chun-Li, and Valido playing on the North American Splice team. So what compositions do you think those guys are likely to come up with? I know Thugonomics is known quite a lot for his Destruction Warlock, right? But does he play the Demonology, do you think?
I'm sure he does. I don't know. I haven't really seen him play demo too much. Mostly just see him focusing on that Demon Hunter primarily. So I don't know how much practice he has on the Demonology Warlock.
Which I heard had a very interesting name, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh goodness, I really hope that the names are censored. Sometimes it goes through, sometimes it doesn't. Yes, we'll have to hope.
It has an interesting name in true Thugonomics fashion.
All right.
Yeah, I think I actually kind of miss Thugonomics streams. There was a period where he used to just stream killing everyone in 1 second as Destruction Warlock every single day with his interesting ways of phrasing his damage. But it seems to be a thing of the past.
Yeah, I couldn't guess what these guys are going to run. I think Method will come out with some form of Lock Shaman Druid. Maybe it's Feral Lock Shaman, I doubt it. Maybe it's Elemental demo. Maybe it's Moonkin demo. That would be where I put my money for them. Splice, not exactly sure. I think there's a good chance that they come out with Windwalker. Demon Hunter, it's a comp that they play and practice a lot. Novos maybe on the Mistweaver Monk. Makes it so every target's kind of hard to attack. They're very mobile. I'm not sure though for them.
So that's what I was going to ask. So Novos is basically their healer on the team now?
Yeah, Novos just went full-time healer, just plays every healer in the game.
Yeah, I remember back then he was, of course, like known for his Elemental Shaman. And I guess now he's just a full-time healer. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, the way it kind of worked out is like Thugonomics and Novos always play together, and they felt like they always never had a healer. So now he could be a healer.
That's pretty useful. I think a lot of people who play healer didn't start out as a healer. They started as a DPS, and then they probably found that there are like the ratio. I think that was something they talked about in the PvP Q&A as well, right? That the ratio of healers to DPS doesn't match up very well for 3v3 arena. It matches up better for raiding, which is why you have like these 25-man raids where it's 4 healers to 20 DPS or whatever, because that matches the game ratio a bit better. And that was like one of the issues with solo queue in the game also.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a healer myself, sometimes you can definitely tell that when you play healer, you're a lot more demanded than if you're playing a DPS. I'm sure you know that too, Talby. Usually, it's kind of easy to find, or easier, I would say, to find partners or to just play games in general. When you're a healer, you're just such in high demand. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyways, we have to see if Novos. I mean, like none of us have seen Novos play. I mean, maybe Venrique has.
I haven't actually.
But we haven't seen him play this healer, so it'll be awesome to see how he's adapted over to that, assuming that's what they run. I also had one other question for you, Van. So we've talked a lot about Smexin filling a lot of these roles for Method. What classes is being multi-classing? Because we saw at BlizzCon, he brought out his red and his prop pad and all these things, and it was super effective.
Guardian Druid.
Is he a Guardian Druid now?
Yeah, yes. He actually plays Guardian Druid. He plays Prot Paladin. I think he plays Ret every once in a while, Feral every once in a while. He also plays Demon Hunter a lot. So.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. Oh, I wonder if we'll see a Demon Hunter at any point.
He's the tank. He's the rock solid member.
Tank, yeah. Like
what's the tank Demon Hunter called? What's the spec? Is it Havoc?
I don't think he plays
Vengeance.
Vengeance
is DPS, right? Is it Vengeance or Havoc?
Havoc is the damage one, I think. Vengeance is the one that absorbs a lot of damage.
I don't know. I meet tank demon hunters every now and then in skirmishes, and they seem pretty hard to kill. Maybe they don't provide the most utility for their team though.
Guardian Druids are scary.
I mean, for a long time, prop hounds were actually really good. They were like considered like even sometimes better than reds in some matchups. Feel like there's been like a few nerfs though over the last couple months that didn't make them as powerful. But of course, they kind of had their place at some point, at least in arenas. There's always that debate if tanks should be viable in competitive or rated. I would say competitive PvP. I think they should be viable in, you know, PvP in general. But there's always that question if they should be competitive in rated PvP or competitive PvP. Sorry.
Yep. Well, anyways, we are going to be heading into game one. We'll see if there's any tanks. It doesn't look like there's going to be any in this game. I think the side's actually slightly messed up on mine. I'm not sure if it's the same on broadcast, but of course, Method is going to be the team of Snuts, Smexin playing that Boomkin. So this is what we talked about, and Cedo on the Restoration Shaman going up against Splice playing that actually Windwalker DK Cleave that we perhaps has less suggested, with Chun-Li on the Windwalker Monk, Valido playing that DK, and presume Ovos on the Mistweaver Monk.
Yeah, interesting. Windwalker DK, I think, is still pretty strong. I don't know how strong it is into this, though. I feel like they're on a serious time limit. If they're not forcing an unbelievable amount of defensive cooldowns from Method, they're just going to eventually rot down and lose. I just don't know how well a Mistweaver can heal through this sort of spread pressure.
Yeah, I feel like Counteract Magic is still like powerful enough to kind of heal that spread damage. We'll have to see. Of course, he's going to be playing the Vim and Vigor, so gonna be quite interested to see if Smexin's gonna be pushing to deny that. I feel like as long as he doesn't have the Vim and Vigor, should be able to get a lot of pressure. But anyways, game is starting. We'll see what the team of Splice is gonna be deciding to do. A nice double leg sweep already, combined with the grip. Gargle is gonna be popped from Valido. A lot of bursts onto Cedu, popping the Astral Wall, the Astral Shift. Sorry, actually decided to get away, so he should be fine for now. Actually gets incapped on his heel. A great incap here by Mithy.
Yeah, Earthen Shield Totem is going to be used, as well as Innervate. Smexin actually throwing Innervate on him, so his heals don't really cost too much mana, but he's just having such a hard time connecting some heals. He actually has to use the his Spearling Totem as well. But right now, Splice, all members are dead right now. Chun-Li using that Touch of Karma, that will keep him alive for now. Valido under a lot of pressure as well. Can Novos chop off his team? It's going to be very difficult right now. But Cedu now in a lot of trouble. Really doesn't have any defensive cooldowns left. No Gateway available. No Spirit Link available. No other than Shield Totem available. The DR Light Sweep comes in. Cedu 1% goes down. Splice able to sort of overrun with pressure in that matchup. Well done by them. Able to best Method in this first game. Looks like Smexin and Snuts still trying in this game, but I don't think they have any sort of chance at this point in the game. Cedu just having to use way too many defensive cooldowns in the opener of that game, basically forced everything within the first 30 seconds. Gateway, Earthen Shield Totem, Astral Shift, Spirit Link Totem, and after that, I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like they needed a Fel. They needed a Fel Lord. Like, where was the Fel Lord? If he was able to just sit in a Fel Lord, I feel like he would have been completely fine.
I mean, it was kind of like when he did use the Fel Lord, Chun-Li had his Touch of Karma up as well. So if anything, it actually ended up hurting Cedu a little bit more, I think. Maybe they needed to force that Karma before putting it down. I mean, Splice just kind of stood in it and chunked through him anyways, I think. I don't know if it goes through the AMS on the DK, but it felt like he just stood in it and continued doing damage, just ignored it. Maybe he popped the IBF for the stuns or something, but they just all-ined entirely onto Cedu there. And I mean, the strategy worked out. Do you think, I mean, Cedu plays multiple healers, right? I've seen him practicing his Holy Paladin, for example. Maybe swapping that up could help them a little bit?
No, I honestly think if they should continue to play the Shaman. I think they just didn't do the best job with their defensive cooldowns. I mean, they got rushed down pretty hard there, but I think with the Fel Lord, if Cedu had played around that a little bit more, they should be able to live just a little bit longer, and it seemed really scary for Splice at that point in the game. If they didn't win there, they were going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I feel like that too. The issue with the Fel Lord, it's very powerful, except that you can kind of abuse it. You know, it has a cast time and it has a cooldown, so you can kind of just, you know, run back in and force without actually getting hits. And as Healing Stats said earlier, the Windwalker Monk popped the Touch of Karma, so he was actually fine with going into that Fel Lord. And the next thing you can do, the DK can actually grip any target out of the Fel Lord too. So you have that factor to deal with too. And it's just yeah. I mean, on top of that, DKs have a lot of self healing, so they can kind of just keep themselves healthy a bit. I'm not sure if he was playing the 10-second AMS or the Corpse Shield, but he's actually very, very tanky himself. And but yeah, I do agree with what you said, Ben. I feel like if maybe they didn't force that many cooldown in the opener, and if they can delay the game a bit longer, they're definitely looking good.
I wonder what the ideal way is for CD to rotate cooldowns against that. Was he playing Relentless?
Spiky too.
Yeah.
I think he was playing Trinket this game, unless my UI was wrong.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I guess Trinket would probably be the optimal situation, but there's so much CC. I mean, you have Trinket, you have Fist of Fury, you have the Blood Elf Sounds on top of that. So there's all these small little CCs that are very hard to deal with.
Not only that, when he finally did get away, Novus was able to just end cap him. So Chun-Li and Velita were able to reconnect without him actually getting any healing off, which is what he needed. He gated away, got behind the pillar for a second, and he just got end capped. So
yeah, that's what really, cap.
Yeah, that really destroyed him, unfortunately.
Yeah. That's awesome as well, because that really shows that the entirety of Splice are very much on the same page, right? The fact that Novos has that awareness that his team's going for this complete all-in strategy, and he's, even when his team can't connect, he's chasing after Sea-Doo himself, recognizing when he needs to be the one to interrupt those heals. And because honestly, if Sea-Doo had ever recovered at any point during this game, Method had a ton of pressure the entire time. They always had Splice at, sub 50%. So another minute on that game and Splice are forced to retreat or they just die, I think. And that's really how close it was in this last one.
Crazy. I'll have to see if they can do it again. I mean, it seems like a pretty solid rushdown strategy. I don't know what they can do about it. Yeah, like I said, maybe use their Fellord a little bit better. Just better timing. Maybe they need to use a Fellord after the grip. Like if Sea-Doo can get away somehow and they grip him, that's when you use the Fellord. But when walking amongst the DKs still can do a little bit of damage, even if he is in the center of that Fellord. They're able to get the Fist of Fury has quite a long range. Strike of the Windlord has a long range, so they can still do damage. And like you said, they can run in and out of it as well, so they can kind of abuse that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so we'll have to see if the compositions do change up on the side of Method. These guys are taking a little bit of time over their decisions, quite within their own right, though. It's very important to these teams, especially since, as you can see in the bar on the bottom of your screen, we've got our prize pool up to over $2,000 for this event. So there's a lot of money on the line for this weekend, as well as bragging rights and just the best form of practice. I mean, since Method have been the same roster that stuck together since last year's Road to BlizzCon, I imagine that this is them taking absolute most serious practice mode here for this year's Road to BlizzCon. I imagine this roster will be sticking together. I certainly hope so. So they need to make these decisions correctly. They are 1-0 down against Splice right now after quite a dominating performance from Splice. Certainly quite a quick game of running down Sea-Doo. We'll have to see what composition choices are going to be. We don't have it locked in from Method just yet. Do you think, you said that, Ben, that they should stick with the same composition. Do you think there's anything they could bring out with Beam maybe that could be viable as well as kind of a second option?
I think the problem with like Guardian Druid is your healer is susceptible to being trained down, unfortunately. And if this comp's already killing Sea-Doo, I don't like the Guardian Druid really doesn't help that much. You'd think it would in theory, but it just doesn't have the sort of counter pressure you need to get the team off of your healer, and he eventually will just fall. So I don't know if the Guardian Druid would really work. I actually don't know what comp they should try running instead. Maybe they need to switch it to that traditional LSD, have Smexen go on the Elemental Shaman, Sea-Doo could go on the Resto Druid, and that would prove to be a little bit more difficult for them, I believe. Be really tanky with that bear form. Elemental Shamans don't go down very easily as well, and then Snuts can still play that Demonology Warlock, so maybe they'll do something like that.
Yep. The only other option I would... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we actually do have the comp lock-in from Method as well. I don't know if I want to say it before we get into the game. I think since we're about to get into the game, we'll just let it go. It's going to be a hybrid of what Venruki was saying, that one of the swaps is definitely going to happen. And as we can see, it is going to be Snuts. Smexen's still playing on that Moonkin, but Sea-Doo makes the change over onto Sea-Drew. And we'll have to see how his Restoration Druid can survive. Do you think this is an intelligent choice? I mean, Ben, you were saying that maybe the LSD one, so with that Restoration Druid, would be a good choice for them?
I think it's a really smart choice. I think Sea-Drew's going to be really hard to kill as a bear. If he gets incapped, and stunned
bear.
out of bear form a lot, he will die. If he manages to use his bear form well, I think for sure will against this comp. So they might have to look to do something like kill Smexen, but then again, Smexen's a bear. So this method is playing bear, demonology, warlock right now. All three of them are
yes.
tanks. So this is going to be very difficult for Chun-Li and Belito. They're going to have to look to capitalize on Smexen and Seedrew if they're out of position or out of bear form. And if they can't, I just don't think they can get a kill.
Absolutely, and I think that's actually a good choice, just because I think of Thorns. Every time I think of Residue, I think of Thorns. And when you're playing double melee against Thorns, it's just very hard to deal with because it just does so much damage. Actually, the pressure is going to be onto Snuts, popping that Armbark very early on by Seedrew, also popping the Efflorescence. A nice incap onto Smexen is going to stop some of that burst damage. Thorns is now being used. Look at the HP of Elito and Chun-Li slowly dropping down. Nice double leg sweep onto Seedrew. Actually, a very, very good cross CC. And the Fist of Fear is actually going to drop Snuts down to 20%, popping that unending resolve. That is the wall, 40% damage reduction, so he should be fine in that exchange. Chun-Li did actually decide to use his Touch of Karma offensive. We'll have to see if he actually gets punished for that later on.
Oh my goodness gracious, Snuts is still in a lot of trouble. Seedrew does not have much left, just spamming out those regrowths over and over. Thankfully, Snuts is very tanky. Seedrew's going to get ripped in right there. They're not able to really get any cross CC out on that. The death coils coming in from Snuts once again. Seedrew looks like he's finally able to stabilize his team's HP using that wild growth. A lot of HPS going to be coming out from that. If you look at Snuts, he has every single hot in existence. Smexen getting incapped up there as well. But right now, Novos actually a little bit ahead on mana. Seedrew having to expel a ton of mana there. Ironbark is available for him though. And that was all the offensive cooldowns coming out from Belito and Chun-Li, so damage should slow down quite a bit until the Touch of Death is back up, until the Apocalypse is back up, until the Gargoyle is back up. I just don't know if they have that kind of time. Chun-Li looks like he's going to be porting away, spamming out that Effuse on himself, and he should be able to top himself off with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Seedrew's running slowly out of mana. He's been doing a good job keeping Snuts back up, and now there's pressures back onto him. He actually just set a full leg sweep. We'll see if any actually is still the fear. Let's see if he actually puts the fear onto Seedrew. Full fear by Belito. Nice Dark Sim. Actually going to create a lot of pressure for his team. The Death Skull is going to come in though, healing Snuts back up a little bit, and actually trying to get some CC. Novos on that Mistweaver just chilling with that Vim and Vigor, just doing so much healing, and he's kind of just out healing that Boomkin pressure. I'm curious to see if they can make me lose that Vim and Vigor. As I say that, Seedrew's in a full asphyxiate. Snuts is in trouble. Doesn't have any CDs left. We'll see if Armbark can come in. Artifact was used by Seedrew. Actually decides to trigger that incap. I think it was a wise choice, but actually another Dark Sim. I'm not sure if he actually stole another Fear, but the Touch of Karma was used in that exchange.
Yes, that's taking quite a bit of damage right now. That is the Thorns, like you said. Touch of Death proccing. Seedrew needs to use the Ironbark, though. He needs to be able to connect that, just sitting on that cooldown for now. Perhaps a little bit of a greedy play here, not using that onto Snuts. The leg sweep coming out, and Snuts might fall because of it. The Blood Elf Silence comes in. Ironbark used it 3% HP, but it looks like it's way too late. Snuts is going to go down. I think that was a little bit of a misplay coming out from Method, perhaps trying to get a little bit of greedy. Maybe he didn't know it was back up, but I think if he used it earlier, Snuts could have actually survived right there. But Splice just riding that momentum from start to finish, doing a good job, only having to play defensive at one point during that game. Pulling back, but they're able to just take him down eventually.
Yeah, and this series suddenly is 2-0 in favor of Splice. Method really need to come up with something. Honestly, I was really surprised that strategy was so effective from Splice. I mean, we've been talking about how tanky Demonology Warlocks are, and Rest Druids are still very, very proficient in this single target healing. Of course, just because the HOTS are so strong, even through these little CC chains, he has so much to help his Demonology Warlock. And honestly, I don't know. I was really surprised that Snuts was under so much pressure this entire game, but that composition just didn't seem to work at all in this game. They just struggled to get anything really going. Even when he pressed the Fell Lord, they were just kind of tanking it. They didn't really care. They just kept damaging Snuts, and they just had quite a lot of pressure throughout the entire game.
Yeah, that is one of the thing was Mistweavers. Mistweavers are just very strong, especially if they can play Vim and Vigor and kind of heal their partners off. I think he was probably playing a counteract magic, which means his Renewing Mist heals for I think 135% more against dot damage. So as long as Novos is in the back, kind of chilling and casting these Enveloping Mist, Renewing Mist on his team, they should be fine. DKs have actually so much self healing, and the Windwalker kind of has the Touch of Karma every time there's any like burst opportunity, so it's kind of hard for them to get pressure too. And I feel like the only way might be to either CC Novos for a long time to actually get that pressure, maybe push for him, get his Vim and Viger, but even that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's difficult. The Resto Druid, I think the Resto Druid is pretty. I mean, it's okay. I mean, the thing is about the Resto Druid is you're gonna survive, but the healing isn't the greatest because of crit fever. Like Unholy Death Knights have that crit fever every single time a hot ticks, which you see throughout the entire game. He has full hots up every time he regrows. Crit fever ticks for I think it's around like 30k or damage. Every hot that ticks, 30k damage over and over and over. This is #1 damage in that game, and I think for that reason, Resto Druids aren't necessarily the best for healing his team, and I think Valido, Chun-Li, and Novus were able to capitalize on that because of it.
Yeah.
Right, for sure. So what do you think now if your method, you're 2-0 down in this series against Splice? I mean, they have so many options available to them. Does CD play Monk or like anything else? Or do you think maybe they should swap over?
I don't think another healer is going to cut it.
I think they should play Shaman. I think Shaman, they should have stuck with that. I don't think the game went ideal for them. Shaman's going to provide a little bit more offensive utility. When they finally do have that momentum, they can get off the enveloping mist and stuff. Just a matter of them like rotating pretty much perfectly, getting CC out perfectly, rotating the defensive cooldowns perfectly. If they can do that, they can keep C2 alive. I think just their offensive pressure is going to skyrocket, and it's going to be really hard for them eventually.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how it does play out. Have to see what the decisions are. Of course, guys, we are giving these teams just a little bit of time right now to decide, make those decisions. 2-0 in favor of Splice. It's not, of course, going to be the end for either of these teams. We are running a double elimination bracket, so all the teams we've seen lose so far today will still be competing later in today's broadcast. Every single team will do 2 series, but they don't want to lose this one, of course. It's very feels bad, man, to go 0-3 in your first series of the day. So definitely want to be trying to avoid that. And I think they definitely have the capacity to also avoid it if they can figure something out going into this next game.
Yeah, but, I mean, that Windwalker and DK seems very terrifying. I feel like, trying to think of what would be good against a comp like this. I'm not too sure of all the comps and specs that Method has at in their arsenal. But if I can think of something, it would be like something cleavy. Usually something cleavy does good against Windwalker and a DK, simply because monks have a bit more trouble healing like cleave pressure than like boomkin damage, I would say. So we'll have to see. I feel like it's definitely going to be another composition swap. They definitely need to get some confidence back, and I feel like when they do, they might be able to like overturn the series.
I just don't know what comp they can run. I think they have to sort of stick with this and just figure it out a little bit more. The Rushdown's really scary though. Both Valido and Chun-Li playing that Blood Elf, so they can do a leg sweep, Fist of Fury, Blood Elf, and then force every cooldown. And then the next setup they can do Asphyxiate, Fist of Fury, Blood Elf, and they have 2 basically really strong offensive stun silence chains that they can do. They can use their Incapacitate to interrupt heals. They can use Death Grip to interrupt heals, and it's just a nightmare for a healer to survive through that if they execute it right. They just really need to disrupt these setups that they're doing. If they can disrupt them on their offensive cooldowns, it's going to be really hard for them to sort of generate momentum, I think, at least from like the Windwalker DK point of view. They're not being stopped. It's pretty much unhealable, unstoppable damage.
All right, so it does look like there's going to be another composition swap on Method, and they're going to be running a composition which we've already seen have so much success over the last couple of days, which is going to be that Shadow Priest, Moonkin Druid, Restoration Shaman. So they are swapping back to the Restoration Shaman like we wanted to see them do. What do you think about the overall swap to the Shadow Priest, presumably from Snuts as well?
I mean, obviously it's going to provide a little bit more defensive utility. He's going to have the Void Shift instead. I don't know how much practice. I think they have a lot of practice on this. Snuts is a very good Shadow Priest. I think he actually like mains at this expansion. He plays it even more than this Warlock, so very proficient on that. He's going to have the Void Shift. He's going to have the additional healing coming out from BT. He's going to have Power Word Shield, so maybe it's what they need to survive these offensive onslaughts by Splice, and I think it might work out for them. Also, I guess something we found out, I think the UI might be bugged for Ironbark, so I think at that point in the game, last game when we were talking about CD being a little bit greedy with the Ironbark, I think it might have just been a UI bug.
Yeah, I mean,
all right.
It was one of those situations where it looked like quite an obvious Ironbark, so I think, that does sound pretty likely. But credit to Splice. They've been playing so well in this series, 2-0 up right now. And really, if you're in chat right now, Sidu needs your energy more than ever if they are going to turn this around. We did see a complete reverse sweep a couple of times yesterday in the qualifiers, actually, so it's definitely possible. They're swapping over to this incredibly strong composition. Snuts on the Shadow Priest, and we'll have to see if it's going to be enough on Torbjorn Arena to pull back in this series.
They need to make sure in this game that they're not overlapping defensives. If they don't overlap defensives, I think they can survive. But if they panic, use too much, Snuts uses a void shift when he shouldn't, that's really going to spell disaster. Smexon going for a bash clone right away on Anubis. Actually gets in-capped on that by Chun-Li. Chun-Li pulling over and actually in-capping or kicking that clone as well. Now they want to get aggressive, putting a ton of damage out onto CD right away. He has Earth Shield, he has Earthen Shield Totem, able to easily heal through that first bit of pressure coming out from Splice.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, it's not popping actually AMS being forced by Valido. A nice burst from the Young Specs using that full moon, forcing that AMS. Should be fine though. Novos has that Vim and Vigor up, so he should be able to top his teammates very fast. Sidu now doesn't have Earthen Shield. He's gonna have to deal with some casting. He's trying to kite behind the pillar, gets a healing surge, a second one, so he should be fine for now. On top of that, Orc Racial giving him the extra healing, and Young Specs doing a good job, with these clones peeling off his teammate. My Mom is used onto Valido, actually dispelled by making you overlap with the Iceborne Fortitude, but I feel like that should be fine for now. I feel like as long as Novus can keep his Vim and Vigor, he should be able to top his team off. Sorry, now the pressure is onto Sidu. Fist of Fury is being used. He's gonna have to deal with some kicks here. Pops the healing stream. Is it gonna be enough? Might actually decide to drop the link. The life swap is gonna be used very early on, and that's actually a very, very good start for Splice.
It is. Sidu now using Earthen Shield Totem as well, so wants to be a little bit more tanky. But Splice really doesn't have too many offensive cooldowns available. Apocalypse coming up in 15 seconds. Strike of the Windlord as well. So a lot of damage coming up from Splice quite surely. Valido, though, getting down to around 10% HP. They're going to be using that anti-magic shell. Nuvos able to top him up. Now Sidu getting relentlessly attacked. Once again, Chun-Li actually trinketing out, wants to keep up the pressure. Spirit Link is going to be dropped. As Smexon and Snut's doing a good job staying at range, so they're not getting double stunned with Sidu, and they can always help him out, throw off those off heals, throw off that CC, and I think that's going to be really important. Valido needs to do a good job of gripping in one of these DPS so they can get the double stuns out onto them as they're training down Sidu. Sidu just using so much mana, though. The leg sweep out onto him. Fist of Fury comes in. Blood Elf Silence once again. Astral Shift going to be used, but I don't know if it's enough. Trying to connect that healing surge. Gets interrupted on it. Somehow, some way he's alive, but he gets in-capped on his heal at 1% HP, and he will go down. Splice is going to take this series 3-0. That was looking much better for Method, but Sidu just being taken down again. Living almost so close to living, but the interrupts and the in-caps just too much for the Shaman to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, they went through every cooldown. I mean, we talked about the defensive utility from Snuts with that Void Shift, the perhaps slightly increased off healing as well, but it just absolutely was to no avail in that game. And I'm incredibly impressed by Splice. I really thought this matchup was going to be so much closer, but they take the series 3-0 in favor of Splice. So they're going to advance to the upper bracket semifinals. We have a little look over at those brackets right now. And as you can see, I think that's a shock result for a lot of people here. Our brackets are now updated, so we do have our first round results in, guys. Our first 4 series. We are going to have every single team play twice, though. I think we are going to go into the upper bracket next, so that's going to be Northern Panda going against the Bucktooth Clams. But everyone who has been beaten and has been the victors so far, we are going to see them once again today. So we're basically halfway through our broadcast now, which is awesome.
Awesome.
All right, and a couple of other things that I wanted to talk about. Once we did get to the end of that series, we got another $25 donation from Sagittari, who says, "Good luck to everyone competing. Great job casting, guys." Thank you very, very much. $25 is a fair chunk of money, so thank you very much. Of course, that's going to be going towards our next tournament, and I think this is as good a time as any to announce that tournament, since, of course, we are at that halfway point. So let me just make sure that we have our Matcherino link ready to spam in the chat as we do talk about it. But yes, we are going to be doing our next tournament as a European event, guys, which perfectly makes sense since we have our North American one right now. And that's going to be in a couple of weeks, actually. So that's going to be the weekend of the 24th of March to the 26th of March. It will be the same format as all of these. So 4-man roster, etc. And we can see the Matcherino page in the chat. Hopefully, right now we already have $300 towards that, and every single donation that goes towards us will be heading straight over into that pool. So that's awesome stuff. I really hope that we'll have some exciting takes from the Europeans going into that tournament. But we are ready to get into our next game of the upper bracket. Grand Arena, of course, will be the first map. And we do have the teams of the Bucktooth Clams against Northern Panda.
Ooh.
Yep, so two teams that we have seen previously. Now they're in the... Yep, I mean, both these comps, both these teams, sorry, did win their first game, and now they're fighting each other, so it's kind of like a nice little quarterfinals here. Are we in quarters? Or is it yeah, that would be quarterfinals, I assume. So on one side, actually kind of curious to see is, of course, going to be Rubcub, Samayam, and Roasties playing that Rogue Mage Paladin. And on the other side is On Your Feet, Previ, and LeBron James playing a very dominant Shadow Priest, Resto Shaman composition. Some of the Boomkin, I think it's called Owl Play. I'm not sure if it has a name. But anyways, both these teams have been very, very dominant. And now it's going to come down to actually who has the best I would say, like, strategy almost. I feel like both these teams have a pretty good chance of winning. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen.
Me too. We'll have to see how this opener goes. We've seen this matchup. We saw Jamili's team, Bell, I forget the name, Bell Boys or something like that. They were playing this Rogue Mage setup against the Shadow Priest, Moonkin, Shaman. Unfortunately, Rubcub is not on that Wrestler Druid, so does have a little bit of utility coming up from that Holy Pally, but not going to have those Cyclones, which were so strong when we saw this matchup previously in the tournament. Earthen Shield Totem already going to be used by On Your Feet. He's into that full blind as well, actually deciding to play Trinket. So he Trinkets out of the blind. There's going to be no follow-up zap. And now Rubcub, Samayam, and Roasties is going to be in full retreat. They got the cooldowns that they wanted. They're going to be pulling back, playing very defensive. And now they have an opportunity to reopen if they can get a re-stealth.
Yeah, interesting enough, Rubcub didn't actually use the Avenging Crusader during that whole time, so kind of just saving them off. That's something I really like, just saving them where he really needs it when they actually want to burst. Now, Earthen Shield is not available. Full kidney onto On Your Feet, doesn't have a trinket. A Hodge onto Previ, nice cross CC. Actually casting an MC from LeBron James, gonna get interrupted, and the pressure onto On Your Feet. Has that Astral Shift up on top of the Earth Shield. Should be fine for now. And actually, Avenging Crusader is slowly fading here by Rubcub. He did pop it a bit early on. Actually, had a silence, which is kind of not that useful when he has the Avenging Crusader up, so I wish he saved that after, but actually a nice clone. Gonna force that adaptation. Adaptation now not available. Pressure onto LeBron James. Full sheep onto On Your Feet. The Spurs should be forced here. Actually deciding to save it. A nice clone from Previ onto Roasties, but the full heart is coming. I feel he definitely has to disperse. Actually doing a good job holding it off. Good hold by LeBron James here.
Yeah, down to 20% HP once again. Uses the Disperse. Roasty reconnects onto him. Samayam connecting a huge fireball, so he's going to use that. Better safe than sorry. He might have been able to hold on to it, but he decides to use it. He survives another day. Previ already using that is Celestial Alignment, so waiting for that cooldown to come back up so we can get that offensive pressure coming once again. Rubcub doing a really good job so far in this game, healing through this damage. Avenging Crusader going to be back up in around 2 seconds for him. On Your Feet now getting swapped to Kidney Shot into Cheap Shot. Huge Meteor connects onto him as well. Blood Out Silence comes in, 10% HP. LeBron James actually going to be using that Void Shift, so that is another cooldown no longer available. On Your Feet now caught into the full blind. LeBron James had a lot of trouble. No Dispersion available for him. No Void Shift available as well, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any follow-ups. You see out onto On Your Feet. He's going to be able to connect some heals out onto LeBron James. Roasty's now caught into that full Cyclone. Full Moon going to be coming in from Previ. Actually gets interrupted on that, but that is the full sheep out of On Your Feet. But he actually gets a chance to drop the Earthen Shield Totem, so well done by him, realizing the situation, knows he's going to be putting a lot of CC, drops that Earthen Shield Totem, making his team incredibly tanky, and now Samayam, Roasties, and Rubcub going to be pulling back in full retreat behind the pillar. But LeBron James says no way, pushes in, wants to ride this momentum. Roasty's almost completely dead, uses that Cloak of Shadows. That's all they really have left. Rubcub does have that Divine Shield up. Avenging Crusader going to be up very, very shortly for him as well. Uses his bubble. Avenging Crusader is going to be popped almost immediately, I'm sure. It doesn't look like he's going to use it just yet. Once Rosys is out of that Cyclone, though, this could just be it. Rosys has no Cloak of Shadows available. He's trying to shut down some of this damage. LeBron James completely fine, though. Previ completely fine. Full Moon connects onto Rubcub. Rubcub going to be using that Avenging Crusader. That should stabilize his team. That's the cooldown that they needed. Now LeBron James in a lot of trouble to Hodge out on your feet. Northern Panda coming back from the brink of defeat, trying to get down LeBron James. Dispersion going to be used, so another big defensive cooldown being forced onto Bucktooth Clams by Northern Panda.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw a bit earlier on, Rubcub had to use actually a nice silence into full stun. It's going to be full onto Rubcub. The pressure is going to be onto him. Avenging Crusader is not available. The bubble is also not available, but Rubcub recognizes that, goes behind the pillar with his Divine Steel, healing himself back off, and that's what they kind of have to do. Holy Pounds are very strong doing Avenging, but outside of it, not that powerful, so he kind of has to wait for that Avenging Crusader cooldown to come back off, and then they can push in again. And then basically what the team of LeBron James and Previ have to do is they have to force CDs when Avenging is not available, and they've been doing a very, very good job. Avenging is back in 4 seconds. They're dropping so low. Roasty has Cloak in 8 seconds, full clone onto Sammy M. Rubcub behind the pillar using that Avenging Crusader coming back off. It actually gets CC'd on it. Actually a nice clone. It's going to deny some of that Avenging Crusader. On the other side, the blind's going to be full onto On Your Feet. Pressure is onto LeBron James, but the Conor is going to be forced, and I feel like he might actually have to block.
He might have to, yeah, but it looks like Rubcub able to connect some heals out onto him. On Your Feet, dropping the Spirit Link Totem right away, pre-linking that Hodge, but now he's being swapped to Earthen Shield onto him. He might need to use the Earthen Shield Totem as well. It doesn't look like he's going to use it just so far. He knows maybe not too much damage is going to be connecting onto him. Bit of a greedy play, but it pays off. He's able to keep that Earthen Shield Totem for himself for another time. Might have to use it here on LeBron James. Swaps over that Earth Shield onto him, making him a little bit more tanky, increasing healing onto him as well. Rosy's getting Mind Bomb up. Rubcub with a nice dispel into a bash. Adaptation is going to proc, so no adaptation available for him. Previ capitalizes on that with that full Cyclone out onto Rubcub, so Rubcub not going to be able to get out of that. Cap stun out of that as well, but just not too much damage coming in from Bucktooth Clowns just yet. Rosy's does have Cloak of Shadows, so he can always fall back on that defensive cooldown. Sam I Am did not have to use his Ice Block, so he does have that in spite of the fact that he doesn't have that cauterized. Rubcub, though, is the one that might be in a little bit of trouble. Actually pops that Avenging Crusader. It does expel a lot of mana when you use that cooldown. Silence coming out as well. Mind Bomb into that, so he's not able to dispel the Mind Bomb. Mind Bomb going to be exploding onto him, so he is caught into that little CC chain, but as long as he can attack with his wings, he should be able to survive. That was his Divine protection as well, his little shield wall, so he should be able to survive. But On Your Feet getting swapped to in the Hodge, the Blood Elf Silence, just getting smoked. Rubcub doing a good job making sure he pushed in with that cooldown. They kept the pressure going, and Northern Panda, despite getting low a couple times that game, are able to take the first game and take down Bucktooth Clams. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean that was definitely a very back and forth game. I think one of the things that actually struck me a lot is LeBron James kept using his silence into the Avenging Crusader from Rubcub, and that's actually pretty ineffective because he can still use all of his effective healing during that cooldown, the Crusader Strikes and the Judgment, while silenced, right? So perhaps if they'd executed that a little bit differently, they were so close to winning this game. I mean, they had people though constantly that I think that was actually very significant, perhaps mistake on the side of Bucktooth Clams, but regardless, very close game. Northern Panda are going to come out on top. These seasoned veterans have just looked incredibly strong so far today.
Yep, absolutely. I think one of the reasons, as you were saying, why he uses sounds, it was either to maybe force adaptation or maybe to prevent, if you do like sounds into Mind Bomb, you might be able to get a full stun, without the Mind Bomb being the spell. That could also be a possibility, not too sure, but it did actually seem kind of rough for the team of Bucktooth Clan. I think Northern Panda played that really well. At one point, they forced like almost every CD with that one swap onto On Your Feet. They caught him in the middle of the map in that kidney, and then there was like 2 more cheap shot into a Blood Elf Silence, and they basically had to swap. So if they keep doing these like very, very good, powerful swaps and get these cooldowns and just keep resetting as they've been doing when Avenging is not available, I think they'll be able to take the series.
I think so as well. They did a good job just running around the map, forcing them into bad positions and really avoiding so much of that starfall damage, which is what I like to see. Like you said, they just need to survive until Wings is back up, and once it is, they can continue their offensive pressure and just eventually land a kill like they did in that game.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting to see going forward. If I think Bucktooth Clans, we've seen that they are just going to religiously kind of stick to this competition, which is more than fair enough because this game was so incredibly close. I'm actually really happy to see Rogue Mage Paladin still succeeding. I think that this is one of the most fun comps to watch. I mean, they don't have quite as much CC as the Rogue Mage Druid, but the way that they play, they're kind of setting up, going in with the melee wings and then retreating a little bit. It's quite joyous to watch when it's played as well as Northern Panda seem to execute it on a reliable basis. But anyways, we are waiting on the map choice coming out of Bucktooth Clams. Of course, since they did lose game 1, it is on them to get that map advantage and also composition advantage. I would just like to comment one thing, because we got a few questions about it on our Twitter over the last few days. So in the announcement, which happened on Thursday by Blizzard, they announced that there's going to be some community-run tournaments, right? In addition to their five Blizzard Cups. And a few people were asking if this particular tournament does contribute towards that road to BlizzCon. I would like to clarify for those who were wondering that this does not. Those cups will start in April, perhaps even after, perhaps in May. They haven't been so specific on the community events. And actually, any community organizer that wants to participate with those cups has to go through an application process anyway. So it's not like that's been confirmed yet for anyone. Of course, GCD TV will be applying and would love to host some of those events, but neither this or the European event coming up in 2 weeks will contribute any points towards that road to BlizzCon, just because we had a few people asking about that. But going back to the series right now, Northern Panda 1-0 up against Bucktooth Clams. What do you think Bucktooth Clams have to change up in this next game to tie up the series?
Maybe a more optimal use of their silence, so they always have that available when Rep Cup does not have his Avenging Crusader up. We give them a little bit more of an opportunity to push in and get aggressive, because there's a few times during that game where they almost forced every cooldown and actually ended up killing them. If they maybe had that silence, used it a little bit smarter, that might be something that they can adjust to help create an opportunity to kill for them.
Right. I think it's always very tough to deal with avenging sometimes, just because it just, when you pop avenging, usually as a very heavy dot cleave, if you don't have an MS, it's very hard to actually go through it. So, and then what do you do when the team just runs back behind a pillar? I mean, you can chase them, but it's kind of hard, and that's what they've been doing. And it's kind of a frustrating situation when you're playing that spell or a spellcaster, because the team just runs behind the pillar, and then you have the mage just casting sheaves, so the rogue may be stunning you. So it's kind of hard to deal with, but that's what they have to do. There's no other way. They have to like try and force the CDs when Rub Cup doesn't have avenging, and if they can manage that, they kind of did last game. They did force the bubble when he didn't have the Avenging Crusader up. They just need to kind of keep getting these swaps, onto him, and hopefully get a kill.
I think Relentless would be a smarter option for the healer to play. I know the Shaman last game was playing Trinket, so he can Trinket out of blind, he doesn't get sapped, but it feels like Relentless, with how much CC and how many swaps are going out onto him, would have been a really good option to get him out of stun sooner, get him out of the Blood Elf Silence sooner, just get him out of all CC a little bit quicker, and that's what most Shamans have been running that we've seen so far. The Trinket is nice for that blind, but I just think maybe overall Relentless is a little bit stronger, and maybe something they might want to adapt.
I mean, yeah, it is definitely nice for the blind. There's only one issue, is that sub-rogues actually have a lower cooldown on blind. I'm not sure exactly how much it is. I think it maybe comes down to a minute and a half, maybe a minute 40. So, I mean, you can train the first blind, but you won't be able to train the second blind. And I feel like Relentless does indeed do a lot of work, especially against Rogue Mage. It's probably like one of the most effective talents against Rogue Mage. So, I would say it's a good... If I was a healer, I usually always pick Relentless against Rogue Mage, honestly. It's just... it's just less frustrating to deal with.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, okay, so Tolvaron Arena is going to be our second map choice, of course. No real surprise here, as the casters do typically go for that. Although, against the Rogue Mage in general, it allows them to reset a little bit, but Paladins aren't quite as mobile as some of the other healers, so it might be a little harder for Rub Cup actually on this map.
Might be a little harder. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference, though. If Rogue saves like his Divine Steed charges, he should be able to get away when he doesn't have that Avenging Crusader up. Might be a little bit annoying for him to push in when it is up, but I don't think this is going to give a huge advantage to Bucktooth Clams.
Yeah, it's always hard to predict. Then again, I think it could be slightly better for them. I'm sure that's why they picked it. it's still gonna come down to the strategy of both teams. I feel like if Northern Panda executes well, gets the CC rolling and rotates CD, pulls back out as we were saying, they should be fine. I think that they should be fine. So gonna be an interesting and exciting game for Bucktooth Clams. Hopefully they can find a way to beat this. I feel like if they can't beat this on this map, then they probably won't beat them on any other map. So maybe a smaller map could benefit them more. I'm not sure. Anyways, the game is starting. Game 2 on Tolver Arena. Sap is going to be onto LeBron James playing Trinket 2. Actually, everybody playing Trinket, unless I can't see the rest of the shot. Actually, yeah, playing Trinket 2. So everybody playing Trinket against this. The pressure is going to be onto LeBron James. No Urshield onto him. A full stab. Let's see if the DR Sheep can come in. Actually, a DR Sheep coming in. Might actually get the Disperse. Gets locked down that MD. Artifact is used by the Sub-Rogue. Dispersion is going to be used in a good start from Northern Panda.
Yeah, absolutely. That is classic Rogue Mage opener, CCing everyone, getting some defensive cooldowns, and now a swap over out onto On Your Feet. Has that Earth Shield on himself, pardon me. Blood Silence comes in. Astral Shift going to be used as well. So those are the cooldowns that Northern Panda needs to force in the opener. Rubcup actually did not use his Avenging Crusader once again, so he has that. He will be able to top off his team once Previ and LeBron James get some pressure and some momentum going in this game. Kidney shot over on your feet. He's able to get that Earthen Shield totem down, so LeBron James should be able to survive with that really well-timed cooldown by On Your Feet.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, actually popping the Avenging now. He's had it for a few seconds, sorry. He's going to be putting some pressure to LeBron James. Does not have that Dispersion, but I feel like as long as he has Earth Shield, he should be fine. The only reason they really got the Disperse is because he didn't have Earth Shield. And now the full watch into On Your Feet. Actually gets Master Spell. Nice job by LeBron James. Now putting some pressure, trying to go into that Void Eruption, putting the damage onto Rubco. That's what we were talking about. Look at this Rogue Mage Paladin. Now they're just running behind the pillar, and there's not too much you can do, honestly. Avenging Crusader will be back in 15 seconds. What can you do? He just spams TP LeBron James, and if anybody gets close, they'll just get cheap shotted or simply CC'd. So it's just very, very hard to deal with, and they're kind of in the situation where they just don't know what to do. Shadow Crash is coming out from LeBron James, not doing too much, and Rubcup just playing it safe, just waiting for that Avenging, waiting for the DRs to come back off and get the next CC setup going.
Yeah, Bucktooth Clams just needs to make sure they're doing a good job with their defensive cooldowns. While Rubcub, Sam-I-Am, and Roasties are pulling away and stalling, I mean, their defensive cooldowns are coming back up. They need to make sure they're living. On Your Feet getting swapped to, though. The Void Shift going to be used. Blood Elf Silence coming in as well. So another big defensive cooldown being popped. But you can see On Your Feet is ahead on mana right now. Rubcub is a little bit further behind. Sheep going on Your Feet. Now LeBron James is getting swapped to. Uses that Dispersion once again. Right now, Northern Panda is all over the place, just pressuring these guys down so hard. Now On Your Feet, caught into that full blind. This is the second blind that you were talking about. He doesn't have any way out of that. Kidney shot out onto On Your Feet. They can get a polymorph out of that. This could be big, big trouble for LeBron James. DR cheap shot going out onto On Your Feet. DR Hodge as well. LeBron James down to 12% HP when that Spirit Link Totem connects. So another huge defensive cooldown forced by Bucktooth Clams from Northern Panda. And now Rubcub in full retreat, going to be pulling across the map, trying to just avoid some of this damage, but it looks like they smell blood in the water where they want to get this kill. Avenging Crusaders coming up in 1 second for them. Right now, Northern Panda basically has all their defensive cooldowns available besides Cloak of Shadows, but I don't see Roasties going down, especially while Rubcub has that Avenging Crusader up. If they can get one more clean setup out onto On Your Feet or LeBron James, they could actually win right now. On Your Feet actually shrinking out of that full kidney shot, using that healing surge, but now he is susceptible to CC. The next time blind comes up in 1 minute, that could be a kill opportunity. Roasties can get a blind sap out on Your Feet. He's going to have no trinket available. It's going to be a 16-second CC chain. Previ trying to get some counter pressure going, using that full moon, actually gets interrupted by Sam-I-Am on that, so no damage going to be coming in. Now Sam-I-Am once again running away, blinking away with that Prismatic Cloak. On Your Feet actually getting swapped to kidney shot, cheap shot out onto him, has no Earth Shield Totem. Blood Elf Silence comes in, able to get off that Astral Shift. Innovate coming in as well. Gets spell stolen off by Sam-I-Am though. Earthen Shield Totem being popped as well. So now Earthen Shield Totem not going to be available. 30 seconds, blinds coming up. Rubcub now into that bash though. Divine Protection is up for him, so it's going to prevent some of this incoming damage. Still has Bubble available. He just needs to hold on a little bit longer for his Avenging Crusader. Once it's up in 5 seconds, his team should be completely fine. And they have this long CC chain we were talking about. Earth Shield is out onto On Your Feet. If they can get a full blind sap out On Your Feet, do a swap over on LeBron James, they could certainly get him down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Northern Panama just playing it so well and safe for now. And every time they push in offensively, they just force so many cooldowns. As you said, here's the full Kenny to full rough. Onto on your feet, disperse is going to be forced. We'll see if they can keep going, avenging his stealth for a few seconds, getting that extra damage from the Holy Paladin. A Hodge onto Previ. Nice cross. You see, full blind. He's going to be stuck in it. A nice silence, though, onto Rubb. Going to stop him from doing a little bit of healing, but I don't think it's going to matter. Shadowmans are going to be used. The DR Chief onto on your feet. They really have nothing in the tank. 4% HP. He may just go down. On your feet has to deal with a CS at this point, and they actually didn't have to deal with the CS at this time, but the Earth Shield is going to come down. A nice MC from LeBron onto Sammy M. That is Mitsukage the Mage is going to deny him from dying, but that was very, very close.
Yeah, an exceptionally close call. And once again, Bucktooth Clams having to use all their defensive cooldowns. Trinket's coming up very shortly for On Your Feet. He doesn't have to deal with blind for quite some time, but those CC chains are just so scary without that relentless. Right now, Northern Panda a little bit on the back foot. Rubcub going to be using that Avenger Crusader. Once again, that powerful melee wings. He's going to be able to attack the other team, and that's what's healing through this spread pressure so well. So I actually like the Paladin in this matchup. Blood of Silence coming in. LeBron James under assault once again, taking quite a bit of damage. Does he have Dispersion available? I'm not exactly sure. Down to 8% HP. Does not look like he has that Disperse. He will go down. Northern Panda taking game number 2, up 2-0 in the series, doing such a good job with their swaps and their crowd control, their defensive and offensive timing, and just really intelligently played.
Yep, very commanding performance coming out of Northern Panda there. Sorry, that was. Yeah, I think the first game it looked a little shaky. It certainly looked like it could go either way. But even though it took them a while to secure the kill in this game, they, like you said, they just had such good control of their offensive pushes, and then when to fall back behind that ever so large Tolveron pillar. And it just seems so challenging for Bucktooth Clams to get any sort of kind of real momentum going in this game.
Oh yeah, for sure. As we were saying, it's just there's not too much you can do if you have a team like Rubcub Rossies and Sammy and just playing it so well. And I would say like the best thing you can do is just to keep trying, honestly. But these, I just think Northern Pan just played it just too good. And if they keep playing as well as they do now, they're easily gonna take the third game. So the team of LeBron James is gonna have to find an answer. They might have to do a comp swap. I'm not too sure what they can run, but something definitely has to change, because if you have a team, if Northern Panda keeps playing the way they are, I think they're going to easily take them if they play the same comp, of course.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was just waiting for me to speak. Yeah, I do think they do make a change, and I think Relentless could end up paying dividends for them. I mean, maybe they played this matchup before. Maybe they know Relentless just sucks, and they can capitalize on the fact that he has no trinket at all. But it just seems like so many of these CC changes would be so much shorter, and it would just really help him get off those heals and those clutch cooldowns when he needs them.
Yeah, like you said, they might have. It's hard to say.
I'm so bad at this. I'm not having a good day today.
We should do like there should be like a buzzer, kind of like when you're playing like a TV, like these TV shows. And
raise your finger.
Whoever presses the buzzer
have an
first.
internal one.
Yeah.
Or maybe we can actually do some cool things with that. We can have like maybe it like lights up around our camera pane or something, like a nice red portrait or something, like this guy's turn to speak.
All right.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, why not? I mean,
why not? Exactly.
Sounds good. We sit and raise our hand and have Adrian call on us.
I could be the teacher, but I'm the one having the trouble anyways. So yes, I mean, I was all I was going to do anyways was catch up with a couple of people who had donated and resubscribed, and so we got $10 from Furious DK. Who says, glad to see GCD TV up and running. So thank you very much for that $10. We're glad to see it up and running too, and I'm glad that you are enjoying the broadcast, my good man. And we got a 24-month resubscription from Vemptastic. So thank you very much. That's 2 entire years. And I was saying this yesterday as well. When you see subscriptions that are over a year, it's just so amazing, because especially when you look at the WoW esports program, from the point of view of a community manager, certainly in the past, or a community organizer, like that, you don't produce too much content during the road to BlizzCon, right? Because it's very much dominated by this huge Blizzard program. So seeing these people who have been subscribed through that time where there wasn't perhaps so much content on our channel is fantastic to see. And I was actually suggesting, or I was talking about this with some of the other, with Toxic and Alb, of course, the co-owners of GCD, that perhaps it could be cool to set up some sub goals and actually go back to maybe 1 or 2 sub events. That could be something in the near future for you guys, because I think the subscriber community is something that is really cool on Twitch, and certainly at GCD we have a fair few of them. So awesome to be able to put on something like that for you guys in the future. Anyways, we are 2-0 in this series right now. Northern Panda versus Bucktooth Cams. And we were just saying how we really do feel like Bucktooth Cams do need to change something up. Do you think, like, the pillars were really hurting them in this last game? Do you think playing a map no pillars like Ruins could be that change?
What's up, the Ring of Valor?
The Ring of Valor.
I feel like at this point, like,
imagine
anything would be better.
Imagine how different the meta would be if Ring of Valor was a map.
I kind of want it to be a map. I don't know why. I like it. It's kind of just like...
Yeah, I thought it was cool. I think difference is good.
I'm sad it's gone.
I have bad memories of Ring of Valor, but then again, I guess it depended on the comp you played. Of course, it was always more like... I don't know, actually. It was kind of interesting, though. It was interesting, though, because it had, you know, an extra factor with, of course, the platform going up and down. I thought that was kind of cool. But yeah, it was also very frustrating sometimes. So, yep, that's how it is sometimes.
R.I.P. the Ring of Valor. Feels bad, man.
But yeah, back to more serious. I do think a map with less line of sight would probably be helpful for them. Seems like pillars aren't really helping them at all, you know. So if they can go somewhere like Ruins of Lordaeron, maybe they can abuse when Red Cup doesn't have that Avenging Crusader up and get some damage and more pressure. So maybe, like you said, Dalaran, Ruins of Lordaeron could be a lot more helpful for them.
Potentially. As I was saying, I think at this point, any map is probably better than what they've tried. They've tried Nagran, of course. That seemed like even better than Tolveron. Tolveron didn't actually seem to do them any justice. So I feel like a small map may actually help them. That might be like the only way
Blade's
for
Edge?
them to... maybe Blade's Edge. Maybe they definitely need a map where it's harder for the RMD to run. So if they actually decide to play the same comp, they're gonna have to like come up with maybe a different strategy or a lot of nerves, because they're down 2-0, and it's gonna take a lot of work for them if they actually want to win the series.
Yeah,
agreed.
I mean, it's looked. I mean, the first game looked quite close, but like you were saying, those pillars on Tolveron didn't really do them any favors, and you could even argue perhaps Tolveron was the best map for the Rogue Mage based on how that game went. So
they're probably really happy.
In a way,
like,
it's
oh,
good to have out the
Tolveron.
pool.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah,
that's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that map is at least out the pool now, so that might make the challenge of pulling back this series ever so more slightly surmountable. But like you say, it's still incredibly rough for them from this point.
But yes. What's after this series? Is it going to be WizK Returns versus Splice?
Yes, it will be. Okay. That should be quite interesting, because we already saw that matchup, right? Like Method in the final game did run the SP Boomkin Restoration Shaman, and they also ran the LST2 as well. So both the comps that WizK Returns actually have been playing so far.
Yeah, WizK Returns has had an opportunity to see how Splice played against Method. They're running basically the exact same comps, and maybe they can make some adjustments to not die from the onslaught of the Windwalker and the DK coming out from Valido and Chun-Li. Yeah.
And just to keep everyone up to date, of course, guys, we did have someone had to restart their modem, unfortunately, which is why we're having our delay right now. They are back online now, though, and in the party, so we should be able to get into this game 3 momentarily. I mean, like, this is one of the challenges with online events. You're going to have these delays, and I feel like today we've been a little unlucky with them. But I mean, some of the teams, like, they are going to use their delay time to the fullest potential because they want to, you know, make sure they're not making any rash decisions, and then these other technical issues are going to happen online, unfortunately. But we do want to get into the games just as much as you guys do. It's no easier for us, trust me. And yeah, hopefully we can get into this game momentarily. Did we have a map? Did they Not given just yet.
Blade's
I
Edge.
think so. Oh, Blade's Edge. Okay, cool. So that's
Same
exactly what we
comps.
said, right?
Yeah. So I think, yeah, once again, this is going to be a harder map for the Rogue Mage Paladin to run away. I mean, maybe they can jump down, but still they'll be giving the Wizards a good positioning to get dots on them, get the Starfall down. So I think Blade's Edge is a good choice overall. We'll just have to see how it plays out, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
will indeed.
traditionally, Blade Edge has been pretty good for spell cleaves. Also, just for one main reason is that if the healer pushes in on Blaze Edge, he's kind of really exposed to CC and damage. And I think the Blaze Edge pillars are still bugged. At least they are on EU, which means that the bottom pillars actually, or one of the pillars actually doesn't work, which means that you actually cannot line of sights. So that might be like an advantage for the team of the Shadow Priest and the Boomkin. So we'll have to see if, as I said, if there's any map where I think anything is better than the first two maps. So if there's any map, it's pretty basically now or never.
Yeah, agreed. And it's weird for the Blaze Edge. It's only one of the pillars that doesn't do anything. One of them works
Oh, is it
perfectly
one of
fine,
them?
and one of them doesn't do anything at all.
Right.
So a little bit strange. I don't know why that would happen, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Blaze Edge just has some interesting laws of
yeah.
it's just different laws.
Yeah. So, I mean, well, there's not really much else to talk about with this series. I think like we're just expecting the same competition, so we're certainly hoping the Moonkin's going to be able to make it into it, since he is the one having the internet challenges right now. So I guess like I want to get you guys' take on the announcement for the esports program for Blizzard this year. I mean, I know Sidu and Venruki already did a podcast just before our event on Friday, which touched on this a little bit. But what do you guys think about like, were you excited? Like, what were your favorite moments of hearing about how the next few months are going to play out?
Go ahead, Zini.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, Ven probably talked so much already on his podcast that I'm sure he can just want to maybe speak about it again. But I feel like it's a good thing for sure. More tournaments is always better, and just excited that there's more tournaments to play. I feel like it's good for both the players and the community to just have basically more PvP action, right? That's what it's about. And curious to see how the point system is gonna come into effect. Of course, that's the first time ever that this kind of a new system has been added. So very different from the previous years. So yeah, just curious to see how it's going to work out, but excited, not the least.
Yeah, it's going to be basically non-stop PvP action, more prize money. It just gives players and teams more of a reason to practice and really try throughout the entire season, which not only increases like the activity on the ladder, which is really nice, but I think for a lot of players who watch these tournaments, maybe they see a comp that looks interesting to them. Like, I wonder how many Windwalker, Mistweaver DKs we're going to see on the ladder. How many people didn't realize Shadow Priest Moonkin is good and they want to go PV some people down in arena. Like, it just, yeah, I just think it's good for the community overall. And I was really, really happy that these announcements came in. BlizzCon's going to have more teams. The regional is going to have more teams, more games, more teams. And it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, totally. I think so. I mean, that was definitely the most exciting part. I mean, when we heard about that as well, or I know when Toxic and Elb in particular heard about it, at the community events, it's just like the most exciting thing ever, right? Because it gives the opportunity for some of these organizers. I mean, we're not the only people that have put on tournaments in the past either. I'm sure lots of other people will jump at this opportunity to contribute to that road to BlizzCon. How do you think about the point system, and like from a competitor point of view? Since I mean, of course, I guess you're most likely going to be competing again this year, Sunyaki.
I guess you'll see. Yeah, I mean, I probably will be. I definitely will be. Actually, I don't know what I'm saying. Maybe. Yeah, I definitely will be competing again. But to answer your question regarding the point system, it's new, so it's hard to say how it's gonna come into play. But anyways, I think it's new and exciting. So it's probably a good idea. I would say more tournaments is always good, and I feel like on top of that, there's way more teams than ever before, so the competition is going to be higher. There's going to be just more teams playing, which also allows more players to play. So that's kind of cool too. Something important about these events isn't just about just playing and competing. It's also just meeting new people. There's always that social aspect that's always nice to see. So I'm just excited.
Yeah, and of course we've been out of the game for a little while now. This is a 3-man roster on the team. One playing DC issues, so I think I'm not entirely sure we're getting confirmation right now to forfeit the final game of the series if they can't queue up at this very moment. So we're just getting confirmation on that. If that does go ahead, of course, like we were saying, we will head into our next series of the upper bracket. I mean, even if these guys did forfeit their series today, it wouldn't be the end of the world for them. They will go down to that lower bracket and they won't have to compete till tomorrow for that. So it wouldn't be a disaster. And then our next series, of course, is going to be WizK's return against Splice if they can't queue up. So we were quite hyped for that. Of course, WizK's return running the exact same compositions that we already saw Method run into Splice. And I think that is probably going to be the way that we head. Yep. So I think, yeah, we are going to forfeit them. So that means RubCub's team will be advancing to our grand final tomorrow of the upper bracket. Congratulations to them. They will 100% be getting a top 3 prize. Of course, $2,000 in the prize pool for this event, guys. That is a phenomenal amount of money. And we can just look over at the page on the Match Arena and you can see some of those top donators on the right of the screen. Big SB donating $850. And of course, Metaphor Underbugs with $350 as well as many other contributors. Thank you so much, everyone involved in that. So much generosity, so much love to this community. So we appreciate every single penny, although that is quite a lot of. Well, you don't have pennies in the US, do you? Have cents. We appreciate every single cent, I suppose. But yes, anyways,
we call them pennies.
We are on pennies. That's okay.
We call them both cents and pennies. Like when you say like, oh, it's $1.39, but they're called pennies. The actual like coin.
Oh, really?
Is a penny. Yeah.
Huh. I didn't know that. You learn something every day, I suppose. But anyways, we are moving on to that series just to confirm that for you guys. We can have a little look at the brackets right now, and that is updated. Northern Panda advancing. They're going to be our first team in the upper bracket final, and our next series is going to be WizK's return against Splice. So maybe you can catch us up then on the comps that we're expecting from these guys that we've already seen, just for people tuning in now.
Sure. So WizK returns. So far in the tournament, we've seen them run that Shadow Priest, Moonkin, Resto Shaman, as well as the Warlock, that Demonology Warlock with the Moonkin and the Resto Shaman. So they have these 2 very powerful wizard setups that they can run. Splice, we saw them best Method a little bit earlier on in the tournament with their Windwalker DK. So they have Windwalker DK with that Mistweaver. They're also playing, well, I've seen them practice online, Windwalker Demon Hunter Mistweaver. So this sort of weird cleave setups, the Windwalker DK, the Windwalker Demon Hunter cleaves, and they've done a good job so far. We'll have to see if WizK returns can do something different than Method, because so far Splice is looking really good against those setups, and we'll have to see, like I said, if WizK can figure something out that Method didn't know.
Yep, yeah. We'll have to see. I don't know if do they have anything else available to them. I think actually Carlos or Absej on that Shaman, he's probably less known for multi-casting healers than Sidu, right? Like I haven't seen him play too much other than this Shaman in the past.
Yeah, a little bit, but he does play Druid. I played with his Druid actually yesterday. He's definitely solid on Druid. Okay. I know he practiced it a lot, so he can play other classes. Yeah, I'd say 90% of the time he's practicing and playing that Shaman. That's exactly what he's known for.
Yeah. So I guess we can expect that, and we just have to see if they can do something the Method could not on one of those 2 compositions, I suppose. I mean, we already saw them absolutely going, well, I mean, certainly with that Boomkin Demonology Warlock, they looked incredibly strong in their one game against the the bells. So we'll have to see if that can happen. We're just trying to get these teams ready. We've got the blind picks from both sides, I think, so we should be ready to get into this game, guys. It's been a little while without a game now. Unfortunately, these tournaments do happen, but we are just as excited to get into this one as everyone else. I was thinking about something else from them as well, but I guess see what they actually come up with, because yeah, I think there are some exciting compositions that these guys can come up with. I think having channels on your roster, like Asper has played so many different classes and specializations in these tournaments in the past, and we all just thought of him as a Moonkin, but then I think he brought out the Feral Druid once. He brought out, was he the one who brought out Warlock randomly as well? And he just tops damage every single time, no matter what class he's playing.
I don't remember that, but I don't remember that. I mostly just know him for his Moonkin play. You might be right though.
I certainly remember him coming out as a Feral one time. I can't remember what series it was in now though. It was back in WoD.
Back in the days,
or something. Yeah,
way too long ago for us to remember. Can't remember that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, well, anyways, I mean, we'll have to see what they can come up with. Come on, please, please, please. I just want to be in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, he played Feral and Luck during the Pro League, apparently. So I'm not crazy. That's good.
All right. Yeah, good job. Good memory. Yeah, it's always hard to know. I feel like, I mean, if he plays Boomkin, I feel like Boomkin is definitely one of the best classes right now. So I feel like he's probably going to stick to Boomkin, and just, I think the comp's probably going to resolve around him. But yeah, as we were mentioning earlier too, Splice looking very, very strong with that Windwalker DK, and I'm curious to see what could stop them. It's gonna be tough. They just seem so powerful, so strong, and it's gonna come down to what the team of Whiskey can figure out or play.
I think they just need to do a slight better job. Like, I really do think the Demonology, Boomkin, Shaman can win against that comp. They can get rushed down if they overlap some defensive cooldowns. Maybe the damage, they get lucky crits or something like that. But I think they definitely have a chance if they're very solid with their defensive cooldowns. They can live, and eventually, if you live long enough, there's just nothing you can do as a Windwalker DK team. You're going to be forced defensive, and can get really scary really quickly. But obviously, you do have all that upfront pressure, like we talked about. They're both playing Blood Elf, so they have the Asphyxiate Fist of Fury, Blood Elf Silence. They have the Leg Sweep, Fist of Fury, Blood Elf Silence, and those are going to be constantly rotating and coming back up, which gives them a lot of opportunities to these big CC chains and damage chains.
Yeah, totally. So we have to see. But I think we are queuing up into the game now. I better not be giving false hope here. I really do hope that this does not bug out and we get this. Nagrand Arena, of course, just to catch everyone up on the structure. I feel like it's important to save sometimes time. It is a blind pick on Nagrand Arena, so neither of these teams know what the opposition is going to be running as a composition. But I think we kind of predicted what was certainly going to be coming out of Splice. They are swapping over to the Demon Hunter, so it's going to be that Windwalker, our first Demon Hunter of the day, and the Mistweaver, that's Novos, playing against the LSD2 with that Demonology Warlock on Chanimal from Whiskey's Return. So Splice changing up their strategy from a composition that already saw them succeed against Method. Right. Do you think this is the intelligent choice?
I just think that they might not have expected that. It's of course a blind pick, so both teams do not know what the other is going to run, and that's what might have happened. Maybe they just didn't expect. This composition to come out from Whiskey's Return, and decided to pull out the Demon Hunter instead of the DK. I'm actually not sure. So we'll have to see. Maybe Demon Hunter is also very, very powerful against this. Should be quite an interesting game. Let's see here, onto Nagrand Arena. Game 1 between Splice and Whiskey's Return. Pressure seems to be onto Asper right now, and a nice incap onto Close. Actually playing a full leg sweep onto Asper's right now. Sorry, I can never pronounce his name. A fellow coming up very, very early. Earthen Shield is gonna be used, and on top of the Healing Tide, so he should be fine. Casting a Healing Sword, and he should be able to recover slowly. And yeah, the pressure just doesn't seem to be as powerful with that Demon Hunter compared to a DK for now.
Yeah, they did a good job. Absurge only traded out that Earthen Shield Totem as well as the Fel Lord, so able to deflect a lot of that initial damage coming out from Chun-Li. Chun-Li's using Touch of Karma and the Touch of Death out onto Absurge, but he now has that Astral Shift, so he didn't overlap those cooldowns. Astral Shift is available for him, and that should keep him alive through this swap. Right now, Thugonomic's taking quite a bit of damage. Right as well, Nova's trying to heal him up using that revival cooldown. He still has his life cocoon available if he needs it, but Asper and Chanimals have caught their stride, able to get out a lot of that Demonology Warlock and that Moonkin damage. It's going to be harder and harder for Novos to heal through this as the game goes on. But Absurge getting swapped to an unbelievable amount of damage. Nemesis pop, Demon Form pop, and they smoke him using Chun-Li's cooldowns to bait out Absurge's defensives. Baited out the Earth Shield Totem, or the Earthen Shield Totem, baited out the wall, and then Thugonomics, sorry, these names are messed up, so it's hard for me. But Thugonomics able to use that Demon Form, use that Nemesis, and just destroy Absurge instantly.
Yeah, phenomenal damage coming out of Thugonomics at the end there. He absolutely smoked him. Did he have the Spirit Link available? I think he did, right? But he just got caught up in the stuns.
He got caught up in the 2 stuns with the Blood Elf Silence. Blood Elf Silence is so strong for killing those Strawmen.
Was he relentless in this game?
Yeah, he was. That's like one of the problems with Relentless sometimes, you know, especially as a Espresso Shaman. If you just get stuck in these small LCCs and cannot link, it's just very, very tough to deal with. And that's kind of what happened to Absurge. He had the link available, of course. I think Earthen Shield was coming off too. But Metamorphosis actually, I would say it's a pretty well-timed Metamorphosis. They did force the Earthen Shield, then they forced the Astral Shift. Then Absurge basically had nothing. Got caught into that stun without any defensive. Had the link available, but unfortunately not able to get it in time. So the first game is going to go to Splice, leading 1-0 in a pretty dominant way. Whiskey seems gonna have to do maybe some change. I'm not too sure. It's hard to say if what would have happened if the game kept on going. But it feels like rest of the Shamans just get like destroyed in these small little stuns, and as long as they can keep doing the setups, they're in big trouble.
And it's so like one thing Splice is doing that's working so well for them is they're not overcommitting their cooldowns. They're not using everything instantly. They're using one set of cooldowns to force a cooldown, another set of cooldowns to force a cooldown. And that's what we saw that game. They slowly got off the Earthen Shield, then they got off his Astral Shift, and then once those were down, Demon Hunter had free reign to use every single offensive cooldown he could possibly imagine. They were able to just destroy him basically instantly. Just crazy. It's cray, yo.
Cray.
It's cray. And this is one thing as well. I think a lot of us have been guilty of this in the past, is counting the Splice brand out. I mean, I don't think that, for me, they certainly weren't the favorites going into BlizzCon. I think they were certainly one of the stronger teams, but I think a lot of people didn't have them down as number one. And then in this tournament as well, I looked through the rosters and I was thinking, oh, Method look incredibly strong. Of course, they're the same roster that came second at BlizzCon last year. And I looked at Jamili's team, who looked so dominant yesterday, and they looked really strong as well. But actually, Splice have looked almost unstoppable so far. They looked completely unbeatable against Method, and now going into game one of a team that had looked so strong in their first series also, they're just able to completely outwit Absurge and get that kill very early on in the game.
I guess you never really know when the damage is incoming. You see Touch of Death, you see Touch of Karma. It's like, oh man, I'm going to get smoked here. So you have to use a defensive. You see Zwen, Strike of the Wind Lord, your Life Sweep. You're like, oh man, I probably have to use a defensive here. And they just they keep having these little cooldowns. I mean, obviously Demon Form and Nemesis is a huge cooldown. I think that's really the one they need to look out for. Demon Hunters aren't going to have that same consistent pressure that an Unholy DK has early on. So you really can't overcommit too many defensives until you see Nemesis and you see Demon Form. Otherwise, you're just, if you don't have an answer for that, you're dead no matter what.
Yeah, it's also, it's really cool to see that almost all the other teams in this tournament have been running either Wizard Cleaves or some sort of hybrid between the two. This is the only full-on cleave we've seen, right? Have we seen
cleave? Yeah, but
so
actually,
it's nice to see.
I feel like they actually do good too against other spell cleaves. That's what I was saying. I feel like Mistweavers are good against spell cleaves. to a certain extent, and they're maybe a bit weaker against like more physical composition, if I could say like this. One thing that the team of Whiskey's return were doing really well, I would say, is always trying to push for the Mistweaver Monk and getting the Vim and Viger off, and that's how they're kind of able to get pressure. I feel like that's an important factor to do, especially against Mistweaver. If you just don't allow him to just sit in the back and just free heal, you can actually get pressure. So we'll have to see if Chanimal, Asper, and Absurge, of course, are going to be able to do something here on their map pick. Of course, it's going to be Tolveron Arena.
Pulveron. Yep. So definitely look out for that Nemesis, that red cooldown you see from the Demon Hunter. Makes it so he does 25% additional damage, which is a lot of damage. 25%, that's a huge modifier. He usually stacks out with his demon form, so it's just really, really scary, and that's what ended up winning them the game last time, so we'll have to look out for it again this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And the game looks like Seaman Demon, that is Thugonomics on the Demon Hunter is going to be opening up onto looks like Chanimals, but I think they're just trying to like kind of just like bait maybe the Earth Shield. I think they definitely want to go back onto Abster. That has been their main strategy so far. Here we see the Incap. We'll see if they decide to swap on him. And yeah, here's the leg sweep. They're gonna use the artifact. Gwen is up to a lot of damage. Earthstone Shield in between the Fist of Fury should delay him from having to use any more cities.
It's almost like it's like a fake setup. They didn't have too much pressure. The Demon Hunter wasn't able to connect. So like I said, they need to make sure they're not overusing cooldowns. If we see Chun-Li use Touch of Death and Touch of Karma on their next go, hopefully they realize what's going on. They need to make sure they're saving something for when Thugonomics decides to use his big cooldowns. But this split strategy is quite nice. Right now, Thugonomics is on Asper, pressuring him down quite a bit. That is the Touch of Death, Fists of Fury out onto Absurge, but now Thug trying to connect over onto him. But it looks like the Fell Lord is going to do work from Chanimals. The entire team of Splice is dying right now. Thugonomics down to 4% HP, 2% HP. It's not going to be the same. Well done by WizK Returns. Absurge playing that much better. That Fell Lord just destroyed coming up from Chanimals, and they were able to get the kill over out onto Thugonomics.
Yeah, a very quick game. Once again, we've had two incredibly fast-paced games here. I guess that's kind of what happens when you bring out these cleavey comps there.
Both teams, the Wizard Cleave and the Melee Cleave, which Cleave prevails. Yeah, we need to start calling balance comps Cleave, the balance comp Cleave, Melee Cleave, Wizard. Everything's just a Cleave.
Yeah, the word Cleave gets tossed around quite a lot these days, I feel like.
Too much.
I guess in Legion, like the traditional... It's weird, right? Because Cleaves used to just be tunnel healer, like TSG was a Cleave, but now it's just like anything, anything's a Cleave. Yeah, it doesn't really mean much. It's like the same as the word comp, I guess, these days. Oh, anyways, those melees against those ranged, and it's 1-to-1 right now. We have to. I think also this is one of those series where the map choice is actually quite significant, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Probably, I don't know what map. Sure. What map do you want? I mean, obviously the Wizards, they want the large map, so Tolveron, that's out of the way now. They don't have to deal with that anymore. And of course, Splice actually won the first game, so if it does go to a best of 5, they'll always have their map selection to fall back onto. I think it's most likely we see them on a small map this game. Looks like they did decide to go with Ash mains, so I was wrong. They're not going with the small map, going for a more balanced map like Ash mains. So yeah,
it was a quick game. Unfortunately, I think Thugonomics on that Demon Hunter finally did it. I think he had Blur still. Unfortunately, that Fellow kind of the finishing off, and Fellow actually does a lot of damage. I think it can hit up for up to 700k. So it's also a bit unpredictable because it can just come out and then half a second later the first tick will hit you. So I think that's what kind of surprised them. Demon Hunters, of course, are, I would say, decently tanky, maybe not as tanky as a DK, but they're still decently tanky. They have a lot of mobility. Of course, they have the Nether Walk and the Blur, which is a bit of a shorter CD that they can use defensively. But on top of that, they just have a lot of mobility, so they can afford to go back in and out between pillars, and that's kind of their core defensive strengths too. So I feel like Thugonomics will be a bit more ready next game, and if he's able to survive a bit longer, I think the game will look different.
It's actually crazy. The fellow, just looking at the damage breakdown, actually did 5 million damage to Chun-Li and 4.4 million damage to Thugonomics that game.
Oh, wow.
So
That's insane.
definitely getting a lot of value. Did 3.6 million damage that game. It was his second highest hitting ability, just slightly under Doom, which is crazy. So got a lot of value out of that. And like you said, it hit for 750,000. So definitely a really scary thing to be standing in.
But yeah, that's the thing we said as well. In the first series against Method, I mean, they were using the Fell Lord. Snuts was pressing Fell Lord, but Splice just stood in it. They didn't care. They just wanted to tunnel down their target every single time. And I mean, fortunately this time unfortunately rather, they do get punished for it on this occasion. But like, it's one of those abilities that's designed such that you are meant to have to move out of it. Like, it is doing insane damage, but these guys seem to think otherwise. And I mean, in game one it worked out for them. Here, perhaps not so much.
No, yeah. What we saw in the last game is the split strategy. Chun-Li's trying to force cooldowns and pressure onto Absturge. Meanwhile, Thugonomics on that Demon Hunter is trying to just create a little bit more pressure, splitting a little bit, making sure Asper gets shut down a little bit so he can't get all those Cyclones and full moons out that he wants to. I think it's a smart choice. They just need to make sure that they're converging at the right times. Like we saw in game one. I'll have to see if K Returns can play their defensive cooldowns correctly and survive this cleave damage.
Yeah, one quick interesting note is that they actually didn't decide to play like the DK version again. They actually decided to go with Demon Hunter, so they might actually think that it's better. We'll have to see how it opens up. Of course, pressure is going to be onto Asper. Usually they started, with the ink cap onto Absturge and try and split on or swap onto him. We'll see if that is the case again. Of course, Novos is on that Mistweaver, chilling in the back. Actually, nice spell. Actually, Chun-Li's going to trigger. He really wants to go offensive. Pop in a Touch of Death onto Absturge, DR Fist of Fury, but actually not too much damage because Seaman Demon, that is Thugonomics, sorry, on the Demon Hunter was actually cloned on that go. So not too much pressure for the team of Splice for now.
Yep, not at all. But still, Nemesis is available. That Demon form is available as well. But Chun-Li really just not able to force too much out onto Absturge immediately. Does not have the Earthen Shield totem, but he still has some stuff left. Chanimals trying to spam out that damage. Shadow Fury incoming as well. Incap out onto Absturge. But right now, Splice is having to play incredibly defensive. Zen Moment going to be popped by Chun-Li. He's also decided to play with that Zen Moment talent, so he's going to be expending his chi defensively a little bit. But here we go. Looks like Demon Hunter wants to get aggressive, but the Fell Lord comes out once again. Looks like this time Thugonomics and Chun-Li want no part of that. They're going to be running out of it immediately as Absturge is sitting in that. Asper now getting swapped to. Thugonomics flying up in the air. He's going to be raining down the demon bolts from above, putting additional pressure out onto Absturge as well. Now swap back over onto Absturge. Absturge desperately trying to get back into that Fell Lord. But the Chaos Nova comes in. Absturge down to 10% HP. Bloodhouse Silence as well. Hellstone and Spirit Link comes out. He is going to be able to survive. But in the meantime, right now, Novos is trying to pull back and get those heals out onto his team, but he gets axe tossed up there into that Shadow Fury. Well done by him. Full Cyclone coming out as well. Capstun coming out. Just a million little stuns coming out from Asper, Chanimal, and Absturge in this game. Right now, Splice is on the full defensive. WizK Returns has all the momentum in this game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. One interesting choice from Chanimal is actually not playing that Death Coil, but he's playing the Shadow Fury. That's what we saw a little bit early on when they just like stun the whole team. So an interesting choice, maybe a bit more a defensive choice, I would say, to kind of just peel these two melees. But yeah, anyways, one thing that WizK's team is doing really well, they're putting pressure onto Novos, the Mistweaver. As I say that, double Chaos Nova on Absturge and Asper at the same time. Cooldowns are being popped. Earthen Shield's going to come down. Should be fine for a little bit as we saw these offensive cooldowns from the team of Splice. Full clone once again onto Thugonomics. Just a great peels by Asper. Every time he has the opportunity to, he will always try and get a clone on one of the DPS, and that's what's kind of like saving his shaman form every time.
Yeah, Thugonomics once again using that Death from Above to get out some additional range damage. Leg Sweep going out onto Absturge, who's at around 40% mana, 40% HP. Leg Sweep going out onto Asper as a peel as well. Well done by Novos, using that incapacitate, using that leg sweep to CC up Asper and prevent some of this damage. He's having a really hard time healing through this damage right now. Chun-Li does have Touch of Karma. He's going to want to use that offensively, not just defensively, so get that sort of 2-for-1 value. He's going to be pushing out on Absurge, as Absurge actually went down for a drink, sort of forcing their hand, making them get aggressive. Nemesis is up. Blood Elf Silence comes out. Absurge, once again, being saved by that Fel Lord, though. Touch of Karma out onto Absurge. Earthen Shield Totem as well, but it looks like they don't care. They want to get aggressive. This may not work out for them, but Absurge down to 30% HP, connects a huge heal onto himself. Now they've taken so much damage from this Fel Lord, they need to make sure that they're getting out of it. Absurge just sitting in it over and over. The protection coming out from that Fel Lord is incredible right now. Chanimals is spamming out those spheres as well. And right now, Novos really doesn't have too much left. Revival's going to be up in 8 seconds. That could save his team. But Absurge is going to be sitting down for a drink once again, forcing Chun-Li and forcing Thugonomics to push in and get aggressive out onto him. I like this move from Absurge. He knows that if he gets a drink off, he's going to be in a really good spot, as they are ahead on mana. And if he gets even further ahead, that can be nothing but good for them.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure why Thugonomics playing that Rain from above. It seems like the Imprison would be like a better tool, but then again, I'm sure he knows better. One thing that Whiskey's return is doing really well, they're putting pressure onto Novos every time. He doesn't have Vim and Vigor, and that's why he's actually right now. They're actually just putting so much pressure. The fact that the Mistweaver does not have that Vim makes it that he just simply cannot out-heal most of the damage from the Boomkin and the Demon Lock. So great job at Team of Whiskey. And now Novos is in some big trouble. He actually doesn't have many cooldowns. Like Cocoon is coming up very, very shortly. He's put into the full bash, decides to trinket. Abster still has a few cooldowns left. I mean, Link is available, Earthen Shield is available. They just need to delay the game for a little bit longer, and I feel like Whiskey's return could take this game over Splice.
Yeah, absolutely. But that being said, Nemesis is going to be up in 29 seconds. That's going to be their opportunity to kill. Touch of Karma available, Revival available, Life Cocoon available, but Novos just has no mana left. Uses that Revival. He has a little bit left in the tank. If they can hold on till Nemesis, they might be able to get a kill with that, but Absurge has a lot of defensive cooldowns ready. He has that Spirit Link. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have that Earthen Shield Totem, though I think the Fel Lord is up for Chanimal, so he can use that. Pops the Fel Lord. That should keep his team up. They cannot afford to get hit by that at all. Touch of Karma going to be used offensively out onto Absurge from Chun-Li. Absurge actually running out of it. He realizes he's going to get hit for more damage with that Touch of Karma, so avoiding the damage there. Well done by him. Very smart moves coming out from Absurge to survive this. Chun-Li actually getting stunned up once again. He needs to make sure he's not getting hit by that Fel Lord, but it looks like Thugonomics wants to get aggressive. The Nemesis comes out, the Demon Form as well. Astral Shift going to be used by Absurge, rotating through these defenses quite well. Chun-Li down to 20% HP, no Karma available for him. The full bash out over onto Novos as well. Chun-Li's in a lot of trouble. He needs to get away. The double kill almost coming out from WizK Returns out onto Splice. And they just did such a good job with their defensive cooldowns, rotating them almost perfectly. Splice just really couldn't find an opening and eventually fell to the damage coming out from that Moonkin and that Demonology Warlock.
Yep, for sure. I just want to say as well, one thing that I think, yeah, we might criticize the Death from Above coming out of Thugonomics on that Demon Hunter, but I think the Spectator UI is the only thing in the game that actually gives that ability justice. Like, it looks so nice. He just goes full Illidan mode.
Well, the reason he doesn't use it is because Chun-Li and Novos have in-cap on such a low cooldown that I don't feel like he'll actually get that much value from it.
Right.
That makes
It's
sense.
basically the same ability.
Yeah, true. I feel like the Imprison could be really powerful though sometimes, kind of like incapping the healer low or something.
Yeah.
But I could see definitely the argument of the double incap just kind of DRing with everything. So yeah, just feel like you just can't get too much out of it because you're in the air, but you have two casters. So usually the two casters can still keep casting on you with the Demon Form. Or with that Rain from Above, sorry.
He just needs to Nemesis Rain from Above and get damage off that way. Avoid the Fel Lord, just shoot laser beams at him from the sky because it actually hits really hard. Like,
yeah, it does.
What are they called? Like Fel Bolts or something like that? I don't know. Fel Bolts from the Rain from Above.
I just know that you have like, you just fly into the air and your main bar changes, I think, and then you just have like one ability.
Yeah,
just press.
I noticed also you can, as you're landing, people can CC you and you can't use your like interrupt or anything. So
No, you can't do
if
anything.
people time it right, yeah, it's just
You
I
turn
don't
it.
know.
You basically turn into a vehicle. I think
Yeah,
the way
that's
it
it.
works.
I wonder if you can exit it. If you can just like exit your vehicle midway.
Maybe
Probably
there's
not.
like maybe there's a canceller or something you can do. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't think there is. Or people would be flying
Imagine
down
if
and
you
like.
could. Yeah, you just
Yeah.
fly. You just start gliding around the map, 50
Right.
feet above the ground. That'd be cool. Oh, well.
But
Anyways.
anyways, score is down 2-1 now. It's the first time we've seen Splice kind of in this situation where they're actually down a game, and they're gonna have to like figure something out. I'm curious to see if they might go back to the DK Windwalker. That's what we've seen them very powerful on earlier on. But I feel like if they're playing this 2 games in a row now, they probably do know that it might be better. I'm not sure.
What I think is going on is this comp, this Demon Hunter and this Windwalker and Windwalker DK, like both those comps have very specific win conditions. And maybe against this team, they already know how to survive against the Windwalker DK. And once you've figured it out, it seems like they really are on a time limit. If they can rotate properly and they can survive, I feel like the chance they have is really, really low. Whereas against a team like Method, maybe they haven't quite figured it out. So they're confident running that Unholy DK. With that Windwalker, just because maybe they can take Method by surprise and it worked out for them, but maybe it's just not going to work out the same against Splice.
Yeah. I also feel like there are some value, or there is still some value in like playing your main class, right? I mean, even though a lot of people are very well versed on their ults these days, it's still like when you channels Asper and Absurge playing all on, you know, the Warlock, the Moonkin, and the rest of Shaman they're known for. There's this intimidation, if nothing else, that you're up against Asper and Moonkin. I mean, I'm sure Smexon is very good on his Moonkin, and he's going to keep improving on it as well. But I just feel like you're going to feel slightly more comfortable on it. You're going to perhaps even intimidate your opponent slightly. What do you guys think about that? You think that's just kind of me? Maybe I'm wrong, but I get that feeling.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe it doesn't really matter that much anymore. Like maybe people are just at that level on their ults these days. But yeah.
Well, I think it's obviously if you're a team that can play all mains, like if you're someone that plays a Moonkin for 5 years and you can play a Moonkin in a tournament or tournament, not terminant. Yeah, if you can play your main class, that's obviously ideal. But I think people are so good at alts these days, and some matchups, like if you're on an alt, like you just have such a big advantage. It really doesn't matter that much. Like we saw some of the rep paladins from regionals last year that have been playing for like 5 hours or something like that, besting people who've been playing classes for years. But yeah, I think if you're in a situation where you can play your main, obviously you have a nice little advantage there, and that's ideal.
Yeah. And that's just seems to be what WizK's return has going for them right now. I mean, they're all playing their comfort pick classes, and it just happens that they're all in the meta as well right now. And it's been the tournament meta from other teams who have been re-rolling to that, and it just seems to be paying off very well for them. Of course, they haven't won every game. Spice did take game 1, and suddenly they were very close to taking out Absurge still in this last game. So they can definitely still come ahead in this series, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Then again, I think both teams have a very wide variety of comps, so it's. I'm curious to see if they're gonna change something up in this particular matchup. There's so many things they can run that it would be hard to predict what they would run, but I feel like that's what it may have to come down to. I mean, when you're down 2-1, you lost the last 2 games with the same comp. You're definitely thinking about changing something,
Right.
either the strategy or one of the specs, one of the classes. So there's definitely a lot of variables that are, there's definitely a lot of options, is what I meant to say, for Splice. And if they can find that option, they might be able to, at least tie the score and potentially win the series.
Yep, for sure. I just want to give a quick little shout out to, let me just refine this here, to Ice Mech, who's donated $9 to the tournament. He says, great job on the tournament, so thank you very much for that, dude. And that was put, did I just say dude? Right there. And that's went straight into the match. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for that, Brewski. No, that probably doesn't Doesn't fix it anyway. Thank you very much for that ice mech. I do appreciate it. And that's going directly into the prize pool for this event. We're at $2,060 right now, which is, I would say, a pretty healthy sum at the very minimum. Of course, 60% of the prize goes to first, 30% to second, and third gets 10% of that prize pool. We're looking at 1,236 for first prize right now. So that is a phenomenal amount of money to be earning, and that's why these teams are taking so much time. But Dana and Suez is going to be map 4 of Splice versus WizK's return. Splice 1 game away from being eliminated from this series. Of course, they will get a second opportunity in the lower brackets should they end up losing.
I just am constantly impressed by these players' transmogs. Some of them are just on point in this game.
We need to do a transmog contest.
We should every single game we should vote who has the best transmog. Like Absurge to me is just on point right now. Looks so shamany.
Oh yeah, he really
shamany.
Yeah, shamany. I like his shield. That is really cool.
Definitely looks like an orc that you like a level 5 orc you'd seen.
Looks like a tribal orc, yeah.
Yeah.
Going to hunt, fend for his family. Now he's in the arena, going up against this fearsome Windwalker monk, Demon Hunter.
Yeah, I don't know how much that armor is going to protect him. I feel like he could be wearing something slightly more heavy against this team.
He doesn't need it. His arms are so big and strong.
Yeah.
But anyways, Absurge going for that early hex. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to land it out onto Chun-Li right away. Chun-Li once again starting over onto Absurge. Looks like he's actually doing something interesting with his images this time. He's attacking Chanimals with his Storm, Earth, and Fire. Only he himself is on Absurge, maybe trying to bait out some cooldowns while also simultaneously putting out some good pressure out onto Chanimals. So an interesting use of Storm, Earth, and Fire there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Fel Lord is, of course, going to be used. Nobody's kind of standing in it. Chun-Li's doing a good job kind of like rotating back and forth inside of it. And actually a nice full clone out to Chun-Li's going to stop that pressure. Revival still available for Novos. He is on that Mistweaver Monk. And it seems like the pressure is kind of like stopping on Splice. So they seem to be fine for now. I'm really curious to see if WizK's return are going to be pushing for Novos as they have been in previous games. I feel like that's really the key. But Chanimal is just such under pressure. Down to 40% HP. Unfortunately, no CC onto Klaus and Absurge, sorry, so he's able to top him off. Now we see the full bash into a root beam, maybe. Yeah, nice root beam by Asper behind a pillar. It's going to create some CC opportunities for his team. And putting the pressure onto Thugonomics, into Chun-Li. They both have cooldowns, so they should be fine for a bit. And I kind of like the strategy from Splice. They just seem to be able to control the game way better than they were before.
Yep, absolutely. Absurge once again having to use that Earthen Shield Totem, so won't have that available. Nemesis not going to be up for another 40 seconds. That's really when we see these opportunities coming out from this Demon Hunter, so we have to look out for that. Chun-Li now caught into the clone Asper, trying to control the game up a bit, getting out that crowd control. And this was I was talking about a little bit earlier on, these split strategies, really nice, controlling out the game. They can collaborate on one target when they do have those offensive cooldowns. When they don't, they can just do the consistent pressure that a Demon Hunter and a Windwalker do. They have good lockout, each one of them individually, so I think it's a smart decision. Right now, both Novos and Absurge are relatively even on mana for the time being, but as the game goes on, obviously it's going to be hard for this Mist Weaver to heal through the damage coming out from a Demonology Warlock and that Moonkin. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm actually surprised playing Vim. I feel like if there's one map you don't want to play Vim on, it's probably like these small maps like this. As I say that, every CD are being popped. Fel Lord is actually being used defensively. A bit too far from Absurge. It's going to have to run back inside of it. Astral Shift on top of the Earthen Shield has been used. So a lot of CDs to counter that Metamorphosis from Thugonomics. Pressure is still onto Absurge. He should be fine sitting into that Fel Lord. So just to avoid some of that onslaught from Thugonomics and Chun-Li. Of course, mana still seems to be fine onto Nova. Actually going for a drink. I like this drink early on. He knows his team is fine. Thugonomics, of course, has the blur available on top of the Nether Walk. I'm assuming he probably plays with the Nether Walk too. And as I say that, I think he's playing with the. Is he playing with the other Imprison now? I'm not sure. I think he's playing with the regular Imprison.
No, still using the Rain from Above. So.
Oh, he still is? Okay. We just haven't seen him leap into the air just yet.
He hasn't gone flying through the air. Zen moment pop by Chun-Li. He's getting swapped to quite hard. The cap stun goes out onto Chun-Li, but he uses that Touch of Karma to avoid some of that damage. Another Cyclone coming out from Asper onto Chun-Li. Cyclone now out onto Thugonomics. So Asper once again doing a great job with that crowd control, controlling the game with those Cyclones. Bash over out onto Nuvos right now. Actually into a full Hex as well. They have no Hex dispel for that. Doesn't look like the Moonfire and the Sunfire are going to be breaking that. Another Cyclone coming up from Asper trying to connect the full moon. We get the DR incapped on that. So very annoying for this Moonkin having to deal with 2 incapacitates. Get those big casts off. Channel's getting swapped to now. Earthen Shield Totem going to be used by Absurge to deflect some of that incoming damage. Nemesis coming up in 26 seconds. Touch of Death coming up in 26 seconds. They might be able to make a swap over onto Absurge. If they can force Earthen Shield Totem onto Channels, or sorry, if they can force Earth Shield over onto Channels, that's when they can make something happen out onto Absurge. But it looks like Absurge knows that. He's just keeping Earth Shield on himself. So they really need to keep that damage out on the Channels and sort of force Absurge to swap that Earth Shield.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, Novus has been just doing a great job keeping his Bim up. Every time he drops below 80%, he uses that healing elixir to kind of top him back off on an HP. As to say that every CD is actually being popped. Fellord, and once again, counter by Channel. Great job by Channel. Link actually being popped here. I think it's because Earthen Shield wasn't available for a few seconds. Absurge did not want to take a risk. Decides to use the Spirit Link. Sorry, I think it was a good choice. Channel still in trouble, but remember, when Demolocks drop below 35%, they take another 20% less damage. So even though the Demolock can be very low on HP, he's still going to be fine as long as the pet is alive.
Oh, the more you know. I didn't even know that. So they become more tanky the lower HP they get. That's nice. We actually saw Thugonomics there use that rain from above with that Nemesis, and he was just chunking Channel's HP over and over. So I really like that, getting some damage out when that Fellord is out, but it just wasn't enough. Channels, though, getting swapped to once again. Earthen Shield Totem being dropped once again. Channels and Absurge having to sit together. They don't want to get too close. They don't want to take that AoE damage coming up from the Windwalker Monk and the Demon Hunter. So they have to both be in the totem, but not be close enough together so that they're taking that spread damage coming out from those 2 classes. As for casting out that full moon, actually connects a full moon out onto Thugonomics. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough. And I think actually Novus went down for a drink at some point in the game because his mana is doing quite well at 70% mana right now, just healing really far back behind the pillar. He's trying to push in, get an incapacitate out. Valkyle's consumption going to be used by Channels, though. Quite a bit of damage over on the Chun-Li. Chun-Li actually has no Touch of Karma. He used it out onto Abster, so he uses the Touch of Karma. It's still up for another couple seconds, but after that fades, he won't have any defensives for quite a bit of time. As I say that, though, Novos does have the Life Cocoon. He does have the Revival available, so they can always fall back on those defensive cooldowns. Once again, Nemesis and that Touch of Death going to be coming out for Chun-Li as well as Thugonomics very, very shortly, so they can use those 2 cooldowns together to try to land a kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Chun-Li actually used the Touch of Karma earlier. I think he was trying to Touch of Karma the artifact from the Demolock, basically. It's called Thalkiel Consumption. It just does a lot of damage, usually around 500k. So he was trying to Karma that. Now he doesn't actually have it for 45 seconds. Might actually come back to bite him back off because he has to actually pull back right now. You see him behind the pillar with his healer, just trying to chill and get some healing back up. As I say that, the HP of Thugonomics dropping very, very low. Asper doing a good job with these clones, forcing the trinket onto Chun-Li, just relentless with these clones. Pressure is onto Novos and Chanimals at the same time. Chanimals dropping low. Link is not available. Earthen Shield was used, though. Should be fine for a few seconds. A nice Fellord is also going to come. And a nice pet stun actually from Chanimal into that Fellord. It's going to actually make sure that he hits, the Fellord hits actually Thugonomics twice. So a really good CC on top of that Fellord is going to come from Whiskey's return. Of course, they were up 2-1. So Splice has to win this game if they want to remain in. Gateway is going to be used. Absurge wants to remain out of trouble. Link is coming up in 15 seconds. So as long as the pressure remains on the team of Whiskey's return, they might actually be able to take this game. We'll have to see.
Yep, 16% dampening already. Absurge still being attacked, relentlessly trained down by Chun-Li. Chun-Li is a very annoying Windwalker to have on you. He gets interrupted there on that heal, actually using his Astral Shift. He uses his Earth Shield as well, so just making himself as tanky as possible, but he is in a little bit of trouble right now trying to fake out those interrupts, but it looks like both Thugonomics and Chun-Li are going to converge out onto Absurge. It is this point in the game where it becomes very hard for him to heal through this damage. Chaos Nova comes in, Spirit Link has to be used by Absurge. That should stabilize his team for now. That was a lot of defensive cooldowns used, though, from Whiskey Return, so they need to be careful the next time that Nemesis is up. Earthen Shield Totem, of course, is available for them, so they can always fall back on that. And right now, Nuvos still getting pressured down so hard. Actually, Chanimal's putting his pet out onto Nuvos, so he has that Fellord on the whole game, chasing him down. axe tossing him, doing damage to him. I think it's a really smart decision by Chanimal. And you can see in this game, I mean, Nuvos is getting pressure down by just the pet alone and some dots, and he's the lowest person on his team. So it seems to be working out very well for Chanimals.
Yeah, it's very important to just remove that Vim and Vigor. As we were saying, it's much harder in dampening to actually keep your Vim and Vigor up. So it actually might be like, maybe he's gonna regret having that. As I say, that Touch of Death is up onto Chanimal. I feel like he's gonna be fine. Actually decided to swap to Upsurge. Has no Earth Shield, gets obliterated. Earth Shield might not be enough. He doesn't have Earth Shield. He now puts it up. A nice regrowth and peels from Asper is actually gonna save him. And as I say that, I think Thugonomics lead into the air, trying to get some extra damage in. Pressure is on both teams. They're both so low, 25% dampening. It could really go both ways at this point. Upsurge now doesn't have any CDs left. I wonder if he's going to be able to top Chanimals off. But on the other side, Thugonomics is dropping very, very low. Chanimals bound to 35%. Fellord comes in. They really have to get out of that if they want to stay alive.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to run away. Shinlon's gift coming in from Nuvos once again. He pushes in, tries to get that incapacitate out. Chanimals in a little bit of trouble. Full leg sweep out onto Asper. He's trying to get out those cyclones. He's going to adaptation out of that leg sweep. Gets the full cyclone. Full moon going to connect out onto Thugonomics. Chun-Li has no touch of Karma. All three members of Splice are excellent for WizKid. Returns to attack right now. Upsurge really doesn't have too much left. Of course, Earthen Shield Totem is going to be coming up very shortly. Darkness going to be used as well from Thugonomics, trying to prevent some of that incoming damage. Chun-Li is just going to be sitting in that, using his port heal, healing himself as much as possible. Stops the drink from Upsurge. Chun-Li has to retreat, though. They're trying to get some damage out onto Asper. Asper just relentlessly training down Nuvos in this game, puts the full bash out onto him. Chun-Li is trying to return, trying to help him out. The revival comes out, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Finally, Nuvos goes down, and WizK returns, is going to best Splice 3-1 on Dalaran Sewers.
Yep. They might still go for something here. No, the other guy left, so Thugonomics not going to be able to do that. It looked like WizK's return were in control of this game for such a long time, and then Thugonomics went off at one point. He got channels to about 30%, and then he swapped over in the stun to Upsurge and got him literally from 80 to 10% in the 4 seconds. That was absolutely incredible damage. Not quite enough to convert into a kill, though. So, like you said, 3-1 in favor of WizK's return. We're not going to say goodbye to Splice just yet, though. We will see them again tomorrow bracket, of course. And that's a perfect transition, because that's where we're going now for our final 2 series of we can head over, look at the brackets as an implication of this series, and you can see we still have our lower brackets here: Elevate versus No Filter and Method versus The Bells. That is going to be an incredible series. I didn't actually realize it was going to be Method versus The Bells, so that's something to definitely end the stream with a bang, I think. But looking at the upper bracket, we can see Northern Panda have advanced, as now have WizK's return. That should be an epic game that we will see played out tomorrow, of course, our upper bracket final. But yes, we're going to be heading into Elevate versus No Filter as our next series. Before we do head into talking about those teams a little bit, though, I do want to reiterate that we did announce our next tournament in the just a few series ago. So we are going to be running a European event from the March the 24th to March the 26th, and I'll link the Battlefy for this event in the chat right now. There we go. There's a little bit of stream delay, but hopefully people will see it. And that's going to be hosted in a couple of weekends, guys. So definitely be on the lookout for that. I want to also note that both this tournament and that next tournament will not be for the points for the Road to BlizzCon. Of course, the point-based system was announced, but that's not starting just yet. So these are still just community events run by GCD TV for the teams. But I certainly hope that the announcement of this huge esports program starting in just a month's time is going to incentivize teams to put on their absolute A game for our events. But yeah, we're going to have our blind picks locked in for these teams now. Can we remember No Filter? They actually did run Clevy comps as well, right? They were the team that Benriki seemed quite excited for, and then Elevate as well. Elevate were the team that had the RM Pala mirrors against Northern Panda, if I remember correctly. So that's going to be Jax's team going up against No Filter, who ran, I think they ran Windwalker Warrior or something. in their first
Oh,
game?
About that, yeah, they ran 2 comps. They ran Windwalker Fury Warrior, and they ran the Arcane Mage Windwalker. They also run Arcane Fury. They run Firearm, so they have a lot of different comps that they can run. This is another matchup I'm really excited to see. I don't think we'll see too many Moonkins or Demonology Warlocks in this series, so it will be interesting indeed. I see some Rogue Mage versus some Warrior Mage, which could be cool.
Potentially some Arles too. I think that was actually the team that played Arles the very first series against Drug Cub. Unfortunately, didn't pay off for them, but they still did pretty well. So it could be a potential. That's like the crazy thing about these comps is like we saw like a we saw Windwalker and the Mage. And then we saw like a Windwalker and a Warrior. It's like you change like 2 different comps, or you change like 1 spec, but you have like a totally different comp that's like just powerful against some comps and just less powerful against others. So it's cool to see that there's a lot of the classes that work well together, and that players can manage to integrate in these comps.
Yeah, for sure. So we have to see. There's a lot of options on both these sides. We do have our blind picks locked in, guys, so we should be able to get into this game momentarily. I'm happy to say that we seem to have been having a little bit less downtime over these games, so thank you very much for bearing with us. And I asked this question yesterday, and obviously chat got spammed, perhaps overly so, but I wonder how many people have stuck with us. I mean, this broadcast has been live for what, 4.5 hours now? How many people have been with us since the start? Because
raise your hand.
In between all the wait time, yeah, exactly. In between all the wait time, there's actually been some pretty awesome games today, and we've had some. This really is North America's very best competitors that we're seeing in this event, which is absolutely awesome. But right, it is going to be.
Yeah.
Actually, Windwalker. I guess you're quite a fan of this. This is your classes, the Windwalker and the Mage.
The Arcane Mage and Windwalker Monk, my favorite classes. This is actually really, this comp's good. It's pretty popular too. And NA, I think sometimes Arcane Mages struggle against Fire Mages in general. I just think Fire has a big advantage in the Mage mirror. I'll have to see how this exact matchup plays out. I think that they could open on Versace and probably force his bubble in the opener, especially if you can get off that Mark of a Luneth. Touch of Karma or Touch of Death gets used, so they can force big cooldowns in the opener, but I think eventually it's going to be hard for Volcasar to get off the consistent damage he needs.
Yeah, that's what I feel like too. Like Arcane is just really strong. It just has like 1 main weakness. It only has 1 effective tree. You know, you want to go for CC. If you get interrupted, you also can't do damage. That is not the case with a Fire Mage, of course, since if at least 2 to 3 they can effectively use. But anyways, a sap onto Malol actually was not able to get in combat. Pressure is going to be onto Welsi. Every cooldown is going to be popped. He's actually going to be spells blinking and getting a little bit healed off. As I say that, the Hodge is onto Malol. No Sheeps though incoming onto him, and so much pressure onto Welsi. The Avenging Crusade is not enough. Actually going to get Bubble overlapped with the not Bubble, sorry, Block overlapped with Avenging Wings from Avenging Crusader, sorry, from Versace. So the Avenging Crusader not enough to save on this pressure. Actually might just die. Saga is going to have to be used.
Yep, it is going to have to be used. That should keep him alive for now, using that combustion. He wants to get aggressive out onto Volcasar, and now Ironbark and Ice Block have been overlapped from Volcasar and May. So both teams having so many defensive cooldowns already be used for them. I think this is a good spot for Elevate to be in. They have their bubble still. Avenging Crusader is going to be available. Wealthy Man caught into that full life sweep, though. This could just be it. Versace not going to use his bubble a little bit too late, and by I mean too late, it was way too late. And unfortunately, Wealthy Man is going to go down. Volcasar, SSJ, Best World, and May just having crazy pressure from start to finish. Almost got smoked without using his Ice Block, but he managed to get it off, and they could keep the pressure and momentum going.
That game was incredibly volatile, don't you think? Is that how that matchup, do you think, would always go? I mean, we haven't seen Arcane Mages playing. I certainly don't think there's as many of them in Europe. Is that like how you would have expected that to play out then?
Well, I just think as an Arcane Mage, if you can have a good opener, if you get a good opener and you can sort of ride the momentum that way. If you don't get a good opener, eventually I just feel like it just plays in the favor of the Fire Mage. So if they could just stabilize, maybe peel a little bit better in the opener, not maybe overlap as many cooldowns. Like if he, if he blocked before his Cauterize, he could have still had Cauterize available there. Maybe the bubble would have been enough to keep him up then. They just needed to hold on a little bit longer until that Avenging Crusader was up, and they might have been all right. But yeah, definitely not too surprised that they had that initial pressure. They have the mass invisibility, so he's pretty, unless he gets knocked out, he's basically guaranteed to get off that Mark of Eluneth, which does a lot of damage.
Right.
Yeah.
What did you think about the assassination rigs in here as well? I mean, most people have been running subtlety recently, certainly in this tournament.
I mean, as a rogue, damage is, to be honest, just very, very low, as you can see from the scoreboard. You kind of just bring them, I would say, for the Mortal Strike effect. Even though that has been reduced to 20%, it's still a little something. But the damage is indeed very, very low compared to what it was before, so it's much harder to get pressure. They did get a block, though, nonetheless, with that first Vendetta. And but then again, they did overlap it with an armbar, so maybe they could have rotated CDs a bit well. I would say sub is probably still slightly better, and Asa might have its chance against some things. Yep.
I just think that like against an arcane mage who has so much mobility and so many blinks, like why would you not play subtlety? Like subtlety just seems like the obvious answer to deal with all that mobility. As assassination, you don't have as many ports with that shadow strike, so it just seems like his uptime would be higher. He'd be able to shut him down a little bit better. But maybe he just doesn't feel like they have the throughput if he does that.
Yeah, maybe. I'm sure he's tested it out. One big factor too is, Versace playing the Avenging Crusader. He's kind of having the same issue as his Rogue is, as Assassination. He just cannot hit the targets. I mean, play Avenging Crusader where most of your healing comes from, of course, Judgment and then Divine, or like, what's it called? Crusader Strike. But if he's not able to like Crusader Strike on CD, it just, and that's kind of happened. Like, it's so hard to get to the monk, so hard to get to an arcane mage. Efficiently, he wasn't able to get the healing out, and that's how they kind of overlapped, or not. I wouldn't say overlap, but they had to use a lot of cooldowns. Block was forced, even though Avenging Crusader was forced.
Yeah, so maybe using that double sack would be better. You could have bubble sacked there, which would have kept him up. I just feel like if the game goes on longer, Fire really, really does have an advantage over Arcane. Like the consistent damage you can do, your survivability, like you said, you have 2 trees. It just plays out in your favor if they can get there. If they can't get there and they're getting rushed down by this Arcane Mage, I don't think it has a big advantage, but if the game goes on long enough, they definitely should do okay. Just need to live and shut down this opener. But Volkasar and May and Tellerine, they've been doing this sort of rush down setup. They have all these openers figured out. They know exactly what they need to do. It's really scary to play against them because of that.
The Arcane Mages, like this team's Alliance as well, right? Volkazar and co.
I think he was Orc. He's Orc.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, never mind. Because I was thinking, like, if he... Yeah, I don't know. It just seemed like he... Other than when they did get that block with the Vendetta, he just... The only thing I could think that Assassination is useful for is you just... you do a lot of damage when you get that one kidney shot, right? When you actually pin him down. But, I mean, firstly, Sub has the same with the constant shadow dances, and secondly, it didn't seem like that happened very often. There weren't that many scary kidney shots where you actually thought Velkazar was going to go down. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll see if they do any composition swaps, because that game wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't.
Maybe he just like Assassination, just like the mage likes Arcane.
Maybe.
Like some people just like to play like a spec just because they like it more than the other. I would say. I mean, I do agree with you that I think Sub will be better, not only for the mobility, just also because I would say the damage is definitely a little bit higher and you have more CC. So you're basically trading damage in CC for Wind Poison, I guess, and a bit more burst during Vendetta. So yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, I guess we're about to see if there is any swaps. He's the last person to enter, so yeah, he's going to be running the Assassination again. I mean, the Arcane Mage only has 1 block, right? It's only Frost has 2, I think. So yeah. So they did force that 1 ice block. So they definitely weren't so far away from getting the kill. Relentless is being played by the Restoration Druid as well. So no PvP trinket in this one. We'll have to see if the map choice, of course, coming out of Elevate, Tiger's Peak, is going to have them with better fortunes going into game 2.
Yeah, they need to get another ideal opener, which I think they can if they just position well. He gets that Mass Invis off. May can push in, he can get a bash, Mass Invis, and do a Cyclone on whatever target he wants. Volkasar can get off his Mark of Eluneth. And if they can get that same opener on the mage, it's pretty much a guaranteed cauterizer, guaranteed block, I think, unless Versace decides he wants to use bubble or sack or something, or Nesper can get off insane peels.
Yeah, he's playing Versace playing that Relentless, so if he actually gets caught in CC, he might not be able to sack, but it would be a good option if he sacks early so his mage doesn't have to block. Actually, the pressure is going to be onto Versace. He's going to use his Divine Protection. Every CD is being poured, but he's going to pop his Avenging Wave. It might not be enough, actually. He has to bubble. A good Rock from Volkazar is actually going to deny him from using any ability for a few seconds and forcing that very, very early bubble.
Yeah, Volkazar getting trained down now by Nesper. Nesper actually still playing that Assassination spec. A lot of pressure out on the Volkazar. This could actually just be his Ice Block. Looks like Temporal Shield and Ice Block are going to be overlapped. Didn't get too much value out of that Temporal Shield there, so I could see why he decided to use the Ice Block. Mei still has the Iron Bark, so luckily they didn't overlap those defensive cooldowns. Now SSJ Best World is caught into that Polymorph. Wealthy Man looks like the target of choice. I think they're going to want to do a swap back over onto Versace. He has no Trinket. He's playing Relentless. If they can get that Mark of Alameth out onto him, they might be able to burst him down the full leg sweep out onto Versace, but Volkazar could just not connect too much damage right now. A lot of missile procs, though. Able to get those missile procs out. Barrage comes in as well. Just not able to get off any cast anymore. Versace should be able to survive with that Avenging Crusader. Getting off some significant healing with that. Mark of Eleneth comes up, though. This could just be it for Versace. I think he does still have a Blessing of Protection available, that Divine Shield as well, or that Divine, whatever the shield is, his little shield wall for magic damage is going to keep him up and sort of deflect some of that incoming damage. Volkazar now getting swapped to as well, down to 50% HP. Ironbark still available for Mei, I believe, unless the UI is just bugged. He could be in a lot of trouble if he's not able to connect that. Nesper doing a lot of damage on that Assassination Rogue right now. Still has the giant Mortal Strike as well, so it's harder for Mei to actually top him off.
Yeah, absolutely. Melo was using that Broccoli form. As I say that, the Bop was used onto Versace on that next onslaught. Kinney onto Volkazar. Looks like the Vendetta is actually going to be forced. Melo may actually have to cast now. That's the trouble. Armbark comes though now. A nice Armbark, well timed with the Vendetta from Nesper. Should be able to top his mage back off very, very shortly. But now Versace doesn't have any cooldowns. Divine, Bubble was used very early on during the game. Bob was recently used, so maybe the next go is going to be very, very, very troublesome for him. We'll have to see. Then we see a DB, Hodge actually into a DB. Unfortunately, no Sheep able to come. Relentless, just so powerful. I was on a Druid because it's much, much harder to actually get CC on him. But yeah, anyways, Avenging Crusader was popped by Versace, and now he's kind of totally out of cooldown. He does have a sack available, but I'm curious to see if the team of No Filter is going to go back for him, or maybe trying to go for a different target. It looks like they're actually going to be going for him. Pressure is onto him. The orb is going to be, the mark is going to be used. Arcane Power was actually spell stolen, I think, by Welsi. Great job by him, reducing a lot of damage on his paladin.
Yep, absolutely. And Volkazar still in a lot of trouble. Wasn't actually able to use his Presence of Mind procs. He still has 2 of them up, so he has a little bit of damage. But he's just focusing on surviving right now. It's not going to be enough. And like I said in the opener, I mean, they forced so much as that Arcane Mage, but later on in the game, the consistent pressure coming out from Wealthy Man was just much higher. They were able to shut down Volkazar on pretty much all of his goes, and he just wasn't able to get out the damage to support SSJ Best World on their swaps over onto the Paladin, unfortunately.
Yep, and that's going to tie up the series 1-1. Elevate coming out on top in that one, and I thought it might be slightly harder for them to get the connections onto the Arcane Mage, but they actually had pretty reasonable pressure overall in this game, getting that Ice Block early and then securing the kill in only a 3-minute game. So well played by Elevate, elevating their gameplay just a little bit going into game 2. Let's see if they can continue up that escalator going further into the series. And yeah, No Filter now, they will of course have the map choice and the composition advantage. I guess we'll lean on you again here, Van, a little bit, since you know these guys the best. Do you think there's anything that they might want to counterpick into this team, or do you think
I do.
with the Arcane Windwalker?
I think that Vices could come in on the Arms War. I think Arms Fire, like Volkazar can easily play Fire Mage. He's really good at that as well. So if they can play Arms Warrior, Resto Druid, Fire Mage, I think that's a really good answer for this Holy Pally, Fire Mage, Asa Rogue, or Subtlety Rogue. I think that's a solid, something solid they could play. Volkazar also, I think they could just maybe stick with this comp. They could play the exact same thing, except maybe just spec Fire instead. I think Arcane is good in some matchups, but this matchup is not one of them. In the Mage Mirror, I just don't think Arcane beats Fire. I just don't think it does.
Why do you think Fire does so much better in this kind of mage v mage?
Because you don't have to cast to get out your damage. Like you're more tanky. Obviously, you have less blinks, but to actually get off your damage, it's just not nearly as big a deal. And when you do get interrupted on your damage, say you cast a fireball, you get interrupted on it, you can polymorph. Whereas at Arcane Mage, you get interrupted, you can't do anything. If you try to CC, you try to polymorph and then do damage. If you get interrupted, you can't do anything, unfortunately. So you just get caught in these really awkward moments where the only way you can do damage is Arcane Explosion, Arcane Orb, or Arcane Barrage. And without your cooldowns, it's just not enough.
All right, we'll have to see. Is there any changes? It looks like he's re-entered as Arcane. Yes, they are going to run the exact same thing. Of course, this map choice 12-run arena is from the side of No Filter, so maybe they're hoping the Arcane mobility will be benefited slightly more in this larger map. I guess we'll have to see how it's going to play out.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if the team of Elevate's going to go back to going into that Arcane Mage. I mean, the team of No Filter went onto Versace, and they actually lost last game. And the very first game, they actually went on to Wealthy. Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
Yep, I guess something happened. Maybe, no, I mean, maybe they entered the wrong specs, or maybe just something happened. I guess we'll get our admins to confirm that for you guys. We should be able to get into this game momentarily. These guys have had a very quick turnaround on their decisions. They both seem very confident, just answering immediately with their compositions, maybe looking in the same thing again. That's something we haven't really seen so far today. Like a lot of these teams have been using absolutely all of their wait time before making their decisions, but these guys are both hopping straight into it. What do you think that says about the mentality coming up from the teams?
They probably think it was a close game. I've been in those situations before where you're like, okay, we lost, but whatever, we can win. Like we made this mistake, this mistake, this mistake. Like we could definitely do better and definitely prevail. So you stay sort of confident with your composition because you know like where things went wrong specifically. Sometimes though, that can get the best of you. Like sometimes you probably don't make the best decision. Like if you lose a game and maybe one thing went wrong here, one thing went wrong there, it gives you false confidence. Like you're like, okay, we can definitely win if we fix those things. But it sometimes just doesn't work out that way, and you just wouldn't have won either way.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, score is 1-1. You know, team it's pretty even, and as you said, in these situations, you're probably telling yourself that, oh yeah, we definitely have a chance with this. So it also probably is their main composition for both teams. So that's probably what they're the most confident with. And that's also always a factor when deciding of what comp you want to play. You kind of always prefer going for what you're most comfortable with. So that's probably the reason why they decided to play that same matchup again, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think it's very important to be comfortable, but at the same time, this is something we were talking about a little bit before. This is the perfect time to kind of try and push yourself a little bit out of your comfort zone, because this is before we start getting into those Road to BlizzCon tournaments where, of course, there will be points on the line going towards regionals. I mean, there are $2,000 on the line in this tournament too, and both of these teams do face elimination. Of course, this is the lower bracket, so losing this series will exclude you from any further tournament practice or any chance at that prize money. So definitely there's a lot on the line here, but at the same time, I think a lot of teams have benefited from taking those slightly more risky swaps over to the alts just in the long run.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see if No Filter decides to open up onto Versace. I mean, they had kind of an ideal opener. They opened on them, they got bubble. That's really all you can hope to achieve. They just couldn't sort of push through on the second swap and the third swap and finish them off, despite getting really, really close. Maybe they want to commit that damage onto Wealthy Man instead, because in the first game it worked out so well for them. Yep,
as you said, it's going to be... I'm curious to see what strategy they're gonna decide to pick. Volcans are, I think, popping his greater invis off the bat. I'm not sure if that's oh, I guess that's how the regular invis looks like actually for Arcane Mage. It might have a little bit different UI, but they're actually going to decide to actually open up onto Welsi at full clone onto Versace. With so much damage, not able to temp shield. I wish he was able to trigger in like temp shield. Actually, he might be playing Klept against the Resto Druid. That's probably like the most obvious choice for him. Nice pre-armbark by Melo, tanked the sheep, but was able to get the armbark on the Vendetta, so he should be fine. Not deciding to play Relentless, Trinket instead, and I kind of like it against Assassination Rogue. Pressures onto Versace on the other side. He has the Avenging Crusader up, so he should be fine. Volkers are casting these sheeps, trying to peel himself up, and Versace's in deep trouble. Avenging Crusader is going to fall off, and I think he's going to have to bubble.
Yeah, I think so too. Look at Volkasar. He is actually using the Temporal Shield. I just saw how many hots he had. I thought he maybe like clapped back all the hots that were stolen. Wealthy Man now using that combustion as well, trying to get aggressive with that, but doesn't look like they're able to accomplish too much. May into that full kidney shot right now. Beautiful cross CC coming out from Nesper. Volkasar once again trying to spam out that damage, trying to kite Nesper, but Nesper able to reconnect, able to get the block out from Wealthy Man though. That was the touch of death coming out from SSJ Best World. So using that touch of death, Wealthy Man coming out a little bit early. Versace not able to actually get too much healing on him. Finally connects the Holy Light onto him, so he should be fine for now. Cauterize did not proc, so once again not overlapping the Cauterize and the block, which I think is really, really smart. The Hodge going out onto May. The Ring of Frost actually gets interrupted, so he's able to cast out that Polymorph. And now Volkasar is in a lot of trouble. He needs to get off that Temporal Shield. He's trying to get away. He does have some hots on himself, but it gets all spell stolen off by Wealthy Man, and now Ice Block has to be used. He does not have Cauterize to fall back on. The only defensive cooldown he's going to have available is that Mass Invis and Temporal Shield coming up very, very shortly for him. But I think it's going to be pretty easy for Nesper and Wealthy Man to push through that if they can get any more CC out onto May. Tranquility is used. Volkasar into the full kidney shot. He's just having such a hard time getting out that damage. Wealthy Man taking quite a bit of damage as well, though. Getting smoked right now, down to 20% HP, 10% HP. Versace actually just spam healing him in bubble, but it's not enough. But Volkasar gets taken down in the crossfire. Wealthy Man trying to survive. Can we get a 2v2 here? Doesn't look like it's going to happen. The Blessing of Protection goes out onto Wealthy Man after the Cauterize. And Versace was in control of things the whole time with that Blessing and Protection. But the damage coming out from that Windwalker Monk and Arcane Mage, insane. Versace just couldn't heal through it at all, even during his bubble. Just spam healing.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir,
Yes,
indeed.
Just looking at the damage breakthrough between the two teams, it's actually quite even, I would say. Of course, the Arcane Mage, as you said, doing a bit less damage, has to rely more on casting than a Fire Mage does. But other than that, the damage is the same. It's still crazy for me to think that Versace is doing like half the damage of his partners. So he does like 4.5 when his, Rogue and Mage do like 9. So like, yeah, basically exactly half of the damage as a Paladin. So I feel like the Avenging Crusader definitely adds another, aspect to that comp, and it's really what gives him the potential to actually kill Volkazar every time.
Yeah. One thing to note too about like Volkasar's damage, although it's high on the scoreboard, a lot of it is insignificant. It's like Arcane Explosion, because every ability Arcane does pretty much AoEs. So like when he's using his Arcane Explosion to get damage, that's hitting all 3 targets, or his Arcane Barrage. It's not like the single target damage that you need that Wealthy Man's doing. So damage output is, although it's on pretty high on the scoreboard, is still just not super effective and not super relevant, I don't think. I'd really like to see him play Fire.
Yeah.
I
did he used to be known for Fire for so long?
Yeah. He, like I said, he's like the hipster mage. When Fire's bad, he was playing Fire, and now that it's good, he's like Arcane.
Nah, not for me. Yeah. I remember him. He used to have a lot of 5-ages, and he competed at some regional events or something as on his Fire Mage, right? Like a long time ago. Or am I mistaken?
Yes, I think it was in 214, if I remember right. Probably.
I can't remember exactly what composition he played. He played some Spell Cleaver's Fire there, I think, if I remember right. Maybe it was even Fire God comp.
Fire with the Moonkin. I think I was playing with a Moonkin or something.
Spicy Chicken. He was like the Spicy Chicken.
Yes. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, that rings a bell. Yeah, because I remember, and it was like he was the only guy really running Fire in America, I think, at least. Yeah,
and then people figured it out and started running it after. But like, oh, Combustion one-shots your whole team? Like, maybe that's something we should look into.
Yeah, and then as soon as everyone else does it, he's like, yeah, Arcane, trust. Yeah. Oh well, we'll have to see if he can, if he does decide to change anything up here, or if they do keep going. I mean, that game was very, very close. I feel like if Volkasar didn't die there, the they would have got the kill onto Wealthy Man. I mean, he was about 10% at the time, and the bot saved him just because Volkazar died, right? So you couldn't purge that buffer. Arcane's just able to spam purge since it has no mana cost. But anyways, we are getting into game 4 as Ruins of Lordran. Super Tease isn't here, so I will do the classic line of this could be the final resting place for No Filter. Lower bracket, if they do lose this game, they are eliminated from the entire tournament. Of course, they will do everything within their power to prevent that from happening with this Windwalker Arcane Mage composition.
Windwalker Arcane. Once again, Volkazar deciding to use that Arcane Mage. Everyone on No Filter is using Relentless, so they have no CC breaks, but all CC on them will be a little bit lower, so opting to make that choice. Wealthy Man and Esper deciding they want a trinket. They want an opportunity to break CC, whatever they want. Assassination is actually working out quite nicely. I mean, once Vendetta still does good damage, and I think it's strong with the Fire Mage because you have the bleeds, you have the poisons. Healing is a little bit more difficult. One thing that works well for this Windwalker Monk is if he's detoxing, he can actually detox off a lot of those poisons. So this scenario is going out onto Volkazar as well as that healing reduction. So if he does that a lot in this game, that might be able to help them out as well.
Yep, that is true. We see that. We already see a full clone to Versace. Actually, gonna decide to use that sack very early on. I think he wants to make sure. I think he thought he was about to get CC'd or something. As I say, that nice temp shield from Volkazar and the whole Vendetta. He's actually a completely full HP for now. So I mean, the temp shield was nice, but his HP just didn't move. Unfortunately, DR Hodge now onto Melo. No CC is going to be coming out. And last game he was playing Relentless, Trinket, sorry. I think he's decided to play Relentless now at least. I think both choices are very, very good. He's now into that Healthy Broccoli form. Gonna be casting those regrowths back to back just to make sure his mage doesn't die. And Volkazar seems to be fine for now. Of course, as I said, the tree form is available. So usually when that is up, it does last 30 seconds and it just does so much like insta healing that you can't really die. Then again, the pressure is onto Wealthy, and Versace is actually getting nicely CC 3 sheeps into the clone. Actually get the block from Wealthy, even though he did spell steal the arcane power from Volkazar.
Yeah, he did. Was that the arcane power that he spelled, or the innervate? Anyways, he comes out of the ice block, now in a lot of trouble. He does have that cauterize to fall back on. Versace needs to keep him up. Cauterize does proc. Can No Filter push through and finish off Wealthy Man right now? Versace has to use that bubble. I believe Blessing and Protection is going to go out. Doesn't look like Volkazar is going to be able to dispel it. He needs to get that Evocate off if he can. Get a little bit more mana for these spell steal wars. Versace caught into the leg sweep. Wealthy Man caught into that DR leg sweep as well. Full clone coming out from Mei out onto Versace. Volkazar looks like he is going to be okay. Ironbark has been used from Mei out onto Volkazar, so it's not going to line up with that Vendetta. So the next Vendetta could easily be Volkazar's Ice Block. If they're not going to get it now, they could definitely get it later with that Vendetta. No Ironbark available from Mei. Wealthy Man getting caught in the Fist of Fury. Fist of Fury out into Versace as well, into the DR clone, that triple DR clone. Wealthy Man once again in a lot of trouble. Arcane Missiles coming in from Volkazar. Somehow, some way, able to get off those Arcane casts, doing such a good job. He's very, very, very good Arcane Mage. Polymorphs coming out from him as well. Full blind out onto Mei. This is the Vendetta used out onto Volkazar, but somehow he's surviving, just doing a good job kiting, running away from Nesper, using the snare on that Arcane Barrage to stay at bay, running around the entire map. But it looks like Nesper is able to reconnect. Full kidney shot out over onto him on his arcane power, actually. So Volkazar getting CC'd up on that arcane power. Versace having to use that bubble as Wealthy Man is taking a lot of damage right now. Hodge over out onto Mei into that Blood Elf Silence. Versace making sure he gets that offensive CC out while he's in that bubble so his team can keep up that pressure. Volkazar still sitting on that Ice Lock. Ironbark he used from Mei once again. Touch of Death out onto Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man still has that Cauterize to fall back on. But Versace really doesn't have any defensive cooldowns. I think if they get that Cauterize, it will most likely be the end of the game. But it looks like Wealthy Man's going to be completely fine for now. Nesper still just training down Volkazar. He uses a Temporal Shield, and Wealthy Man's able to Kleptomania that off. So he got rid of all his HOTS as well as that Temporal Shield. But now Mei can safely use that Overgrowth out onto Volkazar, fully load him up with HOTS, and now Volkazar should live because of that.
Yeah, but Wealthy's in a very dangerous spot. Full clone to Versace. He has no cooldowns. I think Wealthy is going to go down. Gets incap very low. I don't think it's going to matter. Sack's not available. 5% HP. He's actually surviving somehow. Versace spamming the Light of the Martyr. Not enough. And he's going to go down.
Wait, did Cauterize proc earlier? I could have swore it did. Maybe it didn't. I didn't ever see it proc again.
I believe it. I believe it did. Yeah.
I mean, it must have, right? But I agree. I was waiting on the corner. I didn't think he was dead though.
Yeah. Interesting.
Well.
So I guess that's gonna tie it up. No filter coming back in this game, doing a really good job. Volkasar doing an excellent job kiting. One thing I noticed that game, he was just spamming Arcane Barrage over and over and over on the Nesper. And with that talent Chrono Shift, that gives him a little bit of a speed boost and snares Nesper. So this is the whole game. You can keep snares on Nesper, and he gets a speed bonus, so it makes him even harder to kite.
Right. On top of that, he has the slow, I believe, right? I think Arcane Mage have still the slow ability, which reduces
Yep.
basically just like a slow that you can just cast on any range target, or any target for that matter. Okay.
Yeah, definitely a very powerful snare.
I'm just looking over the bracket right now, and even though it feels like we've had like some incredibly close series today, like incredibly, this is actually going to be our first game 5 of the entire day, and it's in the lower bracket. Both these teams, of course, they face elimination if they do lose this next game. So both of them clearly are doing everything within their power to stop that from happening. Every single game of these, they've been quite fast paced and they've been incredibly back and forward. Like both these majors don't seem like they're ever safe at any point in this game. Like they're just forcing cooldown after cooldown. And I guess we're going to come down to our final game here and see see who can come out on top once we have that map choice. Of course, we do have one more series after this for you guys. If we just have a little look over there, our final series of the day is going to be the Bells versus Method. That's going to be coming up after this game 5, of course, Method being Sea-Doo, Snuts, Beanslayer, and Smexing going up against the Bells, which is Jamili, Peekaboo, Gorecki, and of course playing with Kazaki on that Holy Paladin as well. So definitely a very hype series to come. But in this last game, do we have any predictions, guys, for who do you think is going to come out on top out of these two seemingly very closely matched teams?
Wait, do we know if it's the same comps and stuff yet? Is it going to be the same comps?
I think we're still waiting on map right now. So
I think it's likely we'll see the same comps with what
I think
so far. I think if Volkasar can do what he did last game and do a good job with that Chrono Shift and kiting and making sure he's got enough consistent damage, they definitely have a chance. I don't want to say it's all on him, but I feel like it is all on him, whether they win or lose, just depending on how good of a job he does kiting and getting off his damage when he needs to.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say that? So one of the mage, of course, plays Klepto because there's a Rested Druid, and that basically spell steals all the hots. And the other mage playing Temporal Shield. Wouldn't you say that one of the mages having Temporal Shield is kind of useless? Because if he pops a Temp Shield, can't he just like spell steal it basically every time?
So what happens? What we saw the last game is he uses Temporal Shield. He has hots, and if the mage decides to dispel Temporal Shield, then May can safely use his Overgrowth and reload him up with full hots, and he can't do anything about it. The Kleptomania doesn't do anything. So it is effective for getting off like a full row of hots, but if they make sure they're not overlapping their Overgrowth with their Temporal Shield, I think Temporal Shield is still really good and you can kind of abuse that against someone who's playing Kleptomania. Because if you get all your hots removed, then you can safely use Temporal Shield and vice versa, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was just wondering because sometimes I know there's always like this little mage battle between who steals, who's Klep first. You know, there's always kind of like a bit of a mind game too. But yeah, in this scenario, it does make sense. Overgrowth, of course, does quite a bit of healing, and but yeah, it still seems like stealing the temper. Whoever like spells, there's always like this little game of who like spell steals first too. Of course.
Yeah. I don't know why, but when I play mage, I hate Kleptomania. It always feels so. I don't know. It's really good. Like I know how strong it is. Yeah, Temporal's so fun, and you can still spell steal. It's not like you can't spell steal. If you get a CC chain and you spell steal like 2 or 3 globals, usually you can clean a target up. So it's nice. It just feels like if someone blinks your Kleptomania, you're just sitting there with nothing you can do for so long. You can't use a spell steal. You can't use Temporal. It's a sad time.
Yeah, it's one of the counter plays I guess you could do. But yeah, anyways, we're on to the last game of the series. These teams that, one of these teams has to, if they actually want to make it out for the rest of the tournament, has to absolutely win this. So it's going to be game 5 onto Asherman's Fall. And yep, both teams, as we said, are going to be running the exact same comp. So they must have to be pretty confident in their partners and in their strategies to be able to win this. And we'll have to see how both teams decide to open up.
Yep, this is Asherman's Fall, and one of these teams will fall here today. This is the first elimination game of the tournament. One team here will be eliminated. Wealthy Man getting opened up onto right away, blinking around, trying to get that prismatic cloak out. Volkasar doing a lot of damage with those arcane missiles. Wealthy Man doing a great job with his blinks, though. Ultimate Sack's going to be coming out from Versace out onto Wealthy Man, so he will survive this initial onslaught. Vendetta going to be used out onto Volkasar. Will May respond with the Iron Bark. Doesn't look like he's going to just yet. Temporal Shield going to be used by Volkasar. May does have that Iron Bark. Throws it up onto Volkasar, and now he's going to be completely fine because of that. And now it's Volkasar and SSJ Best World's time to get aggressive out onto Wealthy Man. Can they get NECC out onto Versace? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. He blinks back. Prismatic Cloak will protect him for now. Volkasar pushing in, trying to get that counterspell out onto Versace, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to land it for now. Now Versace, he has that Avenging Crusader up once again. He can keep his team aggressive. They're putting a lot of pressure out onto Volkasar. This might actually be his block, but the healthy broccoli form, like you said, coming out from May, as well as that triple leg sweep. So the triple leg sweep coming in. Now Wealthy Man's in a lot of trouble out of that stun. Touch of Death going to be connecting out onto him as well. Versace trying to get a little bit more use out of that wings before it fades. It looks like he got seed up on it. Wealthy Man most likely going to have to use his block there. There it is. There is the ice block coming out from Wealthy Man. Still has that Cauterize available. I'm not wrong this time. It didn't proc already. Versace, I think, only has Blessing and Protection back ready for Wealthy Man. Cauterize this proc now. Versace might need to use his bubble to get those heals off, but the Cyclone coming up from May out onto Wealthy Man. Going to be denying any of those incoming defensive cooldowns. Now Versace finally using that bubble, maybe too late, trying to connect those heals out onto Wealthy Man, but it looks like the heals are enough to keep him sustained and alive for now. May taking a little bit of damage. I think they swapped over onto him. I'm not sure if they were able to force that Bark Skin, but Volkasar using that Arcane Power. Does look like it may have gotten removed by Wealthy Man. He was able to spell steal it, so well done by him. Now Volkasar getting attacked down relentlessly. Might have to use that Ice Block. Ice blocking at 28% HP. May has Iron Bark. Good thing they didn't overlap that. Triple DR Polymorph going out onto May as well. Connects the Overgrowth out onto Volkasar, and now Volkasar should be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Another stun is onto Versace. Yeah, he doesn't have a bop. I think actually Melo cloned Welsi early on, and I think Versace bopped into it, so bop is not going to be available. DR Incap is going to be on. Yes, he had nothing for him. Zack comes out at 2% HP. DR Warsaw, so much CC onto Versace that Relentless doing work, able to get the sack off. But now, is he able to actually top Welsi up? I'm not sure. Avenging is up in 14 seconds. He has been doing a great job so far. Actually, a nice big heal is going to top him back off. Nice leg sweep too, coming from SSJ Best World. Volkasar now onto trouble, has no block, and actually may actually go down. He actually nothing left in the tank. Melo has to actually cast some heals. Sennarin Ward is coming up. A nice blind is going to be also going down to Melo. Kidney DR is going to be onto Volkasar. I think he's in big trouble. SSJ Best World is cheap at the same time, but some nice healing coming up from his team, and a nice CS from Volkasar is going to stop some of that onslaught from the Wealthy.
Yeah, both teams are basically running on fumes in terms of defensives right now. May caught into that Hodge. There was no follow-up CC. He did a good job shifting into that Bearform Tranquility, going to be used by May as well. Touch of Death onto Wealthy Man. This could be the game. Takes him down to 19% HP. Versace into that bash, into the DR Incap. Combustion going to be used by Wealthy Man. He wants to get aggressive. Looks like it is dispelled by Volkasar, though, and Wealthy Man's going to get smoked. Volkasar taking him down in this matchup. Really well played by No Filter. SSJ Best World doing an incredible job on that Windwalker Monk that game. Really good double stuns, really good in caps, really good burst. May doing a great job actually cloning, like you said. I think he actually cloned that bop that game, which could have actually ended up winning them the game. So that was really good.
Yeah, that was a really interesting cyclone, right? Because he cycloned him on the
Cauterize, right?
Yeah.
So it was like
oh. Yeah, it looked like it might not be.
It was
the
like
best,
a bad
but then
cyclone
the
that
came
ended
out
up,
of CC.
ended up being a really good cyclone. Yeah.
Well, anyways, it's awesome to see those plays coming out. Of course, No Filter are our #1 seed, and it speaks to how competitive this event really has been. That our #1 seed was one game away from elimination, but they do manage to turn it around. Elevate are going to be eliminated from the event. Very well played by them, though. I'm sure we're going to see them in many events to come with the road to BlizzCon. But now we are getting ready for our final series of the day, guys. It is, of course, going to be Method versus the Bells. Are the Bells going to ring loud, or is there going to be a Method to Sidu's victory? Okay, that wasn't very good, I'm sorry. But anyways, we are loading into that game, of course. It's going to be the blind pick on Nagrand Arena. I want to take this opportunity before we start up on that series, because I'm sure as soon as the series starts, there's going to just be... we're just going to be so excited by it. We're not going to want to talk anything else. So I will take this final opportunity to re-announce the fact that we did publish our European event, which is going to be coming up in 2 weeks' time. We can see that in the chat. Hopefully, I'll just link the Matrino one more time for that event. There we go. So we will have that in the chat right now. And that should be super exciting. Of course, both this and that event are not going to be contributing points towards the road to BlizzCon. I know a few people have been asking about that after the announcement on Thursday, but those community events haven't been decided which organizations will be doing that yet, although of course GCD TV will be applying and would love to. Hopefully we'll have the opportunity to have some of those community events on our broadcast. But yes, we are getting into the game that I'm sure a lot of people have been waiting for, our final series of the day. One of these teams will be eliminated from the entire competition. Do you have any predictions on who that might be? Maybe starting with Zinni?
Zinni is gone. He's taking a leave of absence.
He's gone?
Right, so it's just you and me, buddy.
I have a good thing.
You got to listen to me,
okay,
Rebel.
Okay. So who do you think is likely to come out of top in this series?
I think that Method has all the comps they need to win this matchup. I think that with the Demonology Warlock, the Moonkin, the Shaman, as well as the other comps that they can run, like that should be enough to win them this series. Yeah, I just think in terms of comps, they have a major advantage. They just need to make sure that they're executing, playing well, using their offensive and defensive cooldowns properly. The Bells, I'm not exactly sure what they're going to run. I don't think the double Druid, like the Elemental Shaman, Moonkin, Resto Druid worked out too nicely for them, especially in that like Wizard Cleave mirror. Maybe they'll try it against Method. It just didn't work out earlier when they were playing against WizK Returns. And then what else is about? They also run that Rogue Mage Druid, but I just don't think Rogue Mage Druid is really strong against Demonology. Like Demonology, Moonkin, Shaman, I think has a big advantage on paper against RMD. So
right, yeah, I completely agree. I think also just having Snuts and Smexen in particular on your roster is just so huge, because both of them have proven themselves to be so apt on multiple classes, right? I mean, we've seen Smexen really evolving with his Elemental, with his, we saw Enhance at BlizzCon, now his Boomkin even. And of course, Snuts, you don't even need to introduce his multi-classing. He's been rank 1 on so many different classes over the years. So it is a huge asset to them, for sure.
I wonder if Method's ever experimented with like WLS. It seems like Arms Warrior Demo Lock could be like decent. He'd be really tanky. Maybe the Arms Warrior.
Yeah.
The only problem with that is like maybe the Arms Warrior is too susceptible to damage. But yeah, I guess you don't really need the Arms Warrior. He's just really good for peeling. Does a decent amount of damage, but he is susceptible to die, unfortunately. But it would be cool to see them run something like that.
That's something else actually about the. We saw Windwalker Arcane Mage in the last series. I actually think Warrior Arcane Mage could be pretty reasonable, right? For some
they play it. They play it too.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, with the duel and stuff, like surely it's almost impossible to kill an Arcane Mage.
No, they actually play Fury instead.
Too.
Yeah, but yeah, I think the Arms Warrior, they have such. The one thing I can't believe we haven't seen any like turbos. Was there any turbos yesterday? Because I think turbo is actually a pretty strong comp.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think
is.
turbo is super strong, especially on Horde with Mistweaver Monk.
Yep.
Do we not have enhancements in this tournament? I don't think we have too many.
Everyone's just on that Demo Lock bandwagon right now.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it could be potentially because most enhanced shaman play warrior as well. Of course, I don't know all the enhanced shamans on US, but I'm just thinking of Smexen, for example. If he plays enhanced but plays warrior too, so that kind of was like a trouble among some teams too. Might not be able to play it within a team too, but it's definitely a very strong comp.
For sure. We need Snuts to level that enhancement shaman. I know he's played Ellie in the
Yeah.
past. I'm sure it would enhance would be no problem for him.
Right.
Yeah, I actually one team that could have played it was Super Teaser's team yesterday, right? I think SSDS has an enhancement, and they had MAME on their team, but they instead opted for other comps. So I don't. Yeah, I guess I'm not that familiar with like who plays enhancement. Yes, but it does seem like you're right about that. A lot of these teams have a number of casters, but they only have one melee who's kind of multi-classing between those melees, so it makes it a little harder for them to play the cleaves. Anyways, we are ready to get into game. Nag Grand Arena, the blind pick, and what are the comps going to be? It's the LSD2 from Method, and we see Problem Boy. That's Jumili's Shadow Priest. Is it going to be the Shadow Priest Moonkin, do we think? Or is it going to be the 3v1?
I wonder if they're waiting on
Jimili's
purpose. I wonder if they're waiting on purpose just to like, yeah.
psych
I
them
only
out.
see Jamilian, right? For now.
Yeah,
Oh, there we go.
maybe Jimili's just going for the 2v1.
Rogue.
This
This
is
RPS. RPS. I haven't seen this.
We were saying that we hadn't seen RLS in a while, but RPS suddenly you have to go back years to see this comp.
Old school. Old school
Very old
RPS.
school.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was really popular during the beta, and then it that was also when Sub and Shadow Priest was really, really OP. But on live, yeah, it's been a while since it's actually been decent. So I mean, I'm really curious to see how they're gonna be able to do this. So of course, both teams playing the Resto Shaman, one playing LSD and the other one RPS. I feel like it's gonna depend on how well they do with the swaps. A nice solo beam by Smex just wants to instantly shut down that Shadow Priest burst or opening damage.
Yep, I think it was a smart decision. Axe toss going out onto Jamili as well. It looks like CD's already getting opened up onto from just Peekaboo. Peekaboo able to force that astral shift. Jamili not really able to connect any damage. The blinding going out onto Cedo as well. Looks like now Smexon is the target of choice. Looks like Jamili needs to connect some of those dots out onto Cedo, but so far Method doing a good job stopping that kidney shot going out onto Cedo. They actually swapped Earthen Shield over onto Smex. So now Cedo actually having to use that Health Stone. He's going to be dropping that Earthen Shield totem out of that silence, so that should make him tanky enough to survive the start of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. We still have Fel Lord being used. Interesting, Snuts decided to play Fel Lord instead of Observer. There's always kind of a toss-up. I feel like both are a viable option. Now, kind of the Fel Lord doesn't seem that useful because it's a bit easier for a Rogue and a Shadow Priest to run out of it compared to a double melee. But anyways, Parachutes onto Peekaboo has to use that Cloak of Shadows. Should be fine. Earthen Shield is also available. Nice Silence. Actually, he's playing that Silence with combined with Shadow or Death. So every time he Shadow or Death, he gets like a silence, like a 3-second silence. So that's the silence that you saw onto young Smexon on the Boomkin, and now Ascendance being used by Cedo. Should be able to top his team back off here shortly. A nice Hex from Gorek. He's going to stop off some of that healing, but he actually back to full HP. The pressure is now to young Smek. A nice Kidney into Fear. Urshel is not available. Barskin is actually available to see if he decides to use it. It looks like no for now. Full silence. Look at that double silence from Jamili. A nice job by him. Kind of just doing this a nice little CC on himself or for his team. And the Urshan Shield is going to be used. Smexon does have his Barskin, as I was saying earlier, still available. So we'll see if he has to use it soon.
Yeah, but he's in that bear form. He's just so tanky, so he can safely tank through a lot of this damage cycling coming up from Smexon out onto Peekaboo. That should give maybe Cedo a little bit of time to stabilize his team, but Jamili just sitting on Cedo, making sure he's loaded up with dots the entire game. Innervate being used from Smexon over onto Cedo as well to free up some of his mana, but he just can't get off the cast that he needs. Goreki's going to be pulling across the map. Kidney shot over onto Cedo as well into the full blind, so a nice job by Peekaboo sort of exploiting the fact that Cedo has that Relentless right now. Sap out of that, if they can reopen onto Cedo with like a silence into some stuns, he will be off DR. So I really like these plays coming out from the Bells. The silence out onto young Smex. Smex looks like he is the target of choice. Earthen Shield being swapped to Cedo right now. Smexon's still rotting down dangerously low. Snuts spamming out those fears over and over and over. Peekaboo actually using that Cloak of Shadows offensively. Wants to get aggressive out onto Cedo. Cedo barely survives, able to get out that Spirit Link to stabilize Smexon and his HP. Now Smexon wants to get aggressive using that that Health Stone in the Spirit Link to sort of bring up everyone's HP. Goreki getting swapped to. Astral Shift has been used by him. Snuts' pet chasing him down, attacking him over and over and over. Looks like Snuts pulls it back. He wants to get that out onto someone else. Double Fear going out onto Smexon as well. Snuts Hex over onto Snuts. Sea-Doo once again getting loaded up by Jamili's dots. They want to make a swap over onto him, but it looks like Smexon's actually getting swapped as well. Silence onto Sea-Doo. Cheap shot onto Smexon. Kidney shot onto Smexon. He has Bark Skin up, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He's in bear form as well. Sea-Doo trying to get off those casts. Trying to fake out those interrupts, but Peekaboo is on top of him right now. Smexon's still rotting down. Cheap shot over onto Sea-Doo. Peekaboo all over the map. Blood Elf Silence on that Cyclone. Kidney shot over onto Sea-Doo. Double Fear as well. Peekaboo and Jamili going crazy with stopping Smexon and Sea-Doo's cast. Triple DR Cheap shot. Sea-Doo just can't get off cast. It's got to be so frustrating. 3 stun DRs. Fear. Blood Elf Silence on his cast over and over and over. It's these 1 second CCs that are just preventing him from being able to get those huge heals off.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe Method need to spread out a little bit more as well, because not only was he struggling to get any heals on himself, but also the sub rogue can just like port around because Smexon was so close to him too. It made the game really easy for Peekaboo and Jamili. I mean, Jamili's playing I think the Shadow Crush spec also with Shadow Priest, whereby a lot of his burst damage comes from that one AoE ability. So if they are stacking, Peekaboo has such an easy time keeping his damage up on multiple targets, using his stun DRs. And honestly, the Bells the game looked kind of easy from them from this point of view. Sea-Doo just had such a rough time. Like you said, there wasn't really anything he could have done there. He basically... Peekaboo was using his triple DR stuns even to stop casts. Like, what can you do in that situation, right?
I would cry. I would cry.
Yeah.
So I gotta heal. No cheap shot. Gotta heal. No cheap shot. Gotta heal. No feared. Okay, no. Blood Elf Silence. It's just over and over and over. These little CCs just wreck him so hard. It's a shame. Yeah. But I mean, props to the Bells. I mean, this looks like one of these comps that you just come out with on the fly, and it ended up working out quite nicely for them.
Yeah, this is something you play when you've predicted what the other team's going to play, right? Like, I don't think RPS is a good ladder comp. I don't think we're going to see it on the ladder. It's just they play. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is, especially if this is the type of meta that we're playing into. But I feel like if they lock in RPS this next game, then Method's going to have a solid answer for it.
Probably. RPS definitely seemed good. I think for a few good reasons. First of all, I think Shadow Priest is pretty good against these comps where you can actually multi-dot a lot. So there's a pet. Of course, there's basically 4 targets in total that you can VT, and Shadow Priests are usually strong, mainly because if you have a lot of VTs up, you're just very, very tanky. And Goreki was just able to kind of out-heal this pressure pretty easily, I would say. On top of that is that Smexon was getting pressured a lot, having to sit in bear form. So yes, he's very tanky, but he's also not able to kind of free cast as many clones, free cast as much damage, harder for him to get his full moons off. Yeah, definitely able to kind of control Method in this first game. So curious to see if they will change strategies, maybe change comps, and
Yep. It's gonna be interesting to see.
Yep. Reminds me of King of the Hill. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're waiting on the map choice right now from Method, of course. They get that map choice since they did lose game 1 of the series, and then the Bells will lock in their composition, to which Method will counterpick. So definitely the ball's in their court now. They really have the onus to try push in and tie up the series with this next game. They definitely have the resources available to them, like Venruki was saying at the start of this series. Method do have so many options, and we've already seen some of them today, and there's no way they're going to go down without a fight. I mean, we've seen Sea-Doo, he has so much tournament experience. Snuts, I think, has attended the most BlizzCons of anyone ever, so these guys are definitely the veterans. There's no way they're going to go down without a fight.
No way. But now Method's in this position where in game 5, if it goes to a game 5 and they go back and forth, they manage to take it that far, they'll always have that comp advantage against them. So that is unfortunate, but it's very, very good for what are they? The Bells. Sorry, a lot of these players. Like when I think of that team, I want to call them something else, but
yes,
we'll call them the Bells for now, since that is their team name. But yeah, obviously Method does have a lot of
something else for.
Yeah, so now, I mean, I think that I think Jamili's Rogue Mage, like the bells with that Rogue Mage Druid, that answers a lot of the comps that Method can run. So as a blind pick, that might be a good option. Because that game looked pretty one-sided, to be honest. I don't think they'll want to play that again into an RPS. So maybe they decide to swap. So maybe the Bells is thinking that, and they're going to preemptively swap as well to something like Rogue Mage Druid. I'm not sure what they're thinking. That's what's interesting about these blind picks.
Yeah,
I'm actually curious, but then again, I think that it might be like their maybe best blind pick, so to speak. Maybe they feel like confident enough that they can beat most their comps with a Shadow Priest and Rogue. I feel like the comp definitely seemed good at least against what Method was running. Of course, now Method is going to be counter picking. So if there's some kind of like, usually what's something that could be really good against that would be some kind of like cleave, I would say, is definitely good. Just kind of tunnel the Shadow Priest or the rest of Shaman, and yeah, so it's gonna come down to which comp Method decides to run. Hoping for something maybe cleaving me, smexing back on the Warrior or something. They're definitely something where they can get a lot of like melee pressure. I feel like that's like one of the weaknesses of Shadow Priest.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, right? Method can throw so many different comps at you. We've seen them play these kind of spellcasters. They definitely, I think, were they the team that brought out Enhancement Assassin in the regional?
Deletion Cleave, yeah.
Yeah, Deletion Cleave. So maybe something like that could be awesome against RPS as well. I mean, just play around the Earth Shield. Even Assas has Blind now, so I mean, I could totally see Snuts playing something along these lines, or maybe even, yeah, just bringing that Warrior on Smexen. I mean, they do have the options available to them. I mean, they could even... No, they can't mirror, right? Because Snuts plays the Rogue and the SP for Method.
Yeah, I think we actually do have comp lock-ins now. I think we're safe to talk about it. So it looks like the Bells are going to be running the exact same composition that Rogue Priest Shaman, and Method has decided to switch it up. They're going to be playing Demon Hunter, Demo, Resto Druid. So they're bringing in the Bean, Officer Bean, reporting for duty. Being Officer Bean here to save the day again.
I love that guy, man. Bean, I was so happy because I've seen Bean on stream, and there's a lot of people like that who are slightly different when you meet them in person, but Bean is just exactly the same. He's the most lovable character, and so I'm really happy they're bringing him in for this next game.
Yeah, as long as he's not playing Guardian, I think we're fine with that. And it should be, as I was saying, I think Demon Hunter is definitely a best pick over like a second caster. Just think that Shadow Priest is just really strong against most spell cleaves in general. That comes from the fact they can kind of just stay at the pillar, just dot everything, and just go back and forth. And on top of that, have just so much self healing. So Demon Hunter is a good pick. Demon Hunter Demo is a very, very powerful comp. So we'll have to see if they can, how well they maneuver this comp or how well they master this comp, and to potentially overtake the Bells.
Yes. So that is, of course, going to be Bean Slayer on that Demon Hunter, GALS, Snuts on the Warlock, and C. Drew going up against Jamili on the Shadow Priest, Reki on that Restoration Shaman, and the Peekaboo on the Subtlety Rogue. So this is a matchup that we haven't really seen much RPS at all. In theory, how do you think the matchup's like to go? Because I mean, certainly if the Bells get pressure like last game, you could definitely see them still snowballing it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think Goreki's most likely going to be playing that Electrocute talent. Maybe he won't be. But yeah, having that offensive Dispel. Shadow Priests have offensive Dispel too, so you can get rid of those Resto Druid Hots if they ride that momentum. Like you said, it's a very momentum-based setup. But Demon Hunter, as well as the Demonology Warlock, very, very scary if Seadrew can keep them up.
Yeah, absolutely. And Demon Hunters, I think what they're going to try to aim is get for this incaps into stun, into fear, just have very long CC onto Goreki and potentially kill Gemily on that Shadow Priest. A nice DR Hex. Sap was right before onto Sidu, but JS6, that is Beanslayer on the Demon Hunter should be fine. Thorns is being put up to. Peekaboo taking a lot of damage from that Thorns. A nice MC though from Jamili is gonna stop some of that burst. It is actually the Metamorphosis from Beanslayer, so he should be fine here. Earthen Shield is actually being popped. Jamili is pretty low on HP. Feel like he should be fine though.
Yeah, I think he's going to be okay for now with that Earthen Shield totem. Goreki doesn't really have too many defensive cooldowns left. He has Spirit Link available, but that was the Demon form as well as the Nemesis coming out from Bean. So a lot of his offensive cooldowns used. And right now the Bell's sort of pulling away from Snuts, not letting him get out as much damage as possible. Seadrew actually looks like the target of choice for Peekaboo, trying to get pressure down the Chaos Nova, the Fell Nova coming in from Bean out onto both Jamili and Goreki. Cheap shot going out onto Bean, though. Bean actually catching that Iron Bark from Seadrew, so going to be using that Iron Bark, going to be using Darkness. I think he used Overgrowth as well, so a lot of defensive cooldowns forced by Method, or onto Method from the Bells. Mind Control coming out from Jamili, mind controlling up Bean right now, wants to slow down their damage. They got the defensive cooldowns that they wanted. Now they can stall, wait for diminishing returns, and they can do another opener out onto Bean, and for them, hopefully get them down.
Yeah, absolutely. Both seem to be kind of stable, at least on cooldowns they are. We saw Beanslayer using that blur earlier. That is a 1-minute CD, does 35% damage reduction, as well as gives some dodge effect. So it's a very powerful CD. It lasts 10 seconds, but it's only a minute CD, so it's very, very powerful for the Demon Hunter. But yep, anyways, pressure is on to the team of the Bells. Looks like that Doom just doing so much work. Is actually getting also dispelled, but Goreki's doing a good job to try to keep that off. We see now the Imprison onto Goreki. We'll see if NECC can come up after that. Looks like no, actually a nice full fear by Snuts is going to be landing full. He still has an Axe Dust, I believe, so a very, very long CC chain. And actually going to put some pressure onto Goreki. I like that. He didn't have Earth Shield, swapping the fear onto Jamili. Now we see a full blind onto Seadrew. We'll see if a Sap can come out. But look at its Snuts HP. He's just sitting at full HP, chilling. Same with Beanslayer, sorry. We see also a double fear coming to both DPS, but honestly, it seems so hard for this Rogue and Shadow Priest to get any pressure.
Yeah, it does. So far, they haven't been able to generate too much momentum. Anytime Peekaboo goes for Seadrew, obviously, he can just use that bear form, very self-sustaining. Now swap over onto Goreki, has to use his Astral Shift on that Nemesis, but still in a little bit of trouble right now, able to connect some heals off onto himself. It looks like now Jamili is the target of choice as they swap over onto him with that Demon form. Every time Nemesis and Demon form are up, Method can get crazy hyper aggressive with that. Peekaboo getting feared up, the death coil on Jamili. Nice CC coming out from Snuts. Seadrew caught into that silence, but really Jamili and Peekaboo not able to accomplish too much with that Iron Bar going out onto Bean, so he's going to be completely fine from this incoming damage. Actually sitting in that Fell Lord. I think Jamili actually mind controlled him in that Fell Lord, so he took a tick from that. So a nice little play there, but the Iron Bark just makes it so it doesn't do too much. Now Seadrew getting swapped to. Bark's going to be used by him. He gets into the bear form now. Should be completely fine after that. But that was his Bark skin, so maybe they can capitalize on that a little bit later on in the game. If they can get a clean swap over onto him outside of bear form, that might be a kill opportunity for them. But Beanslayer now going to be getting Thorns from Seadrew, so he can push in, play aggressive. Peekaboo not going to be able to really do too much to him as he swaps over onto Snuts, but Snuts also incredibly tanky on that Demonology Warlock, so not going to be able to really kill him either. Unfortunately, the Bell's just not really having many great targets in this matchup, and I think that's why Method decided to pick this comp.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like as long as Seadrew is like kind of chilling back, make sure he's in bear form for the ghost, he should be fine, because sub rogues do a lot of damage, but if you actually hit that bear form, the extra armor, actually I say that, a DR stun onto Goreki, a nice swap, unfortunately overlapped with the Link. That was such a high amount of damage from Beanslayer and Snuts there, just setting up a nice burst. So wow, a lot of CDs have been used all of a sudden on the team of the Bells. Method in a dominating positioning. This burst might have to be used. It's gonna be holding off for now. We just saw Seadrew sitting a full blind into Sap. Not enough to force any defensives though from, actually I saw the blur from Beanslayer, so he should be fine for a little bit. But now they don't really have any CC. We just saw the blind being used, and actually now the silence is up. He's actually stuck in a full kidney, might not be able to nether walk, 2% HP, and unfortunately the Bells are gonna take this game, even though being a very dominant situation.
That was quite the turnaround in that game. Very surprising victory from the Bells. I thought for sure Method had that in the bag. It just looked like the Bells didn't really have any momentum on their side, but able to capitalize on some aggressive play, take down Bean, and go up in the series 2-0.
Yeah, I mean that was the method counter pick, so very unfortunate for them. I mean, they did completely dominate this game just before Beanslayer went down. Gorecki and Jamili overlapping that life swap with the Spirit Link, and they basically had no defensive cooldowns. That next go onto Gorecki could have easily been the game, but unfortunately, no trinket on Beanslayer for the very last swap, and they are able to take him out in that stun lock. So well played by Peekaboo and Jamili, as you said, taking advantage of that slight over-aggression on the side of Beanslayer. And now, Method, coming into the tournaments, is certainly one of the favorites. North America's best performing team at last year's BlizzCon, are one game away from actually being eliminated from this tournament. And coming into the day, no one, I don't think anyone would have expected this. They really need to change something up. Do you think they could play the same composition again? Or do you think, because I mean, honestly, if Beanslayer just held his trinket, I feel like they wouldn't have lost the game like this.
I think Bean was playing Relentless. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not too sure unless the
Oh,
UI.
Yeah, he
perhaps.
was.
Sometimes,
yeah.
sometimes
Okay,
when you
makes
join in
sense.
early and they swap comps, the UI doesn't actually update. But I think Relentless is a fair choice. Honestly, against a sub rogue, it's just like that's like the weakness of the Demon Hunters. I would say they're very, very good defensively, except when they're stunned. Not able to use the blur, not able to use the nether walk, and we saw the silence onto Sidu just finishing him off. But I would say Method was in a pretty good situation, honestly, if they could have survived that go.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like they were winning the whole game. Like I said, the Bell's doing a really good job just capitalizing on some aggressive play, catching him. Obviously, he didn't have Trinket. He was playing Relentless, so they just needed one clean setup, and they managed to get it off and took down Bean. And I think as Method, that game went pretty well for them, all things considered. I mean, they ended up losing, but it looked like a very winnable matchup. So that might be something they want to decide to run again. I don't know what else they could run. Sidu looked really, really good on the Resto Druid that game, making obviously really, really tanky in that bear form. Played very far back. It was hard for them to make swaps over onto him. So I don't think going to Shaman would be necessarily the best answer.
Yeah, I mean, he did perform amazingly on the Resto Druid in this game. I think, like you say, the Resto Druid is the potential weakness there. If he's not preemptively bear forming the step stuns, then that's definitely an opening for the Bells. But Sidru was completely on top of that. I don't think there was a single stun where he wasn't in bear form. So absolutely playing out of his mind. Also, the Thorn's very useful. But at the end of the day, it's still quite difficult to finish off these Resto Shaman Shadow Priest comps. They're quite tanky, of course. Sub-rigs as well provide a lot of peels. And RPS is just kind of I think it's a reasonably well-rounded composition, to be honest.
Yeah, very survivable.
Against comp like this, at least, like I said, if you don't have like a very strong melee, I think Demon Hunter is a good choice, and we saw it this game. It was very close, but it's kind of just easy to deal with as a Shadow Priest, and to get pressure at least, because you basically only have to deal with like the Demon Hunter kick and the shadow the locks CS. So but that's like not too much compared to, let's say, if you had a cleave on you and you're getting stunned and chain interrupted. So Shadow Priest definitely has its strengths against comp like this one, and curious to see what Method decides to pick on potentially the last game. They have to figure something out if they want to stay in.
If they're going to run the same comp, which I think they might, if I had to guess, I'd say they run the same comp. Like what map? I guess no guesswork. They're going to be choosing Tolvaron Arena. I don't know if that says anything about what comps they want to run. I guess on this large map, it makes it easy for Sidu to sit at max range with Vim and Vigor and just spam out HOTS and keep Bean alive. I mean, he's really only the viable. It seems to me that Bean is the only target that can die. If they can somehow survive, I think they're going to win the game. If it gets swapped like that again, obviously they can lose. But as long as Sidu can sit back and spam out those heals, he should be able to survive and win out the game.
I really want to see Smexing come in on Shaman, I think. I really think elementals are super disruptive, and I think bringing in an elemental, certainly one of the problems that Method faced in this last game was the mind controls from Jamili. Of course, they don't really have a purge on their team, so they can't really do too much about that once Beanslayer does get caught up in that. And furthermore, I just feel like elementals are so good at dealing with these kind of try kill you by attrition comps, because they're very disruptive. They can stand in the middle of the map, they're quite tanky, they can kite well, and then you bring in maybe a Demon Hunter or some really high DPS class, even you could keep Snuts on the demo lock and play LSD. And I could see that being a really difficult composition for this RPS, but I guess at the same time, Method did look quite strong in this game running this composition as well. So I don't know, it's gonna be interesting to see. I would love to see maybe even Enhance coming out of Smix, and just one of those two Shaman specs I think could be so powerful here.
I agree.
Yeah. I think Enhance could have definitely its strengths. It's definitely been way stronger after the changes or the recent changes. So it definitely has its place. And usually Enhance is pretty well against, one of the weaknesses of Enhance would say is probably the mobility, but outside of that, it does a lot of damage, especially during burst, during the artifact, during the lust. Of course, they can use bloodlust in arena, give it to the partner for 10 seconds, so they have a lot of burst potential, and I feel like that's also important against the Shadow Priest. You kind of want to have burst against the Shadow Priest. Constant damage gets easily out healed by VT healing, self healing, so having burst could also be an option.
Yep, for sure. And we're just waiting now, guys. I think we're 1 minute away from them having to lock in their comp. Of course, we give them 3 minutes per decision they make, so they have a fair amount of time to make each one. And we're 1 minute away from that final decision. Then we will have the comps locked in for you. Of course, we do know that that map is going to be 12-1 arena, so we were speculating a little bit as to whether Method might go for a less cleavy-based composition on a map like that. It's going to be the same comp actually coming out from Jamili's team. I don't think we're overly surprised by that. So we're just waiting to see what Method are going to pick. I mean, you can totally understand these teams wanting to take their time. This is, of course, despite it being a double elimination bracket, these teams face elimination if they do lose this series, and we do have a swap, and it is going to be Smexing coming in on that enhancement.
You called it.
Then the shot caller.
Yeah, so he's going to be on that enhancement Shaman now. Demo Enhance, Resto Druid. Demo Enhance. It seems like that's Method's bread and butter. Bring us back to regionals and BlizzCon with them running that comp. I think it's going to be really, really disruptive. It's going to have a lot of burst. Smexen is going to be susceptible on the enhancement Shaman. They're pretty tanky, but he's also, I think he might be a slightly better target than Demon Hunter. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the case. I mean, if he's playing like Orc Relentless, he's not going to get caught in stuns for a long time. Right. But
yeah,
once his wall's down, he takes full damage.
Yeah, true. He does have a bit of self-healing, so that's kind of like the extra factor. And on top of that, he is, I would say, a bit more disruptive, but the most important is that the burst is going to be a bit more frequent. Of course, Demon Hunter has insane burst with that Metamorphosis. It's a 2-minute CD, right? Same with the meta, so it's kind of hard to get pressure outside of it. That's like the advantage of an enhanced Shaman. Is just like you just have insane burst every minute.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, one of the big changes that has happened since BlizzCon is the enhancement's Bloodlust is now a 1 minute cooldown, right? So if Gorecki can match his Earthen Shield totem for the enhancer's Bloodlust every time, then Resto Shaman's actually in many ways the best healer against enhancement, just because of that one kind of countering a defensive cooldown for the offensive cooldown of Bloodlust. So we'll have to see how it plays out. This is potentially Method's final stand in this last competition. They need to win this game. Give them your energy. Sea-Doo, Snuts, and Smexen bringing out the enhancement. If they can win this game, they might start the reverse sweep, but they are up against it right now.
You think it's most likely Method will end up going just on Jamili, train down the Shadow Priest, interrupt him?
I think they're definitely going to go between Jamili and Gorecki. I feel like Resto Shaman could potentially die if they do good swaps to him. Not too sure, though. Not sure if like the stun is going to be enough. But yeah, anyways, we see the full blind onto Sea-Doo. Looks like no sap. Looks like Peekaboo doesn't even want to go for the sap. A nice axe toss actually from Snuts onto Peekaboo is going to deny him from doing anything. Looks like the pressure is onto Smexing. A nice mind control or Iron Mark was used, and Jamili is just relentless with these mind controls. Every time he can, he's just spamming that MC. I think that's just his inner mage. He just wants to CC stuff all the time.
That mind control is actually devastating. They're completely denying Sea-Doo's Iron Bark. Now Sea-Doo's in a full silence. Kidney shot over onto Smexen. This could be the game if they can get any more CC. Smexen down to 15% HP. Astral Shift going to be used. Gets loaded up with Hots there by Sea-Doo. Fear as well, though. The Dispel's coming in from Gorecki. and Jamili mind control being spammed out once again, but he gets interrupted onto that, so he's not going to be able to do the same thing over onto Smexon. But Smexon's still a little bit low. He wants to get aggressive, turn around the pressure out onto Jamili, but right now the Bell's completely fine. Kidney shot over onto Seadrew. Smexon now getting swapped to once again. No defensive cooldowns available for him, and he explodes, going 40-0 in a second. That was amazing. Jamili, Peekaboo, and Goraki bringing out this comp, this untraditional Shadow Priest rogue shaman, and just destroying Method in this series, winning 3-0.
Yeah, look at that. 650k Shadow Crush. Presumably that's what hit him at the end of the game.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
On top of
got
that, I
absolutely
think
destroyed there.
Jamili was actually playing Psyfiend at the end, even though it's...
Ah,
I think he was just trying to go all out this game. He was like, okay, I'm leading 2-0. Let's just finish the shears now. I'm going to come up with something unpredictable. Psyfiend is usually not that picked anymore. And he decides to pick it this game and just kind of finish Smexing off very, very quick on this Tolvir on the map. And yep, the Bells are going to be winning the series 3-0.
Yep, that's going to be very dominating performance coming from the Bells. I mean, they had a rough series earlier in the day, but they looked incredibly strong with this RPS composition. I really like that these teams are thinking outside the box, bringing out something that certainly I don't think anyone else has thought of at all. I'm not even sure how many other teams can actually run this RPS that are left in the competition. So we'll have to see how other people can fare up against them tomorrow. Of course, that is going to be our final series of the day. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in and enjoying all this gameplay with us. Of course, Benruki and Zunyaki have done such a fantastic job of bringing us the analysis and the commentary for these games. Do you have any kind of final thoughts for the day, like favorite series or anything, starting maybe with them?
Favorite series? I just think I like that. What are they called again? I keep wanting to call them Temple Storm, but yeah, the Bells. I like the Bells coming out with this comp. I think being so successful with it is really impressive right away. We've seen them do this kind of stuff in the past, playing stuff like RLD and having it work out really well. And I think they may have figured out the answer to these Moonkin comps, which is really good. And we'll have to see how it plays out for them tomorrow.
Yep.
And for me, I would have to say, I mean, every time I see a Shadow Priestess, of course, it's nice to see. So but in general, I do like any comp variety. It's very fun to see like new comps or like less popular specs in the arena. So I feel like we saw probably almost every spec today. I'm not too sure if there's maybe not like a red or something, maybe not a feral, but we saw a high variety of different specs. And that's kind of the nice thing now as of this patch is that there's just so many more viable classes and spec than there ever was before, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree. It's totally awesome, and it's really cool that we're seeing our first kind of Demon Hunters of any tournaments that are coming out in this event, and I hope we're going to see many more of those to come tomorrow. Of course, if we just have a little look at our brackets right now, guys, you can see we have eliminated our first 2 teams from the competition. There are 6 teams still battling it out for that $2,000 and almost $100 worth of prize pool. So much money on the line, and 3 out of 6 of these teams will be sharing a portion of that. I think we do kick it off tomorrow with the lower bracket. I'll get this confirmed, but so we have Splice versus No Filter and the Bucktooth Clams versus the Bells. And then sitting pretty in our upper bracket, you can see Northern Panda and WizK's Return. So they're looking high and mighty going into tomorrow. But yeah, so that's going to be it for today, guys. Tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. EST. And I believe actually the clocks change in Europe tomorrow. So it's going to be 1 hour earlier from Europe. There's 1 hour closer, so that's going to be 6 p.m. CET, I believe. We'll have graphics released on our Twitter and everything, but yes, the clocks do change in US tomorrow, right, Ven?
I don't know, stuff like that. Are you kidding me?
I believe I'm correct. So
I heard that
think
somewhere. You're probably right.
So I think Europe's going to be 1 hour closer to North America tomorrow. So definitely be looking at our Twitter and our social media for updates on that, of course. We look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Should have a fantastic event to conclude with who gets the monies. Was there anything else I was meant to do before? Oh yes, of course. Shout outs to everyone who's helped us. Shout outs to firstly everyone who's donated, everyone who's subscribed. We've had some incredible generosity to build up that prize pool for the event, and also shout outs to everyone working behind the scenes. Toxic, our head admin, who has put up with a lot of stuff today. Technical issues are not easy as an administrator, guys, so huge shout out to Toxic, and of course Elbref, our broadcaster, and both of these guys are the co-owners of GCD TV, and they do such a phenomenal job, and none of this would be possible without them. So thank you very much for tuning in, everyone, and I guess all there is really to do now is decide if we want to host someone. Should we have a little look through, see who's streaming right now?
Let's have a look.
Have a little look-see. See if there's anyone nice and appropriate we can host.
What do you mean by appropriate? Are there some people that aren't appropriate?
I don't know. Well, we have a BlizzCon champion streaming.
Oh.
Let's see. There's a couple of rules we have to abide by before we chuck the viewers their way.
Really?
Yes, these
All right.
days. It looks okay. Yeah, okay. I think that's pretty reasonable then. I think we should send our viewers to Swapsy. So everyone go into Swapsy's chat, throw out the GCD bomb. It's been a little while since we've done a massive one of these, so definitely that should be really cool.
Did you say Swifty?
It's Swapsy. It's
Oh,
basically
Swapsy. Oh, my bad. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Cool.
Yes. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Once again, 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. EST, and then that's going to be 1 hour closer, so 6 p.m. European time. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and peace out, everybody.